dancing. Hey, 'cause I appreciate everything you've done for me. Yeah. Oh, and I appreciate. Oh, I'm so grateful. Yeah. Oh, and I really wanna thank you. I really wanna thank you. Yeah, I really wanna thank you.
Father figure in the house, and I'm wondering how I'm gonna work it out. Oh, my friends keep on telling me how I don't need that man, but they don't really understand. There's far too many pressures in reality. We're dealing with the pain, the stress, and poverty. And I gotta be myself because there's nobody else for me. No. Sometimes it takes a different kind of love to raise a child. So don't give up. Don't give up. Sometimes it takes a different kind of pain to make you smile. So raise it up. So raise. Sometimes we need another.
Online? Good morning. We'd like to welcome everyone to the summer Acog West Indies section academic meeting. Due to the impact of Hurricane Beryl, we had to postpone our conference. But we are very happy to be here today to discuss some very pertinent topics as it relates to women's health. On behalf of the Executive Committee of the Acog West Indies section, myself, Chair, Dr. Jody Jarrett, Vice Chair, and Dr. Daryl Daly, immediate past Vice Chair, past Chair, I would like to declare the meeting open. I would also like to invite Ms. Karen Phillips to share a word of prayer.
Good morning, good morning. Let us pray. Lord, we thank you for this Sunday morning. We thank you for the bright sunshine, the just carrying us here safely. We thank you for this conference. We thank you for everyone that is here now and those that are on their way. We ask that you guide them and give them safe journey. We ask blessings for those online. And we thank you for the great minds, the wonderful opportunity to come together and share and learn. We thank you, dear God, for this conference, and we bless each and every one of us that is part of it, and we thank you, we thank you. Blessings on this day, in your name, amen.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Jody Jarrett, Vice Chair. This morning, our first presenter comes from the Victoria Jubilee Hospital. She's a consultant gynecologic oncologist with a fellowship done in Melbourne, Australia. She enjoys choral singing. She does quite a lot of extensive work outside of the hospital. But today she will be telling us about the new Ministry of Health guidelines for pap smear, whether we should be screening, how often we should be screening, etc. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Anna K. Taylor Christmas, who will be bringing her presentation to us through a video.
Hello, everyone. I am Dr. Anna K. Taylor Christmas, and today I'll be presenting on the cervical cancer landscape in Jamaica and the path to elimination. During this presentation, we'll be looking at the status of cervical cancer in Jamaica, the economic cost of cervical cancer, the new screening guidelines by the Ministry of Health, and the World Health Organization elimination strategy. We're going to start by looking at the national and global statistics provided by the WHO International Agency for Research on Cancer, GloboCan 2022. In terms of absolute numbers, there was a decrease in the number of new cases reported from 2018 to 2022, moving from 486 down to 376 in 2022, seen here in orange. This likely reflects some of the positive effects of screening and public education by the Ministry of Health. Compared to other cancers in females, cervical cancer, seen here again in orange, accounts for 1 in 10 of all new cancer cases in women and follows endometrial cancer as the second most common gynae cancer. This reflects population shifts in diseases linked to lifestyle and obesity-related factors. The peak incidence of cervical cancer in Jamaica occurs between the ages of 50 to 54 years. Despite being the third in incidence for women, it has the second highest mortality for female cancers in Jamaica following breast cancer. It therefore has the highest mortality of all the gynecologic cancers, making it a public health urgency. And here we see breast cancer highlighted in pink at 31% of all absolute numbers of mortality of females in 2022, followed by cancer of the cervix, then colorectal cancer, lung, and then finally here we see uterine cancer at about 7%. These stats are especially alarming in light of the primary and secondary preventative measures that have been available for decades and reflects gaps in our screening, early detection, and public health education and action. There are some positives, however, as the age standardized mortality rate seen here in the chart in red fell to 12.4 in 2022, down from 14.9 in 2011. So there is some improvement, and this reflects likely the improvements in screening, prevention and early detection, and the education programs that are being undertaken by the Ministry of Health. Deaths from cervical cancer continue to increase consistently with age from the age of 30 years upwards. So how do we compare to the rest of the Caribbean? In absolute numbers, we see Jamaica here under the arrow. We make up 40% of the cervical cancer cases from the Caribbean when we look at Barbados, Bahamas, Suriname, Guyana, and Trinidad and Tobago. And this is not surprising as we have a much larger population. And the same goes for the numbers in terms of mortality, where we make up 45% of the deaths from cervical cancer. When we include the larger countries of the Dominican Republic and Haiti, Jamaica's contribution to the mortality rate falls to 14%, as they have much larger populations than our own at 11.23 and 11.5 million, respectively. So the age standardized rates give a better comparative picture by equalizing the variables of age distribution and the sizes of different populations. So the graph now shows Jamaica here, as we see another arrow in blue, with the third highest incidence behind Suriname and Guyana. When it comes to mortality, Guyana has the highest rate at 14.9, followed by Belize down here at 13, and then Jamaica and Suriname each with 12.4. For a global comparison, we look at Australia, and I'll leave my pointer here at Jamaica. One of the first countries to begin routine vaccination for HPV in girls, and combined with a robust national screening program, they had in 2021, 851 new cases of cervical cancer diagnosed in women in Australia. And in 2020, 209 women died from the disease. Now remember, the numbers for Jamaica were 376 new cases and 236 deaths compared to their 209 deaths. And since Australia's population is 26 million, their actual mortality rate is 1.5 per 100,000 females, which is 8 times less than that of Jamaica. For a closer comparison, the mortality rate in the United States is 2.2 per 100,000, and this shows that we have a lot of work to do to bring our rates down. Now, every disease has a socioeconomic impact on the individual, her home, her community, and the country as a whole. Disparities also exist for those in separate economic bands. Healthcare, treatment, and a more active lifestyle are all more readily available to people with higher incomes. Problems with health insurance and other financial constraints are the root causes of restrictions for those in lower socioeconomic groups. And data, unfortunately, on the direct economic cost in Jamaica is extremely limited, so most of these statistics are available from other countries. For this survey that looks at the economic and humanistic burden of cervical cancer in the United States in 2020, it was found that most cervical cancer patients were employed, 1/3 poor, 1/3 middle income, and 1/3 high income, and 12% were uninsured, while 55% used private insurance only. Although we have no hard data, anecdotally, we also find that most of our patients are employed and in their peak earning potential years due to their ages at presentation. And in this review done in Uganda, looking at the economic burden of cervical cancer on women there by Dow et al., they found that over 90% of participants in both groups paid out of pocket for cervical cancer treatment and services. 15 participants stopped treatment because they couldn't afford it, but most of them completed it. Women of a lower socioeconomic stratum were significantly more likely to report borrowing money and selling possessions to pay for care. And both socioeconomic groups reported a decrease in the amount of time that they spent caring for their children since their cervical cancer diagnosis, with both the higher and the lower socioeconomic groups reporting about a 30% decrease in contact time with their care for children. And patients accessing care in our public system and private as well will also encounter similar economic difficulties. An analysis of the direct and indirect economic costs by Nwanko et al. In 2015 in the United States found that the direct healthcare costs associated with cervical cancer amounted to over $1 billion US, and the indirect costs from loss of productivity as well as early death of patients amounted to over $2 billion, for a total of 3.2 or over 3.2 billion US dollars in 2015. A systematic review that was done of the economic cost of cervical cancer by Shaw et al. In 2015 found that the mean cost for first and second years after diagnosis were $50,000 US and $27,000 in 2015 US dollars, which is approximately 5.9 million Jamaican dollars. And for those patients with advanced cervical cancer, the mean total cost for the standard cisplatin and paclitaxel chemotherapy came up to about 33,000. If they had to add additional therapies such as bevacizumab or topetocon, then that resulted in increased costs to 97,000 or 109,000 US dollars respectively, which comes up to about 12.7 million Jamaican dollars when converted. And we can imagine what a burden that would be for many of our patients. In Jamaica, a course of chemoradiation privately is about 3 million Jamaican dollars, and that's the standard chemo. Now, when we add second-line chemotherapy and immunotherapy, it is often sourced privately with very prohibitive costs per treatment course, especially if it's not covered by insurance. For comparison, in terms of primary preventative measures, a pap smear costs about $1,800 in the private system, the base cost, and it's free in the public health system. A liquid pap smear, which as far as I'm aware now is only available privately, is about $5,000. And the HPV vaccine, the quadrivalent, is available in the public health system, and that's free. The private system, the nanovalent Gardasil 9 is available. That's about 23,000 per dose. And the Harris HPV screen, currently only available privately or under study circumstances, is about $19,000 if the patient has to pay. So cervical cancer is associated with significant economic burden, activity limitations, and quality of life impairment. And it has a social impact on patients in terms of social discrimination, loss of body image, loss of sexual functioning, and loss of femininity. It also has an economic impact in terms of loss of income and that has to do with financial distress due to medical and non-medical expenditures, including transportation to and from hospital and other areas for treatment, accommodation, and childcare expenses, which many of our patients struggle with. It also results in work and employment challenges. And in fact, we have patients who exhaust all their leave and have to take no paid leave, or who lose their jobs because of the frequent time off required from work. So in summary, it's clear to see that the investment has to be made in improving screening, prevention, and early detection efforts to prevent this high socioeconomic burden that cervical cancer presents to us as a country in the hundreds of millions of dollars annually, not more. So in terms of preventative measures, the Ministry of Health and Wellness has developed a national screening guideline for priority non-communicable diseases in primary health care, and this was published in 2020. It has evidence-based guidelines, and it covers 7 health conditions, and cervical cancer can be found in Chapter 6 of this guideline. So what are the actual screening guidelines for cervical cancer? In terms of determining risk for all patients, all women aged 21 to 65 years are deemed to be at risk for cervical cancer because of potential exposure to high-risk HPV type 2 sexual intercourse and should be screened. Opportunistic screening is recommended in all settings, inclusive of STI clinics. And certain patients have risk factors that further, further increase the risk for cervical cancer, which we will speak some more about. Now, in terms of the risk factors for cervical cancer, it has been found to be associated with HPV, human papillomavirus infection, particularly the high-risk oncogenic types. 16, 18, 45, 56, 31, 33, and 35. In total, there are over 200 types of HPV, with over 20 types that commonly affect the anogenital epithelium. HPV 16 and 18 are seen in about 70% of cases of invasive cervical cancer. So they are the commonest type, and HPV 16 is seen in about 50% of cases, and it's also the commonest infection in normal, healthy females. In Jamaica, HPV 16 seroprevalence increases with age, and it's more prevalent in squamous cell carcinoma. And HPV 18 is seen to be more prevalent in adenocarcinoma and adenosquamous carcinoma of the cervix. Locally, Rattray et al. Found that unlike certain developed countries who have predominantly Caucasian populations, there was also a relatively high prevalence of HPV 45 in our precancerous lesions, and that was compared. We had 12% compared to 1% seen by Lawrence et al. In 1992. Now, HPV infection is usually transient and cleared by most patients, but some patients have persistent infection, which can lead to dysplastic changes and progress to invasive carcinoma within 15 to 20 years. Other risk factors include previously abnormal pap smears, HIV co-infection, and immunocompromised comorbidity, lack of a recent pap smear, usually 5 years or more, smoking, and the effect is cumulative, and exposure to diethyl stilbestrol in utero. In terms of the screening modalities that we use for cervical cancer in Jamaica, we screen with cervical cytology alone or high-risk HPV testing alone, and these can detect high-grade precancerous cervical lesions and cervical cancer. And there are some special considerations for other groups, particularly trans men who are 21 years or older and who have been sexually active. They should still be screened for cervical cancer once the cervix is retained. For those who have undergone hysterectomy, then screening will depend on the type of hysterectomy that was done, and they should be evaluated and screened based on their life course model and individual risk assessment. So in terms of looking at the life course model for screening, we will break up the ages that we look at into 5 main blocks. So we look at childhood and adolescence from 0 to 19 years, the adult female 20 to 29, and then 30 to 49, the menopausal and immediate postmenopausal adult female 50 to 64 years, and then the elderly adult female 65 years and older. For those in childhood and adolescence, our main aim is to promote HPV vaccination with these patients. And we see here 2 doses within a 6-month period. We'll speak some more about the HPV vaccination. And this is done in the community and at primary healthcare facilities. In terms of the actual vaccine, there are multivalent brands available, which protect against oncogenic and non-oncogenic strains. And as we said, it starts at 9 years and then goes up to 26 years and can be extended to 45 years. And the HPV vaccine has the potential to prevent more than 90% of HPV attributable cancers, and the protection is prolonged over many, many years. In terms of primary prevention in Jamaica, in 2017, our vaccination program was introduced for girls 9 to 14 years old, and then it was subsequently expanded to include women up to 26 years. In April 2023, we again expanded it to include boys from 9 to 14 years old, who are now included in our program. And in the public system, the Gardasil quadrivalent vaccine is what is available. The WHO released an update in December 2022, and this paper stated that a single-dose schedule, referred to as an alternative off-label single-dose schedule, can provide a comparable efficacy and durability of protection to a 2-dose regimen. The position paper underscores the importance of vaccinating as a priority immunocompromised people or those living with HIV. And immunocompromised individuals should receive at minimum 2 doses and, where possible, 3 doses. The primary target of vaccination remains girls aged 9 to 14 prior to the start of sexual activity. And the vaccination of secondary targets such as boys and older females is recommended where feasible and affordable. So based on this, the Ministry of Health and Wellness now recommends for the target groups, girls and boys 9 to 14 years, a single dose of the quadrivalent or nanovalent vaccine. For girls 15 to 26 years, 2 doses 6 months apart. And for those who are immunocompromised, male or female, 3 doses at 0, 1, or 2, and 6 months apart. In this age group, the adolescent and childhood, routine screening is not recommended. For adult females 20 to 29 now, our focus is health promotion and prevention and screening. And so we want to educate clients about HPV and the signs and symptoms and risk factors for cervical cancer and allow for behavior modification. In terms of screening and early diagnosis for those at average risk, we screen them for cervical cancer every 3 years with cytology only. And if negative, they will continue 3 yearly screens. Excuse me. If positive, they get referred to the specialist clinic. If they're high risk, then they have annual screening instead of every 3 years. And again, I'll refer to the specialist if positive or abnormal results. For those in the 30 to 49 age group, here is where the change comes. So we still focus on education about HPV and the signs and symptoms and risk factors for cervical cancer. However, for this age group 30 and up, we include screening with high-risk HPV testing. So you can test with cytology alone or HPV testing alone every 3 years. And again, if they're positive or abnormal, refer to the specialist clinic. For those in a high-risk group, they can be screened once per year with cytology or HPV testing. Other considerations for this group, all abnormal cervical cells, low and high grade, and positive HPV testing should be referred to the specialist clinic for further follow-up and treatment if necessary. And special considerations to be taken with the women who are HIV positive and immunocompromised, because they should be screened annually starting at the age of diagnosis. For those menopausal and immediate postmenopausal ages 50 to 64 years, again, we want to encourage and educate on the signs and symptoms of cervical cancer, especially because this is when the highest incidence occurs. And their screening is similar to the previous age group. They can be screened every 3 years with cytology or with HPV testing. If they're high risk, again, their screening is annual. For those who are 65 years and older, the elderly females now, we educate them on cervical cancer with an emphasis on vaginal bleeding and the importance of seeking care for any vaginal bleed. Routine screening is not recommended for this age group, and all vaginal bleeding should be referred to a specialist clinic, and ideally the patient should be examined before referral to note any abnormalities. Women who have had 3 consecutive negative screens prior to age 65 years are not recommended to continue screening. However, consider specialist consultation and screening based on risk assessment for women with less than 3 consecutive negative screening tests prior to age 65 on an individual basis. So looking at the algorithm now, I'll put my pointer there for patients who are at an average risk for cervical cancer, and we see that they're defined based on having no autoimmune illness or a normal immune system, no in utero exposure to diethyl silvestrol, and no history or previous treatment of a high-grade precancerous lesion or cervical cancer. So these low-risk patients, for the adolescents, we don't screen them. We do give them HPV vaccination, 1 or 2 doses between 9 to 14 years. For those 21 to 29, we screen every 3 years with cytology, and that can be liquid-based or the pap smear. And once negative, we rescreen every 3 years. If it's positive, refer to the specialist. For those 30 to 64, they are screened every 3 years, and now we have the addition of HPV testing in our test kits that we can use. And it's either or cytology or HPV testing, and every 3 years. If it's positive, refer. If they're 65 years and older, we don't recommend routine screening unless there are special circumstances. And for those who are at high risk, defined as someone with autoimmune illness or a compromised immune system, exposure to diethyl silvestrol in utero, or a history or previous treatment of high-grade precancerous lesions or cervical cancer, 21 to 29, we screen with cytology annually. Once they are 30 and over, we can add HPV testing and do that or cytology annually. And once they are reach the age of 65 years, then it has to be on a case-by-case basis to determine how frequent their screening will be if any further screening is done. All right, and once there are any abnormal results, they have to be referred to the specialist clinic at a secondary or tertiary center for further care and follow-up. So this highlights to us so far that the best protection is early detection. So where do we want to be? I'm going to speak on the Jamaican response to the World Health Organization global objectives for cervical cancer. And this is where our energy should now lie in the approach to this disease. Our aim is to eliminate cervical cancer. And how are we going to do that? Through cost-effective, evidence-based interventions, including human papillomavirus vaccination of girls, screening and treatment of precancerous lesions, and improving access to diagnosis and treatment of invasive cancers. We can eliminate cervical cancer as a public health problem and make it a disease of the past. And we want to significantly decrease the morbidity, loss of economic power, and mortality associated with the disease. The term elimination as a public health problem is defined as achieving measurable global targets set by the WHO for a specific disease based on population data. And in our case, for cervical cancer, it means an age-adjusted cervical cancer incident rate below 4 per 100,000 woman years. And we know we are nowhere near 4 right now. So what's the roadmap for us to get there? So we want to have 90% of girls fully vaccinated with an HPV vaccine by 15 years of age. 70% of women screened using a high performance test by 35 years of age, and again by 45 years of age. And 90% of women identified with cervical disease are treated. So 90% of women with pre-cancer are treated, and 90% of women with invasive cancer are managed. And so the WHO is aiming for a 90, 70, 90 approach to eliminate cervical cancer. And these targets must be met by 2030 for countries to be on the path towards cervical cancer elimination. And in terms of projections, what that will look like, here we see a graph. In the red is the status quo on all the graphs. The first one that the arrow is at shows the age standardized rate for incidence and the matching mortality rates. And this one shows the cervical cancer cases in absolute numbers. And this one shows the cancer deaths in absolute numbers. And we can see that's going to continue increasing or staying at a high level if it's not addressed. However, in green is the elimination strategy. And so this graph, all the graphs start at 2020, and we hope in terms of the incidence rates to have it halved from 20 down to 10 by the year about 2050, and a corresponding decrease in the mortality and the cancer deaths as we address the numbers. So the median cervical cancer incidence rate we're hoping will fall by 42% by 2045 and a whopping 97% by the year 2120. Sounds far away. We want to avert 74 million new cases of cervical cancer and have a median cumulative number of deaths decreased or averted, so 300,000 by 2030, and then by the year 2120, over 62 million ladies' lives would have been saved from death by cervical cancer. So in terms of Jamaica, where are we now with our first target, the 90% of girls fully vaccinated with HPV by 15 years? So this shows the HPV vaccine first dose coverage in the Americas from 2019 to 2022. And I've circled Jamaica here, and you can see we're not doing so well because we are only at 4%, and we're compared to other countries like Trinidad and Tobago, who is at 22%, still not near 90. Belize, who is much better at 54% up here, and then Dominica, who is really doing very well, and all the way up to 83%, well on their way to achieving the target of 90. So you can see Jamaica has a lot of work to do. For target 2, 70% of women being screened using a high performance test. We see in this survey trends in preventative reproductive health practices among females aged 15 to 49 years. We see that between the years 1997 to 2021, we had an increase in the number of women who ever had a gynecological exam up to 51.8%. And those who had ever had a pap smear increased from 50% up to 67.2% in 2021. And we established a formal cervical cancer screening and prevention program in 1999, where we have cytology-based pap smear screening in the primary care setting, and then our diagnostic services, where colposcopic services are hospital-based primarily, and then we have the pathology services to support. So in terms of the Jamaica Healthy Lifestyle Survey 3, we see here that 70% of women aged 15 to 64 years have ever taken a pap smear, and those within the 35 to 44 age group showed the highest prevalence. And having a pap smear done was higher among women with primary or lower education, surprisingly at about 75%, compared to secondary and post-secondary education, although not significantly different. And we can see here in our reproductive age group target that over 90% of these patients in the age groups 35 to 49 have had a pap smear ever, according to this survey in 2021, which is good. They also found that females who are in a union were more likely to have done a pap smear, especially if they were married, and they found that at 95%. And among females who had ever been screened for cervical cancer, about 72% of them did so within the recommended 3-year period. And so we see that we are over that 70% target of screening. So we have achieved that target. And the final 90% in terms of identifying those with disease and treating them, treatment involves colposcopic treatment, surgery, radiotherapy, chemotherapy, and palliative care. And to know our treatment outcomes and the numbers, we have to have surveillance and monitoring in place. And so what is in place? We have a mortality registry that surveys the mortality rates. We have a national cancer registry that was launched in 2018, and the cervical cancer registry has been revitalized this year, and training is ongoing in each health facility. We have patient administrative databases in primary care and hospitals, vaccination coverage tracking, and implementing quality assurance audits of screening services and cancer management, as well as other surveys that give us the data. The Jamaica Health and Lifestyle Survey, Reproductive Health Survey, and Survey of Living Conditions. So where are we now? 90% of girls fully vaccinated with HPV vaccine by 15. We are far away from that. We are very low, much less than 10%. 70% of women screen using a high performance test by 35 years of age, and again by 45. We are there, and we have achieved that. We are a little bit over 70%. 90% of women identified with cervical disease treated. We don't know. We're collecting the data, and so hopefully we'll have more of that information soon to see where the gaps are and what we need to improve on. So in terms of the active things that the Ministry of Health is doing, they're finalizing National Elimination 10-year plan for cervical cancer. They have ramped up promotion of HPV vaccination with a rollout of national public health education campaigns. They have ramped up promotion of screening. They've introduced HPV screening, or they're going to introduce an HPV screening pilot in 2024 and 2025 in the public sector, so that's in the works. They are continuing to improve infrastructure for diagnosis and treatment. They're strengthening the health information systems, and they have been seeking expert guidance in terms of the National NCDs Committee Cancer Technical Working Group, which is chaired by Dr. Dwight Lowe. So these are the Sustainable Development Goals the WHO would like to achieve, with the measurable markers to be assessed by 2030, and we see there are varying things, 17 of them. Achieving our goal for cervical cancer will also help with some of the other SDGs, including poverty, good health and well-being, improving gender equality, and reducing inequalities overall. And this is so important that the WHO Director General, Dr. Tedros, had a special cervical cancer elimination forum in March of this year, advancing the call to action. And he said, we have the knowledge and the tools to make cervical cancer history, but vaccination, screening, and treatment programs are still not reaching the scale required. So in summary, the cervical cancer burden in the Caribbean remains high, even though mortality is trending down. There have been improvements in the cervical cancer programs, and all CARICOM countries, including Jamaica, have introduced HPV vaccination. However, over half of the country's national HPV vaccination coverage is lower than 30%, and you see ours is much lower than that. Jamaica has met the global screening target for cervical cancer, so that is good. And cervical cancer remains a significant economic and social burden on Jamaica, and we need to invest more time and resources and get all our stakeholders, including our patients, the clinicians, the nurses, everyone on board to achieve our goal for cervical cancer elimination. So if management of invasive cancer is strengthened along with prevention and early detection, by 2030, we can reduce cervical cancer deaths by more than 30%. The time is now. Let us all work together towards elimination of cervical cancer. Let us be on the right side of history. We owe it to our mothers, grandmothers, sisters, daughters, our families, communities, and the next generation. The charge was given by Dr. Tedros of the WHO. Thank you. These are my references, and special thanks to Dr. Tamu Davidson, the Director of the NCDs and Injury Prevention Unit in the Ministry of Health and Wellness, for providing the local data and some of the information from the WHO. Thank you.
All right, wonderful presentation. Dr. Taylor Christmas is not online now, but there are a number of questions for her. We'll simply forward them to her. All
Okay.
right. Back to the moderator.
We're gonna take the questions at the end of the section. Um, but we'd like to thank Dr. Taylor Christmas for a very, very informative presentation. I think we all learned quite a bit about the new guidelines and how to assist in the fight to eliminate cervical cancer. Our conference today would not be, we would not be able to do a lot of what we have done today without our sponsors. So we're gonna invite Apex to come and do a short presentation. Yeah.
With over 25 years in providing quality service, Apex Radiology is Jamaica's premier diagnostic facility. Our services include CT scans, nuclear medicine scans, ultrasounds, X-rays, mammograms, MRIs, and more. We have 3 easily accessible locations in the Kingston area and 1 in Ocho Rios. Our MRI services are offered at our Ocho Rios branch located at White River North Commercial Complex in White River. With cutting-edge technology and compassionate care, experience the difference with our fast, precise, and comfortable MRI scans. Also offered are our mammogram services available at our Ocho Rios and Malines branch. With the highest level of accuracy and precision, we extend our promise in offering the highest quality care. This includes general screening, diagnostics, and tomosynthesis. A breakthrough in breast health, tomosynthesis, or 3D mammography captures multiple images of the breast from different angles, creating a detailed 3-dimensional view. This means even subtle abnormalities can be identified, ensuring the most accurate results. Your health journey starts here, where accuracy meets comfort. Apex Radiology is the clear choice for your diagnostic needs.
Thank you very much, Apex. Our next presenter is a friend of mine and classmate. She attained her Bachelor of Medicine and Surgery with a distinction in obstetrics and gynecology at the University of the West Indies. She has a passion for women's health, and this has driven her to pursue the career that she chose in obstetrics and gynecology. She completed her residency in 2015 and then completed a fellowship in gynecologic oncology and an editorial fellowship with the International Journal of Gynecological Cancers. She now serves on the early career editorial board of that agency. She's a consultant, obstetrician gynecologist, and gynecologic oncologist at the University Hospital of the West Indies and an associate lecturer. And she really enjoys her role as she likes to teach students and residents and conduct research, which results in a few publications. Her interests outside of work include music, and she's on her worship team at church, exercises avidly, and is interested in photography as well, and hangs out with her son, Mikey. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Natalie Medley as she tells us about the factors leading to the new presentation of cervical cancer in younger patients.
Yes. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for that very warm welcome, Jody. And I'd like to thank the organizers, Dr. Hardy and his team, for inviting me to share with you today and congratulate them on a job well done. Okay, so I'm always excited to speak about cervical cancer, and today I'll be sharing with you, as you see here, is there a change in demographic? What are the factors leading to presentation in the young woman? So cervical cancer, that's a bit of preamble, as you would have heard before, is the 4th most common cancer in women generally, following breast, colorectal, and lung cancer. And in 2020, we saw about 600,000 new cases and about half the number of deaths. Unfortunately, this cancer is prevalent in lower middle income countries like here in Jamaica and the Caribbean region, where about 85% of cases and about 90% of the deaths occur in these countries. And when we look at the types of cervical cancer, most are squamous cell and about 10 to 15% are adenocarcinoma. And we'll be talking a bit on this later on. As our presenter, Dr. Taylor Christmas, discussed before, we can see that we have been having a continuous decline in our incidence of cervical cancer over the last few review periods. So job well done to our team here. The last data, a bit old, but when we have our updated information, it also will reflect, I'm sure, a continuous decline when we get the data from our cancer registry. So cervical cancer is the long-term outcome, generally speaking, of persistent infection from HPV, or the human papilloma virus. And we have this gentleman here, Harold Hussein, to thank for his discovery of the link between cervical cancer and HPV. So we know that about 99.7% of cases of cervical cancer have HPV DNA. Most commonly type 16 and 18 account for cervical cancer. These two account for about 70% of all cases, and 50% are actually due to type 16 alone. So it's really the most high risk of all the high risk types. And we have other high risk types seen here, which account for about 20% of the other cases. So the rule with HPV infection is that HPV infection is cleared. It's the minority of HPV infections which actually go on to form pre-malignant conditions and cancer. So about 90% of infections are cleared within 2 years, and about 10% persist. So a bit more on HPV, there are about 200 different subtypes, right? And these subtypes are differentiated based on differences in the L1 protein in the virus. So this is what breaks them down into different subtypes, species, genera, right? Of these 200 types, about 60 types affect the genital region. So we have HPV, generally speaking, all over the body. But as it relates to the genital region, about 60 types, and maybe about 12, 13, which actually can cause cancer. So it's not the rule for HPV to result in cancer, it's just a small proportion of HPV. And a bit more in detail here, we have the alpha genera, which is where all the cancer-causing types are found. So we can see type 16, maybe you won't be able to see so well, but 16 is closely related to 31, 35. We have type 18, closely related to type 45. And a bit more on the HPV protein. Well, there are several proteins associated with HPV. The two to note, especially, are the E6 and E7 types. L1 is usually what's used to develop the vaccine, right, or viral-like particles mimicking the L1. But the E6 and E7 are the bad boys. So these are the oncogenic proteins of HPV, right? So E6 inhibits tumor suppressor protein P53, and E7 retinoblastoma tumor suppressor protein. So at what age do women get cervical cancer generally? So it's more frequently diagnosed between ages 35 to 44, with the mean age though being about age 50 according to literature. So I decided to go to our cancer registry and get a detailed breakdown of the age group in which we have women being diagnosed with cervical cancer. And what I found was very interesting. We have a peak here at about the 50-54, according to literature. But then when you look later down, you have a high incidence in the older women, 80 to 84. So that was very interesting. And I thought, you know, what could account for this? And then I compared this to another review period of about 2003 to 2007, and we see the same thing, all right? So you can see a peak here of about 45, 50, but then when you look at the women 75 to 80, in both reviews, you can see there's a peak there as well. So I thought to myself, what could we account for HPV in this older demographic? Because established literature tells us it's women about 45, 50, thereabout, but then a lot of older women are actually being diagnosed with cervical cancer. And this really isn't addressed commonly in the literature. So the thought came up, could this be due to some other pathway outside of HPV? So I wanted to share with you a little bit on HPV-independent cervical cancers. Since the discovery by Professor Harold Hussein with the link between HPV and cervical cancer, unfortunately, most of the literature looks in this direction. So HPV-independent cervical cancer is really an understudied entity. But a lot of recent studies, so these two papers, both in 2022, actually have been looking more into this entity. So we found about 3 to 8% of cervical cancer is actually independent of HPV. Some reviews actually report up to 10 and 11%, so maybe 1 in 10 isn't associated with HPV. And this accounts for adenocarcinomas, squamous carcinomas, and There's a different molecular profile. So unlike HPV, unlike P16, which is predominantly found as a marker in HPV-dependent cervical cancer, this is absent in HPV-independent. So other pathways are seen. So P53, which is very aggressive, or mutations in P53, KRAS, ARID1A, P10, and so on. And the WHO recommends in reporting on cervical cancer that we should state the type, whether it's independent or associated with HPV. So pathology reports will have to show this differentiation, and they do. This is important because HPV-independent cancers are actually more aggressive. They have early lymph node involvement, more distant metastases, and worse outcomes. And some studies report that they're more common in older women. So when we compare this to vulval cancer and VIN, for example, we know that the HPV-associated pathway for vulval cancer is, of course, HPV-associated, and other cofactors similar to cervical cancer are seen: sexual intercourse, or early sexual intercourse, smoking, immunosuppression, and so on. And the mean age, again, about 49 years, similar to cervical cancer. But with HPV-independent cancers, then these are seen in older women with vulval cancer usually, and associated with age and the lichen sclerosus. So could this be a explanation for that peak that we see in older women? So this is something that we need to look further into. All right, so back to HPV. So here we have European data showing us that HPV prevalence is highest in younger women, 20 to 25 thereabout, and in the US, and then it falls off with age. Oh, and in the United States, we see similar data where HPV prevalence decreases with age. So it's highest in the 20 to 24-year age group and declines, as you see, steadily. What's our local experience like as it relates to HPV infection and age group? Louis Bell et al. Started to answer this question for us in 2013 in this paper here. When we look at all HPV types, shown here in gray, HPV 16 and 18 in black, and oncogenic types overall, we see a steady decline from 16 to 18 down to 45 to 49. But we can see that there's a shift in our demographic, where our prevalence is highest in a younger cohort compared to other studies. So the US data 2024, European about 2025, but for us we have a peak in the younger cohort, so that's interesting. The paper also found that our most common type was type 16 overall, in keeping with established literature. What is interesting as well is that they answered some demographic correlations. So they found that there was no association between low-income women, women of low education, women with high number of sexual partners, high parity, and HPV infections. So this is important because many women feel that because they're low risk, they have one partner, they had their child late in life, and so on, they don't need to be screened, or cervical cancer screen doesn't relate to them, or HPV doesn't relate to them. But it's very important that every woman is screened. All right. Some more local data confirming that HPV 16 was also common in women who presented for colposcopy. So they actually had, so not just regular women who went for pap smears, but women who actually had abnormal findings on the pap smears. 16 was the most common type. But as Taylor Christmas alluded to earlier, type 45 isn't our most common, but it's very common here compared to other areas. So 12% of all women actually had type 45 overall. So at what age do women acquire this infection then, that then goes on to become cancer, or this causal HPV infection? So we know that the risk of acquiring HPV peaks shortly after initiation of sexual intercourse and then declines. But the age at which we acquire this infection that ultimately becomes cancer is unknown, right? But the peak incidence of cancer is generally about 20 to 30 years after the population median of sexual debut. So in our setting, we saw a peak in the 16 to 19 age group. At 20 years to that, about 35 up to 50 thereabout. And when we look at vaccination, which is promoted by the WHO as part of the 90-70-90 initiative, this highlights the need or the importance of vaccinating early, because vaccination efficacy is dependent on the proportion of the population that already have acquired this infection that's going to become cancer. It's not going to work as well in those women. When you look at all the vaccine trials, vaccine efficacy is about 98-100% in those who are HPV naive. But when you look at the analysis of the entire population, that's when you see it's about 47-50%. But those who never had HPV, that's rated at 98-100%. So this highlights importance of vaccinating early. One model by Berger et al. Sought to predict when exactly does this infection happen. And he discovered that maybe about 50% of women who go on to develop cervical cancer acquire this infection by age 20, another 75 overall by age 30. And they found that HPV infection with type 16 were acquired at an earlier age. And we know this is the type that accounts for 50% of cervical cancers. And they found when looking at vaccination, the reduction in lifetime risk of cervical cancer from vaccination, you expect about 50% vaccinated by age 9, and 6% if we wait until 45. But 50 and 6 are still better than no protection at all, right? So we still encourage vaccination across the board. So the question still arises, why do younger women get cervical cancer? So we know that the peak incidence is about 20, 25. It takes about 20 years. Why do we see so many women in their 20s and under with cervical cancer? What explains this? And we have this young woman here. She was diagnosed at age 17 with cervical cancer. She's actually now a cancer survivor and is doing a lot of work in promoting cervical cancer prevention. So, I mean, there are several theories which try to explain this cervical cancer in young women. One such theory is there are genetic susceptibility in some women. There's a Swedish study which looked at over 9,000 siblings and half-siblings, and they found that 2/3 of cases, in 2/3 there was an attributable genetic link, and about 1/3 environmental exposures. There's also this notion of a rapid onset of cervical cancer theory, where cervical cancer occurs at a younger age because of a more accelerated pathway. So instead of the 20 years, it takes a much shorter time, and they believe HPV-18 is highly linked to this. We also know HPV-18 is linked to adenocarcinomas, which is very aggressive, and there may be other factors in younger women which may accelerate the conversion from HPV infection to malignancy, such as oral contraceptive use, which we know is associated with cervical cancer, cigarette smoking, and maybe high-risk sexual behaviors in which they may have multiple HPV infections at one time. So that's another theory about rapidly progressing cervical cancer. This third theory, very interesting, is that of vertical transmission. So do we get it from our mothers? So some infants have HPV-induced lesions at birth, such as laryngeal and anogenital lesions. And HPV DNA is detected in the male and female reproductive tracts as well. So sperm cells, semen, endometrium, ovaries. HPV DNA has been detected in amniotic fluid, the placenta, umbilical cord, and the transplacental infection can occur through the ascending route from the genital tract. So there's increased rates of HPV detection in newborns born by vaginal delivery versus C-sections, about 2 times more likely to be born with HPV if you're born vaginally than by C-section as well. They found that up to 80% of newborns born to women with genital HPV have HPV DNA detected in their nasopharyngeal or oral mucosa. And among infants who are born with HPV being detected at birth, when we looked at 6 months, 60% of them still had HPV being detected, and about 10% up to age 3. However, despite this high prevalence of us detecting HPV in newborns, the incidence of clinical disease is relatively uncommon. So when you look at, for example, recurrent laryngeal papillomatosis, it's not very common, it's very rare, about 2 to 4 per 100,000. And these are associated with the HPV 6 and 11. So could the oncogenic HPV types be more likely then to cause vertical transmission and clinical disease than this type 6 and 11? So this is another theory that we need to look into. The other question is, do younger women with cervical cancer do worse? Do they have worse oncologic outcomes? So this is really debatable. In reviewing the literature, there is some evidence that suggests poor outcomes in younger women, and some which state that older women have worse outcome. Some studies state that older women are less likely to receive more aggressive treatment, so maybe it's not the disease itself, but they have more comorbidities and don't do as well, or may not be treated as aggressively. So it's still controversial, but what is known is that adenocarcinomas tend to be seen in younger women, and the prognosis is generally worse with adenocarcinomas. About 10 to 20% reduction in the overall survival compared to squamous cell carcinomas. They have more ovarian involvement, and unfortunately, adenocarcinoma is increasing, Part of this could maybe be due to other factors with adenocarcinoma like obesity and nulliparity. And smoking, which we know is a big risk factor for cervical squamous cell cancer, isn't highly linked to adenocarcinomas. And they're less radiosensitive, so generally more difficult to treat. In this study looking at adenocarcinomas in 3,678 women by Chen et al. Found that it was more common in women under 40. And they found that the 5-year overall survival was lower for adenocarcinomas versus squamous. So it supports the evidence, and it shows that when we look at each stage of disease, squamous compared to adeno, we can see the survival is lower in the adenocarcinoma population. In our review, there's an unpublished review looking at 113 cases of cervical cancer in Jamaica. We found that the median age was about 50 years, and the most common subtype was squamous, in keeping with established literature. About 8% had adenocarcinomas. But when looking at the younger cohort, 18 to 34, and the older group, 35 and over, we found that there were no cases of adenocarcinoma in our young population. So all the cases in the 18 to 34 group actually had squamous cell. So that was interesting. So in this other study looking at survival, seeking to answer the question of do younger women do better with cervical cancer or older women? And in the US, this paper actually found that older women tend to do more poorly. So the survival decreased from 77% in women under 50 to about 46% in women over 65. The study in Japan as well showed similar information, where the survival was actually lower in older women. So 86% in those under 30, down to 54% in women over 65. And the study in France, again, supports that survival decreases with age. And they did state, though, that the older women had a lower performance status and more advanced disease. They thought that the prognosis in older women may be influenced as well by their comorbidities and tumor state. In terms of treatment efficacy, they found that those who were those who had radiotherapy versus surgery, the ones who had radiotherapy tend to do more poorly as well in the older cohort. But the picture changes though when we look at this study from Taiwan, where they found that women under 30 had a lower overall survival than women over 30. They looked at 2,800 women roughly, and this is what they found. So low overall survival in younger women, a higher rate of distant disease, higher rate of parametrial involvement, and higher rate of non-squamous cell carcinoma in this cohort. So we can see that depicted on the graph there. So when looking at cervical cancer in women under 30 generally, there's a study, Pilkowski et al. Looked at 114 cases. The mean age in this under 35 cohort was 29.7. Most women was a predominantly Caucasian population. Squamous cell was predominantly seen, 25% adenocarcinomas. They found, though, that there were 5 cases of small cell cancer in the women who were under 25 years. And small cell is a rare cancer, but it's probably the most aggressive cervical cancer that you could have. And interestingly, they found that 30% of the cases in this under 35 cohort were under 20 years, right? And this is in the US. They found that the overall survival was lower in this under 35 cohort than when comparing to data in women over 50. So it was literally half when looking at local regional disease and localized disease. So it's about 46% localized disease versus 86% in those 87% in those over 50, right? And when you looked at distant disease, there are no zero overall survival in the under 35 cohort. So the question arose, could these findings point to a different disease pathway in our younger women? As I stated, there was a high incidence of small cell cancer in this review, about 2% versus literature which states about 0.6 per 100,000. Another study by Castanon et al. Found that a similar finding in women 20 to 29, there was a high incidence of squamous, of small cell cancers, about 6% in women 20 to 24 years. And here we can see when looking at progression-free survival and the overall survival of women with, in blue, right? Those are the younger women under 25. You can see clearly that it's lower in both survival categories. compared to women over 25. And as stated in this cohort, 30% were under 20 years. So they asked, could this be due to some regional variation in this group of women who were studied? Is there some referral bias of these younger cohort being sent to this academic center? Or could it just suggest a different pathway overall in younger women, leading to more aggressive disease due to some host factor, or could it be some genetic variation in the region? Small cell cancer and HPV was also looked at as a separate entity in another review looking at 30 patients with small cell cancer of the cervix. And yes, I'm glad you asked, the small cell cancer was associated with HPV as well. All cases, 100% associated with HPV. What was also interesting is that in this cohort of the 30 patients, 15 of them, half of them had another coexisting cancer. So 15 of them simultaneously had either squamous cell cancer, adenocarcinoma, or in situ disease. And yes, HPV type 18, not 16. Most of these were due to HPV 18. So it does seem as if HPV type 18, we mentioned, is linked to adenocarcinomas, which is more aggressive, and again, small cell cancer. So it may really have a role to play in women developing cervical cancer at a younger age. In another cohort looking at women 20 to 29 years, and this is a paper from the UK, they also found that women who were between 20 to 24 versus those 25 to 29 actually also had a higher proportion of more aggressive cancers and non-squamous types, such as small cell cancers and adenocarcinomas and so on. And unfortunately, because of these aggressive types, these younger women weren't amenable to any fertility-sparing treatment. And this is very unfortunate. And this final study looking at women in Japan, so this paper arose because of concerns about increasing cervical cancer deaths in women under 50, and they noted that it actually doubled in the last 30 years. So when looking at the mortality rates in the 20 to 29-year age group, it was actually increasing in 30 to 49 age group, but yet women over 50, it was decreasing. So they asked, why are we noticing such a disparity in our age groups and mortality? Was this the result of the government delaying the screening to 30 years? So coming out of the paper, the government pushed the screening age back from 30 down to 20. So we'll see. So here are the charts depicting this. So in the 20, it's very small, but you can say 20 up to, this is what, 39, there's an increase in mortality. The same thing is seen when we look on women up to 40, but yet in the women 50 and over, the mortality is clearly decreasing. So what are my take-home messages? So there are several theories which seek to explain cervical cancer presenting in young women. There's conflicting evidence, though, of the impact of cervical cancer, of age on cervical cancer. Some studies suggest that younger women do better, some suggest younger women do worse. But we do know that adenocarcinomas and more aggressive subtypes like small cell carcinomas are seen more commonly in younger women, and that HPV 16, the most common type leading to cancer, generally. However, HPV type 18 is usually associated with these aggressive types. The incidence of adenocarcinomas, unfortunately, is increasing, and traditional screening methods with cytology alone or pap smear may not readily detect adenocarcinomas because they originate in the canal of the cervix and may be missed on cytology. But HPV testing with screening with HPV testing is actually more effective at detecting adenocarcinomas at an earlier stage. Also, more research is needed into this entity of HPV-independent cervical cancers, especially regarding older patients and maybe younger patients with more aggressive. Survival outcomes in our younger patients with cervical cancer, because this has implications on what age we initiate screening, the type of screening that we use. Is it going to be cytology or HPV testing, especially if adenocarcinomas are increasing and more commonly associated with this cohort, and the frequency of screening. And this also has implications on how we counsel patients about fertility-sparing procedures in the younger cohort. So thank you for your attention.
Wow, that was quite an eye-opener presentation, if I do say so myself. Thank you very much, Dr. Medley, for a very, very informative presentation. We'd like to open the floor now for questions, if anybody has any, or if we have any online for our viewers. We'll take them at this time. Yes,
Check
Dr.
1, 2.
Betty.
So there was a question online. The first question was, at what age should screening start for women who have not yet started to engage in sexual activity?
Oh. Yes. Oh, you have a mic there. You have to turn it on.
Guidelines as presented by Dr. Taylor Christmas, we actually do recommend starting at age 21. Whether women are sexually active or not, HPV infections are not only associated with penetrative sexual intercourse, but any type of just genital contact can increase the risk. Unfortunately, it's a bit more technical, a bit more uncomfortable in women who have not been sexually active, but the guidelines remain the same. It's still 21 that's recommended. Fortunately, with HPV testing, a swab can be done, a self-testing can be done, which is recommended by the World Health Organization, which is a lot more comfortable, as a speculum isn't needed and a woman can do this on her own. So if there are challenges with women who have not been sexually active, which we can understand, HPV testing is where we can look to ensure that these women aren't missed, because they do need to be screened as well.
Thank you so much. How does HPV testing alone diagnose patients with adenocarcinoma?
So HPV testing is more sensitive. The sensitivity is 90 to 100% because we detect the DNA in the genital tract overall. So adenocarcinoma, which is endocervical in the canal, the pap smear brush or spatula might miss it, but the DNA would still be present in the genital tract, which is what HPV testing does. So it's not a cytological assessment looking at the slide where the abnormal cells may not make it onto the brush, may not make it onto the slide, may end up in the bin. You just need a small amount of DNA on that brush, and hence the detection rate is a lot higher.
Thank you. Any
Okay,
questions in the
Dr.
room?
Betty had a question, I think.
Oh, I get a microphone. Lovely. Good morning, all. Dr. Medley, really enjoyed your presentation. Thank you. It was excellent. Okay, would you be able to say the 17-year-old that you had in your presentation, if it was a HPV-related cervical cancer she had? That's the first thing I want to ask you.
Well, very good question, and it wasn't stated. We can only assume since it's the most common type. But unfortunately, we thank Professor Hussein for his work and so on, but since the association between HPV and cervical cancer was made, a lot of studies actually underreport or may not take the time to differentiate the two. But as more research is being done now, going forward, we'll be able to state clearly if this was associated or not. So it wasn't stated, it can only be assumed that it was. But the WHO in a few years back, implemented a reporting system which now states all pathology reports must include whether it is or not.
Okay. There are some things I just like to mention, and you can give me your opinion as you go along. All right, so the first thing, when the HPV vaccine came out, it was more geared towards HPV naive persons. I always thought that it would be beneficial across the board. Some of my colleagues would say, well, if you're already infected with something, what's the point of getting the vaccine? I was glad when eventually they put out another study saying that there's still some protection that is conferred. I was very happy to hear that because I felt like a bird on a skinny limb by myself in a hurricane, all right? Now, the other thing I found interesting, while I was at Jubilee, I had a 19-year-old patient with very advanced cervical cancer, spreading parametrally and all these wonderful things. It drew my attention to something else that was happening. So I tell you, I'm very happy for your presentation, I am, right? Because here we are saying you start screening at 21 or 3 years after initiation of coitus, et cetera, right?
And then some persons will say once you're within a certain category or age group, 20, thereabouts, they're less aggressive with how they treat, which I think is a mistake because you don't know sometimes what you're really dealing with. So you'll find that somebody who's older, they probably pay a little bit more attention, but in the 20-year, oh, they'll clear it, so forth, so forth. So I'm glad that it's coming out that you're having younger women having these issues and that we probably need to revisit what we're doing because we're missing stuff, you know? The other interesting thing I found with your presentation was when you spoke about HPV DNA being found in the larynxes of neonates. But you also took the time to mention that there was no incidence of increase of cancers in that area. Could you say if you know that those patients eventually go on to develop cervical cancer? Do you know?
No, I don't know, but preparing this presentation really has me very excited. Um, so a lot more work needs to be done. So I'm going to look more into this vertical transmission pathway, HPV independent cancers, to see if we can get some more answers.
Yeah, we need to do some studies. The other interesting thing, you know, we always say, oh, once you're 65, you don't have to screen, you don't have to do anything. If you have 20 years of this, you can't stop now. You're going to tell the patients them that. And I had another unfortunate experience where I met somebody in her 80s, and simply because she said she has never done one, I decided to go ahead and do one. And there she was with a very abnormal pap smear. I mean, her family said, oh, she's soon dead anyway. Well, me, I didn't know. I mean, that's what I got. You know, I was not amused, but you know, some things you're limited by. But I was very happy that you were able to point out that you had an increase in that 80-year-old. You see, we have to pay attention. And not because you're in the 80s means that we should just leave you, because it's all about the quality of life when everything is done. Now, Dr. Taylor Christmas's presentation before said that you do high, what was the thing she used? High something, high value, high something screening. Sorry, just slipped my mind. At 35, and you repeat
performance
that.
test,
Thank you. Sounds like tires, right? Okay, so at 35 and 45. But I really think that based on what you're saying, we should look at our younger women, we should look at vertical transmission, we should screen them regardless of the age, and we need to individualize treatment and don't just stick to something that someone somewhere did summertime.
Agreed.
Considering that things are dramatically changing all the time. So thank you. It's my pet area, my pet peeve. So thank you for indulging me. Good
Thank you,
morning.
Dr. Betty. I think you summed up my presentation
Yeah, I
quite
think
well.
so. She was paying
And
attention.
just to address a few other points. So a lot of screening is about health economics, right? So first of all, let's start with the age 21. When Acog came up with their recommendation, well, no, they have gone to 25. But before this guideline, 2012, it was 21. The rationale for this was that cervical cancer incidence it's very uncommon in the under 21 age group. HPV infection, the rule is that it will clear. In the younger woman, you're going to pick up HPV, that's going to go away. So you don't want to be implementing treatment, which can be harmful because some persons can be very overzealous when they see an abnormal pap smear, subject young women to cone biopsies, and they have issues with cervical insufficiency or stenosis and so on, for something that's rare and the infection is going to go away. So the rationale was 21 was a good time to start screening. That was their rationale because of their incidence and all these other factors. Things may be different in our setting, but that was the rationale adopted generally globally. And because they're doing so well with their cervical cancer, it's not in their top 3 at all in their women. They actually have moved the age up to 25. That still isn't the case for us. 2, the frequency of screening, when you look at 1 year versus 2 versus 3 yearly, the detection rate for cancer is a marginal difference of maybe 1%. But the cost is like triple. So when looking at the health economics from a national perspective, when the government is paying for your pap smears, paying for it every 3 years will be more efficient on their end because you only going to have like a 1% difference of pickup rate versus 1, 2, 3 yearly. So 3 yearly is fine. But I tell women, if you want to get your pap smears done every year, you're paying for it on your own, continue. I don't deter women. What I tell them is that the guidelines say 3 yearly is fine, but if you want to continue every year, that is okay. And we know pap smears actually have false positives as well, compared to HPV test, is actually 90 to 100% sensitive. So we have to be mindful of this as well. And so yeah, I do not deter women if they actually want to continue doing it, getting it done every year. And as I said, older demographic, The guidelines strictly say if they were adequately screened within the last 10 years, then you can stop at 65. So you have somebody over 65 who has never been screened. She needs to be screened
That's true.
because she had not been adequately screened in the last 10 years, right? And now we have the data showing even beyond 65, way beyond, may still be affected by a different pathway from HPV, right? So we need to really individualize, as you say, the care. And then the last thing you mentioned, the high performance test. So when WHO said high performance tests at 35 and again by 45, they were not talking about pap smears. By high performance test, they mean HPV tests are something more effective. Like you have the Onco E6, which can detect transforming infection, not just the presence of HPV infections, but there are test kits that can actually detect if E6 positivity is there, meaning malignant process started. So this is what they mean by high performance tests. But they do state if you're going to just start a screening program, if all you have is pap smears, do it and do it well. But by high performance, by 35 and 45, that cannot be the pap smear, right? It's really the sensitivity of the HPV test, which will allow you to have such a wide interval. All right, so that I'm happy that you brought that up as well.
Our lovely rep from Gardasil.
Good morning, everyone. And I'm very happy that the purpose of the conference so far has been emphasizing on prevention and of course, screening. I love the fact that Doc here had mentioned about the benefits, extended benefits for those patients who already, let's say, have an abnormal pap smear and they wish to still have vaccination. I just wanted to remind everyone here, because I know everybody is familiar with Gardasil 9. Gardasil 9 is our nanovalent vaccine, and it covers 9 strains of the HPV, most of which have been mentioned here in the presentations, the 2 presentations. So we have 611, which is responsible for genital warts. We have 1618, which we know associated with cervical cancer, and we have the extended coverage for 31, 33, 45, yes, 52 and 58, which were also mentioned in the presentation. And these extend the coverage to vaginal, vulvar, and anal cancers. If you do have a patient who, let's say, for example, has genital warts and they still wish to be vaccinated, the truth is, yes, they can. They won't be able to get the coverage for genital warts because guess what? That's already done. Because the whole point of the vaccine is prevention. But having been exposed to 6 and 11, then chances are you may be exposed to other strains. So that vaccine will still provide benefits as well. The beauty about the Gardasil 9, unlike the regular Gardasil, is that there is no ceiling for age. So if someone is 65 and they wish to be vaccinated, not a problem. If you're in your 80s and you wish to be vaccinated, that is still not a problem because Gardasil 9 doesn't give that limitation. So that's a very important distinction between not just only the extended 5 strains extra than regular Gardasil, but as well, the age limit is not there, unlike Gardasil. Gardasil 9 has no age limit. We still start from 9 and right up until you're about to die. I'm just saying. So of course, for Gardasil 9, same age limit again, with 9 to 14, we give 2 doses. It was mentioned earlier, let's say today is the first dose, the second dose is anytime between 6 months from today up to 1 year. So that pediatric population has a lot leverage in terms of the time. Unfortunately, for the 15 and over, because we are adults and we need more restrictions, then we have 3 doses. So for example, today is the first dose, the second dose is 2 months from today, and the third and final dose is 6 months from today. Should they do miss the third dose, which most likely tends to happen, because everybody remembers up to the second dose, and after that, because it's 6 months later, well, you have other things coming into life. I mean, that's how life plays. If they do miss the 6 month, this is not something that we actively promote, but as long as it's within the 1 year from the first dose, then they're okay. Of course, if they pass that, well, they have to start over the regimen, unfortunately. But as going forward, just to ensure that we have the commitment still and the discipline, we try to ensure that at least the 6 months after the first dose is still honored.
Okay.
So if there is any other questions, then I'm here. And as lovely as always, prevention is always better than cure. And I love the theme as well. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a question, Shanta?
Morning, everyone. My question was pertaining to our patients that we see in the antenatal clinic that are less than 21 years old. The guidelines say to start at 21, but especially in our population where we're already behind with HPV testing, would you recommend opportunistic screening for them anyway? And if we're screening them, should we use cytology or should we just use HPV testing?
So on the note of screening under 20, so under 21, so the antenatal clinic is really where we have a major opportunity to do opportunistic screening. And what I would say is that most guidelines have a disclaimer that says these are guidelines, so care needs to be individualized based on where you're working, what's available to you, your individual situation. And if I have a 20-year-old who I deem to be very high risk, and I have an opportunity to screen her now, I may very well just take that opportunity and screen her now. So let's say this is her 5th pregnancy and she smokes or whatever else it is, then if I have her there, I might very well have a conversation about start screening her at that point there. What to use? I mean, HPV testing isn't available now in the public health system, so it's very expensive. So if it's just pap smears that she can afford, then that's fine, or if that's what's available for free. If she can afford the HPV testing, $11,000 now. But I'm happy to hear Anake saying that there's going to be a pilot, HPV testing pilot in the government soon. So it should be available to everyone. But for now, it's a lot more expensive. So if she can afford the HPV testing, ideally. But that's a whole other discussion as well, because right now I still don't think there's benefit in doing co-testing. Because sometimes when you have a positive HPV test, they can be over-referred to colposcopy, and having the pap smear information can help you to know, does she definitely need to go on for colposcopy? So if you have HPV positivity for 16 and 18, definitely colposcopy. No question to ask. But if it's not 16 or 18 and it's some other high-risk type, if the pap smear is normal, then you may repeat it in a year. Or if the pap smear is abnormal and it's positive for some other high-risk type, then she would need colposcopy. So I find right now having the additional information with the pap smear is still very useful, but that's another conversation. Yeah.
Hold on 1 second. Need the mic. So our viewers can hear the questions.
Is it necessary, though, for a female who is not sexually active to do a screening?
So yes, women who are not sexually active, they can still have HPV infection and can still go on to develop cervical cancer, unfortunately. Fortunately, it's not as common. They're less likely to, but they still can. And as mentioned before, with HPV self-test kits or those HPV swabs, they are a lot more manageable or tolerable because pap smear, you need to introduce a speculum, you need to see the cervix and sample the transformation zone ideally and so on. But with HPV kits or HPV DNA testing, it will make that process a lot easier for women who are not sexually active. Yeah, so the answer is yes.
You meant not sexually active or never been sexually active. Oh,
And
yeah.
remember, it's not just penetrative
Right.
sex that can cause HPV transmission. So there's genital contact, antigenital contact. So there may have been some other activity along the spectrum of sexual activity that women
Without
may be
penetration.
engaging in that still put them at risk.
Okay. Thank you. If there are no other questions, thank you again, Dr. Medley and Dr. Taylor Christmas, for a very informative first section.
Thank you. You're welcome.
I believe we have all learned quite a bit.
Next item is Medimpex
We'd
Jamaica
like-
Limited.
All right. Yes. So we'll have a brief word from one of our sponsors.
Greetings. Thank you for having Medipex Jamaica Limited participate in your conference. Today, we'll be showcasing to you just a few of our first-class products for healthy living. We will be focusing on our gynecological line of products. Firstly, we'll speak about our contraceptives, and we have two types, the emergency contraceptive as well as our oral contraceptives.
The emergency contraceptives that we have are Postinor single dose and Postinor 2. Now, Postinor acts to prevent ovulation or fertilization and implantation. Please note that Postinor is not an abortifacient. Neither does Postinor affect an implanted embryo nor an already established pregnancy. How do you take Postinor? Postinor is taken 1 tablet within 72 hours post-coital activity. The second tablet of the P2 is taken by the female 12 hours after the first tablet. Now, Postinor 2 is 95% effective if taken within 24 hours, 85% effective within 24 to 48 hours, and 58% within 49 to 72 hours post-coital activity. So as you see, as the time expands, then the effectiveness will be reduced. For the single dose, 1 tablet is to be taken by the female immediately. Post-administration. Now, effects that your patients can see: 10% bleeding, disturbances, nausea, fatigue, low abdominal pain, and headache. Some may also experience breakthrough or withdrawal bleeding, and that is usually seen within 2 to 3 days after taking the tablet. Also, a small percentage of patients may experience dizziness, breast tenderness, diarrhea, or vomiting. Now, ideally, Postinor 2 should not be used more than once per menstrual cycle. This is because repeated use reduces the effectiveness of the drug. Therefore, emergency contraceptive is less effective than long-term methods. So why Postinor 2? Because, just to be sure, Postinor. Postinor 2 was researched, developed, and manufactured by Gideon Richter Limited, and it was first launched in 1979. That's over 40 years of effective usage. Postinor 2 is the innovator or brand name of this drug quality assurance. And this is what the Postinor 2 and the single dose looks like. Now we'll be moving on to the long-term treatment or long-term contraceptives. That is our oral contraceptives of Lindinet, Novinet, and Mistral. Now, Lindinet is our combination of ethinyl estradiol and gestidine. Novinet, our combination of ethinyl estradiol and desogestrel. And Mistral, ethinyl estradiol and dinegest combination. So let's talk about Lindinet. Lindinet is 99% effective. The gestidine takes a long time to be cleared from the system, and so you're getting sustained drug effect, fewer pregnancy rates due to a missed pill, and very low incidence of adverse effects. So in essence, Lindinet is well tolerated. Novinet. No, with Novinet, we're getting a positive effect in androgen-induced skin disorders such as mild acne, seborrhea, hirsutism, and alopecia. Novinet has a positive effect in case of dysmenorrhea, and also changes in body weight were non-significant. Mistral. Mistral is also 99% effective. You are providing your patients with good cycle control, reduced intensity of menstrual bleeding, decreased duration of menstruation, reduced frequency of dysmenorrhea, and also anti-androgenic effects, mild to moderate acne, hair, and skin greasiness. Here we have our Cleon D, which is a combination of metronidazole 100 mg and miconazole 100 mg. Cleon D is indicated for the vaginal treatment of urogenital trichomonas infection, bacterial vaginosis, and local therapy of candidiasis. 1 vaginal tablet is to be slightly moistened and inserted high in the vagina at bedtime for 10 days, and Cleon D is safe in pregnancy. However, if using the alternate treatment of 2 tablets at night for 5 days, this is recommended for patients who are not pregnant. We also have Mycosis, which is our brand of fluconazole, treating a variety of conditions such as vulvovaginal candidiasis, onychomycosis, and pityriasis versicolor. We have it in a 150 milligram strength as well as a 200 milligram strength. Then we also have an iron supplement, Sorbophordurols, containing 320 milligram of ferrous sulfate, 60 milligram ascorbic acid, and it employs the slow release technology. It's indicated for prophylactic treatment of iron deficiency and also for latent and manifest iron deficiency. Dosage for adults and children 12 years and older, 1 tablet 2 times daily. In pregnancy, during the first 6 months, a single tablet once daily, and in the last trimester, as well as during nursing, 1 tablet 2 times daily is what is recommended. Sorbophor is providing your patients with a lesser chance of constipation because of the slow release of the ingredients, less GI irritation due to the slow release of iron, and fast absorption because of the vitamin C. We also offer prenatals from our Prime Health line of products. And we also have an iron complex for women, also from the Prime Health brand. Recommended usage is 1 capsule per day or as directed by your healthcare practitioner. Thank you so very much for having us, and please enjoy the rest of the conference.
We'll be taking a short break for about 15 minutes. There are refreshments provided, and we encourage everybody to just visit our sponsors' booths and gather a little information from them. Thank you.
Check 1 2, check 1 2. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 15 minutes just about done. You have 2 minutes left. But please visit all the sponsors you can in that 2 minutes. Get all the information you can. And then please head back over to your seats for our presentation. And of course, when we break for lunch, we will encourage you to speak to our sponsors again. Acog would like to thank all of our sponsors for making this event possible.
Simply say,
afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, good afternoon. Thank you so much. Still morning, I apologize. All right, so we thank the Spanish Court Hotel for their hospitality. We thank our sponsors and Acog for making this day possible. And we're asking everybody to return to their seats so that we can continue with our presentations. And it has been wonderful presentation so far. We're looking forward to the rest of the presentations. So again, I invite you to take your seats as we get ready to introduce our next speaker.
Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. I am very happy and delighted to be here for the hybrid conference, the Acog District for West Indies Argentina Conference. It is indeed a pleasure to see your faces again. At this time, we are going to have a presentation from one of our sponsors, Square Pharmaceutical, will showcase their Okay, just a change. So at this moment in time, we are going to move to our next presentation. I invite our patrons who are in the room to make a note of their questions, as well as those that are on Zoom. You can utilize that Q&A option. We will take your questions for the presentations at the end of this segment. So at this time, there is a presentation on failure to progress in the second stage of labor due to the Hurricane Beryl that caused the change in the date of the conference. Our initial presenter had to forfeit, and so we have Dr. Michelle Campbell Mitchell, who has graciously accepted, and she has prepared a wonderful presentation for us. I will introduce her. Dr. Campbell Mitchell has a special passion for women's health. She has been a medical doctor for nearly 2 decades and has been practicing as a flourishing consultant obstetrician and gynecologist for close to a decade. She is an associate lecturer at the University of the West Indies and is a renowned researcher and has published and authored several notable articles. She is currently a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist at the University Hospital of the West Indies, where she oversees postgraduate residents as well as undergraduate medical students. She specializes in antenatal, intrapartum, and postpartum high-risk obstetric care. She is a vibrant obstetrician. She has a very vibrant obstetric and gynecology private practice at the Winchester Surgical and Medical Institute. Now beyond medicine and academia, Dr. Campbell Mitchell is happily married to Sean J. Mitchell, who is a Deputy Superintendent of the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Their 8-year union has produced 2 boys, Nathaniel and Malachi. She is an active member of the Hope Gospel Assembly since starting her faith fellowship initially at the Calvary Gospel Assembly. She's a past member of the Women's Fellowship Executive at her local assembly. Leisurely, she enjoys reading, watching nonfiction, spending quality time with friends and family, and mentorship and advocacy in health education. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming Dr. Michelle Campbell Mitchell.
All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for that lovely introduction, Dr. Clark. Thank you to the organizers as well for your quick invitation and sudden. It's a privilege, though, to present at a forum such as this, and it's an honor, so thank you. I want to start off my presentation with 2 fun facts. So the first fun fact is that just a little over 8 years ago, I was at this table, but it was my head table. This is where my husband and I got married, just over 8 years ago. So it's good to be back. And then the second fun fact is that I did this presentation a few years ago at the start of my career as a consultant. And it's quite interesting to see how the evidence evolves. So I had this presentation and I needed only to tweak it a little, I thought, but it required quite a bit of tweaking because the evidence continues to evolve, and that's why presentations like these are so important, all right? Forums like these. So I'll be talking about failure to progress in the second stage of labor. And this is my outline. We're gonna define a few terms, look at the significance of this condition, factors that affect the second stage, how we go about diagnosing failure to progress in the second stage, the changing incidence of C-sections at full dilation. We're gonna take a look a little bit at our local statistics, how we manage, how we intervene, that is the timing of either operative versus operative vaginal delivery versus cesarean section at full dilation. So let's dive in. Starting with definitions, we must define before, so we'll have an idea of what exactly we're talking about. So just a reminder, the second stage of labor begins when the cervix becomes fully dilated and ends with the expulsion of the fetus. And typically this stage is much shorter than the first stage, thankfully, and is characterized by considerable variation in duration. It's often brief, but in some cases it may extend for many hours. So during normal labor, regular and painful contractions ought to cause progressive dilation and effacement of the cervix, which is accompanied by descent and eventual expulsion of the fetus. But when labor is abnormal, so the term here now is failure to progress, or you may refer to it as labor dystocia. This is a traditional but an imprecise term that is used to describe a labor pattern that deviates from the observed majority of women. And conventionally, when the second stage is abnormal or abnormally long, this is now described as prolonged. So what is the significance of this topic? Well, recognizing abnormal labor progression in the second stage and initiating appropriate and relevant interventions are important because a prolonged second stage is associated with increased risks of operative delivery and conversely and consequently maternal and neonatal morbidity and even mortality. So factors that affect the second stage of labor, or specifically really its duration, include, they can be roughly divided into demographic and obstetric factors. So nulliparous patients, those patients who have not yet had a tried pelvis, so to speak, tend to have longer second stages of labor, and patients who have a higher maternal body mass index. Just to highlight that obesity is a growing problem, pun intended, in our population. Recent numbers estimate that 37% of our population is obese. I was searching to find the breakdown of the classes 1, 2, and 3, but generally speaking, most of our obese patients top the class, coming in at the top of the class 3. And so this is a problem for us, okay? Obstetric risk factors now, or obstetric considerations, would include increased birth weight, high fetal station at complete dilation, occiput posterior position, pardon me, the use of neuraxial analgesia, delayed pushing. Take note of that, because just a few years ago, that was in vogue, so to speak, where it was thought that when a woman was fully dilated, we should delay or wait for her to get the full-on urge to push. So we now know that that is more harmful than beneficial. Again, the evolving evidence, right? The willingness to initiate oxytocin, and of course, the expertise of the attending obstetrician or provider. So, some interesting figures here, right? This is a recent guideline published this year. Prolonged second stage may be diagnosed, one could say defined as well, dependent, or it is depending on the patient's parity, as well as the presence of neuraxial anesthesia and epidural. So an easy way to remember it is just to remember to count. Previously and conventionally, those numbers were 1 hour less. So if the patient was parous, I'm telling you previously, prolonged, her second stage of labor was thought to be prolonged if it was greater than 1 hour without epidural or 2 hours with. But now, based on the new guidelines, I'm presenting guidelines here first, right? Based on the new guidelines, it's actually greater than 2 hours without epidural and 3 hours with. So you give the patient an extra hour with. And for a nulliparous patient, it's greater than 3 hours without an epidural or greater than 4 hours with. This is how it is defined in the strictest sense. I see some knitted brows already, because again, as was highlighted by our previous presenters, these are guidelines, all right? Importantly, arrest in the second stage can be identified earlier if there is a lack of rotation or descent despite adequate contractions, pushing efforts, and time. So again, this has to do with the expertise of the person or of the healthcare provider attending to this patient's delivery. If it is that there is zero progress, zero descent, despite adequate or appropriate conditions, then clearly you can define or diagnose an arrested second stage before these proposed times, right? And obviously, you need to consider the status of both the mother and the fetus, meaning whether or not you need to intervene. Your clinical experience and judgment are of great importance, cannot be overstated. On an individual basis in your decision making during the second stage of labor. Factors to be considered, again, the fetal station, the estimated weight of the baby, the patient's obstetric history, fetal status, that is well-being, the patient's pelvic size and shape, and adequacy of maternal pushing. Just a note here on pelvic size and shape. Generally speaking, we think of our Afro-Caribbean women as being well endowed. And the thinking is that the endowment, which is usually in the back, equates to an endowment in the pelvis, but that is a hard no, right? In fact, 50% or more Afro-Caribbean women have anthropoid pelvises. I don't know if that's how you pluralize pelvis. But it's the gynecoid pelvis that is way more favorable for a vaginal delivery, just to note, all right? So lots of junk in the trunk does not mean that you're sturdy and you can push out your baby, just important to note. So there is a major focus of efforts to reduce the rate of primary cesarean births. Generally, there's this big push to reduce the primary cesarean birth rate, particularly those performed in the second stage, right? And this is why they have allowed a longer maximum time in the second stage before considering it prolonged. A reduction of the cesarean birth rate is an important goal, yes, but it must be balanced against the rare but considerable perinatal morbidity that is reported in prolonged second stage. The diagnosis per se does not necessarily imply that delivery must occur, but it should prompt reassessment of both mommy and baby, labor progress, and the chances of birth, all right? So let's look a little bit at the changing incidence of cesarean sections at full dilation. Well, we know that the incidence of these cesarean sections is increasing. This is association with an increasing incidence of cesarean sections overall, just to note, right? And this is in part due to reduced attempts at instrumental deliveries and increasing rates of failed such attempts. But why is this so? Increased risk of neonatal trauma and admission to specialist care following excessive pulls during instrumental delivery is well documented. So this is, of course, a feared complication. Increasing obstetric malpractice litigation may contribute to higher numbers of cesareans. So one may think that, all right, I'm going to opt out. This is the inside thoughts. Lots of times my inside thoughts come out, but the inside thought or the thinking of the obstetrician is, boy, I'm not going to put an instrument on this baby because patients are quick to sue these days. That's the long and short of that second point, right? But interestingly, litigation surrounding cesarean sections are actually way higher than litigation surrounding operative vaginal deliveries. Mind you, that may just be because less operative vaginal deliveries are performed, but just to note. So increasing maternal age and nulliparous deliveries also contribute to this increased risk of cesarean sections in general. So more ladies who have previously had no babies are having babies. Most ladies have their one baby these days, right? As opposed to families of 7 and 8, right? And these women also tend to be older. Another important point to note, not that this applies here in Jamaica, but the European Working Time Directive, so just a body that governs how doctors work, so to speak, mandated or suggested that junior doctors work significantly fewer hours. So everywhere else, the junior doctors' hours are restricted. But what this means is that less and less doctors are exposed to the possibility of ever learning the expertise of an operative vaginal delivery. So it's reasonable to think that, or to say that this is actually a dying art, because I do have some colleagues who will say to me, a vacuum? Never, But what about the success rates? Let's talk about how successful applying a vacuum and/or a forceps might be. One would think that the rates are very low, right? But alas, they are not. If you take a look, this is yet to be published data from our UHWI statistics. And I'm giving you here a snapshot over the last 10 years. And you'll see, with the exception of 2017, which was a low outlier, we typically enjoy success rates between 75 and 100%, which is in keeping with worldwide rates. This is for forceps deliveries, and it's a similar situation for vacuum deliveries. So this implies that appropriately selected patients can definitely have successful operative vaginal deliveries, thereby reducing the cesarean section rate, period, but the cesarean section in second stage rate even more so. So let's dive into the management. So the majority, more than half, of parturients who give birth vaginally will do so within 60 to 90 minutes of pushing, regardless of their parity or neuraxial anesthesia. So the vast majority of women will not have a prolonged second stage of labor. But for the patients now who, remember, assessment is continuous. So now the patient is approaching prolonged, or you notice she's pushing, nothing. There are three main categories of such patients, of these patients. So you have patients with adequate descent or rotation. So if the descent is adequate, that is greater than a centimeter over an hour. I know that sounds itty-bitty, but that is really a change in station of +1. That's significant. And or rotation from a non-occiput anterior, that is a occiput posterior position. So once rotation is occurring, it is appropriate to continue your supportive care as long as baby is fine. The fetal heart rate pattern is fine. You need not intervene, all right? Category 2, though, these patients now have inadequate descent and or rotation. These patients may either have inadequate contractions, in which case it's appropriate to begin oxytocin augmentation, or they may have adequate contractions. For these patients, you provide encouragement and guidance. Sounds simple, but the evidence shows that patients who are coached have a shorter second stage. So on my ward, when we realize mom is taking a little while, we usually round up a cheerleading squad. As many midwives as possible, the resident is alerted, And we basically all pile into the room and say, push, don't stop pushing, keep pushing. And mommy is motivated, and this typically shortens her second stage. So don't underestimate the power of motivation. Category 3, these patients have inadequate descent despite the fact that mommy is pushing well based on your assessment. You now need to consider that there may be a structural problem. Is this baby malpositioned, that is, in the occipito-posterior position? Is the baby too big, macrosomic? Or is mommy's pelvis a little small? As I pointed out that approximately 50% of Afro-Caribbean women have unfavorably shaped pelvises. Still don't know if that's how you pluralize pelvis. And so the next recommended step is manual rotation from the occiput posterior to occiput anterior position. I smile, and I know most obstetricians are thinking, huh? Because this is not something that is our standard of care here in Jamaica. But I'm providing you with our title, or Acog guidelines. This is what is recommended for us to manually rotate, right? This is not something that is in vogue, but in general, you know, once a new guideline is proposed, this guideline is months old, it takes some time for us to catch on. But just a practical point here, in our setting where we have a perennial, persistent shortage of blood, the tendency is to be more aggressive, understandably, and not prolong the already prolonged second stage. So I'm not quite sure when something like this will catch on, because of course with manual rotation or any manipulation, there's an increased risk of bleeding. And oftentimes on our unit, for example, if we have 3 patients for cesarean, they're all sharing 1 unit of blood. And we just pray nobody bleeds, or no more than 1 person bleeds, because we can't share the bag of blood. So that's the setting we are in, you know? So one has to consider that. Let's look now at the timing of operative vaginal delivery. So just to remind us that this refers to a delivery in which the operator uses either forceps or a vacuum, typically, or some other device to extract the fetus from the vagina, with or without mommy's help. The decision to use an instrument should be balanced with mommy's and baby's current status. And the decision is ongoing. It's not static. It's not, I'm going to use a vacuum and it goes all the way through. It requires continual reassessment in which pre-procedure risk factors need to be considered as well. So current guidelines recommend that operative vaginal delivery should be conducted when competency has been achieved or when the consultant is present. Herein lies a part of the problem and the fact that it's a dying art, really. It is recommended that the senior obstetrician should be involved with the decision-making and delivery in these difficult cases, pardon me. Consultant input in decision-making has actually been shown to reduce the rates of emergency cesarean by almost a half, all of 40%. So consultant input, that is appropriate expertise, is important. There are no randomized controlled trials comparing vaginal delivery to immediate cesarean section for these women. So It's not possible to say that any one decision is superior to the other, but clearly if you're going to employ the use of an instrument, you need to have the expertise. And if you don't have the expertise, you need to move on to the next best step, which is a cesarean. So there are certain prerequisites for an operative vaginal delivery: a fully dilated cervix, ruptured membranes, engaged head, empty bladder. This is a question we love to ask the medical students. Known fetal presentation and position. So the mnemonic we commonly use is forceps, right? Starting with F for fully dilated cervix, outlet adequate. I've just put it differently. But there are important contraindications and precautions. Extreme fetal maturity is one, fetal demineralizing disease, fetal bleeding disorders. Obviously, all of these conditions can increase the likelihood of trauma to baby. There is no one instrument that is more appropriate. Again, it depends on your preference and your expertise, but there's a general preference for the use of the vacuum in modern practice. At UE, our most recent figures reveal that 0.6% of vaginal births were by forceps and 0.9% were by vacuum deliveries. Just a reminder of the forceps. So we have the outlet forceps, which is to your leftmost, the lower forceps, the mid forceps, the latter, or the last one, definitely gradually coming out of vogue. And as it relates to this discussion, the outlet forceps is way more relevant because the baby's fetal skull is usually on the pelvic floor and facilitates your use of this forceps. So a reminder, this is just a quick reminder of how the application of the forceps looks and the maneuvers. Oopsie. I don't know why it's not. There we go. And then just a quick reminder of our vacuum extractors. We have the Silastic cup labeled A, the Kiwi cup, which I think we're most familiar with, and the metal cup. No known superior one, really. That's the Kiwi. A reminder of its application and use, midpoint between the anterior fontanelle and posterior. Some literature between. The whole point is avoid the anterior fontanelle. Candidates that are not ideal: severely obese candidates, and we spoke about that. Diabetic candidates, babies with significant caput or molding, or big babies. All right, so we're winding down now with cesarean section at full dilation. There are no specific guidelines performing C-sections at full dilation. We know, though, that you should stop your oxytocin infusion because contractions will only impact potentially the fetal head even more, and you need to get that baby's head out of the pelvis at the time of your cesarean. It's always a good practice to do a vaginal examination right before taking out the baby. I must confess, a few babies have embarrassed me personally. They decide to drop out on the operating theater table, and I'm okay with that usually. The whole point is you don't want the baby to be halfway out and then you cut mommy, right? Because that's going to be problematic. Your skin incision ideally should be a Joel Cohen and not the Fannin Steel, so it should be a little higher. I'm going to show you where. And it should be linear and not curvilinear. The fascia ought not to be dissected off of the muscle. And all of this is really just in an effort to get in quickly. So you're not going to be calling for I have an assistant surgeon, you see. He dissects every single thing off of every single thing when we're operating. It's not that kind of surgery, right? You just need to get in and get out quickly. And what this does is it reduces febrile morbidity, right? So this is a reminder of where the Joel Cohen incision should be made. Your uterine incision, a reminder, should be higher than where you think is necessary. And this is because the lower segment is typically very stretched at this point. So wherever you think is the lower segment, definitely go about 3 centimeters above, because that's maybe where it really is. And even then, it's possible to underestimate. Lower segment incisions, just to note, may also be at an increased risk of tearing and may be more difficult to repair. And this is probably one of the worst tears you want to get when your incision extends into the vagina, because the bleeding can be catastrophic and memorable. You won't forget, right? So this leads me now to disimpacting the fetal head. Intraoperative disengagement of the fetal head continues to pose a challenge. Regardless of how senior you are, this is usually very difficult. The method may depend on the skill and experience of the surgeon, and there is insufficient evidence to support the use of any one method. But generally speaking, you have the push method. The woman is placed in the semi-lithotomy position, and an assistant pushes back up the baby's head. The assistant should be experienced enough to understand how and where the baby is positioned. The important thing is to get that baby's head flexed and back up. So you have to push at a point to flex the head and distribute your force equally across baby's head, because you can traumatize the baby's head. And this is what this is saying: trauma to the baby's head and fetal scalp laceration, and obviously contamination from the vagina. Then you have the pull method, which is also known as the reverse breech extraction. So this is very helpful when the head is very wedged. There are some heads that no matter what, you can't get them out. And so you have to try to get the baby from above. So you reach around the fundus and search for the breech and pull the baby from above, hence the pull method. When you pull the baby from above, this typically disimpacts the head. But of course, this method can extend your uterine incision and naturally traumatize the baby's limbs. Then there's the Pat Warden's method. I smile because this was a question in one of our recent DM exams, which stumped quite a few of the candidates. Nonetheless, this is the answer we were looking for, really, the different methods. So this refers to first delivering the baby's shoulders. I tried to find a picture, but no one picture can capture this, right? The shoulders, then the trunk, then the breech, then the head. Way easier said than done. There are various medical devices. This is, newer evidence that have been described to aid deliveries at cesarean sections at full dilation. No one device has been demonstrated to be effective. So you have a device looking like this, the fetal disimpacting system. That's just a fancy word for a balloon that is blown up from the vagina and should ideally push the baby's head up. You have the sea snorkel, which essentially is the same principle. It's really a catheter that can be inserted between the vaginal wall and the fetal head. This now utilizes air through the ports, that green section there, and that should disimpact the baby's head again. So my last point, just to point out, C-section at full dilation is associated with approximately double the risk of hemorrhage and more than double the risk of intraoperative trauma. Additionally, the rates of hemorrhage have been found to be considerably higher. On the other hand, it's difficult to compare rates and severity of maternal trauma following C-section to that following operative vaginal delivery. There are low rates of sepsis, wound infection, and post of studies regardless of the route. In terms of neonatal morbidity, the rates of neonatal trauma are higher following an operative vaginal delivery compared with a cesarean section. Conversely, delivery by C-section at full dilation has been shown to result in more NICU admissions due to reduced APGAR scores and abnormal pH. So just to point out that performing a cesarean section does not mitigate against that. In conclusion, cesarean sections during the second stage are increasing in prevalence and are associated with significant long-term psychological and physical maternal morbidity. It's not clear how this morbidity compares between operative vaginal deliveries and C-sections at full dilation. Both have their problems and both problems are significant. There is insufficient evidence to recommend any specific technique for delivery. Delivery at cesarean at full dilation. There is need for further research, and in the interim, we're guided by expert opinion and best practices. And these are my references, and I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Campbell Mitchell, for that very enlightening presentation on the management of failure to progress in the second stage of labor. At this point in time, we are going to move to our next presenter. I am going to invite Dr. Kelly South to come and join us and to also introduce the speaker. If you have questions, online participants, I'm asking you to put them in the Q&A section, and then at the end of that presentation, we will take questions from those also in the room. So, Dr. Kelly South.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you all for staying the course, both in person and our online Zoom audience. Our next presenter is Dr. Leo Walker. He is an outstanding obstetrician gynecologist whose goal includes providing holistic, detailed, and dedicated approach to patient care, as well as communication and confidentiality. He's a product of the University of the West Indies, where he completed his Bachelor in Medicine, Bachelor in Surgery, and graduated, of course, with honors in obstetrics and gynecology. His passion for he then went on to do a fellowship in maternal fetal medicine, and his passion for women's care then led him to continue and his career at the Victoria Jubilee Hospital, where he joined the armamentarium of specialists who provide groundbreaking care in complex pregnancies to ensure optimal health to these women, and the success of their pregnancies. Please welcome me in inviting Dr. Leo Walker to share his presentation with us on induction of labor. Is 39 the new 40, and what have we learned from the ARRIVE trial?
Morning, everyone. I'd first like to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak. And of course, thanks for the introduction, which I partially provided. So the presentation today is 39, the new 40, and it's what we have learned from the ARRIVE trial. Now, a randomized trial of induction versus expectant management was a multi-site randomized trial conducted at 41 facilities across the US in August 2018, and it consisted of both university and community hospitals. It included over 6,000 women and was designed to provide evidence regarding whether labor induction or expectant management was associated with increased adverse perinatal outcomes and risk of cesarean birth among healthy, nulliparous women at term. Now, the trial reported that the primary outcome, which was a composite of adverse perinatal outcomes, was not significantly different between the two groups. However, the principal secondary outcome, which was cesarean birth, was significantly more common among women whose pregnancy was expectantly managed than among women whose labor was induced at 39 weeks, and it was around 22% versus 18.6% respectively. These results had the potential to change existing practice. The question, though, is should it? Now, it's widely accepted that neonatal risk is heterogeneous across the term gestational ages. That's early term versus full term and post term. And evidence suggests that birth is optimal for the health of the newborn from 39 weeks to 40 weeks and 6 days. Still, uncertainties exist regarding how to optimally balance the potential risk and benefits of expectantly managing pregnancy and waiting for spontaneous onset of labor, which may entail the emergence of a medical indication for birth versus just simply electively inducing labor. Now, elective induction has conveniences such as planned scheduling. The earlier it occurs, the less time there is for adverse events such as preeclampsia or stillbirth to occur. Additionally, and particularly to apply some local context, there are significant ethnical differences with respect to the onset of post-maturity syndrome in newborns. Newborns born to mothers of African descent present with severe clinical post-maturity signs at least 1 week earlier than their Caucasian counterparts. And this was seen in a study done in 2021 by Rubelard titled Ethnic Differences in Post-Maturity Syndrome, Reflections on Different Durations of Gestation. Now, I think these graphs encompass those findings quite well and quite dramatically. They looked at the incidence of cracked skin, other signs of post-maturity newborns, as well as the incidence of meconium staining. And what they found is that across all gestations, it was much higher in those individuals, predominantly of African descent, when compared to European counterparts or individuals from the Reunion region, which is predominantly mixed race. More importantly, as we approach full term, those differences become exponentially greater in those of African descent, and you can see it's quite stark as you approach post dates in particular. Conversely, elective induction introduces medical interventions into labor and birth, which may not align with some women's preferences. And of course, induction of labor is not without its own risk. So let's take a deeper dive into some of these findings or the outcomes that were reported from the ARRIVE trial. The primary newborn outcome of the trial was a composite of perinatal death or severe neonatal complications, which was 20% lower in the induced group, specifically 4.3% of infants in the induced group and 5.4% of infants in the expectant management group were affected. The result was largely driven by the lower frequency of respiratory support in the newborns of women in the induced group. The principal secondary outcome of cesarean birth was 16% lower in the induction group, that is 18.6 versus 22.2%. Several secondary maternal outcomes were significantly different between the two groups. For example, hypertensive disorders were 36% lower among the induction group, so 9.1% in the induction group versus 14.1% in the expectantly managed group. Now, this all spells great news for induction of labor at 39 weeks. In the ARRIVE trial, the treatment was assigned randomly and adherence was high, 94% in the IOL group, 95% in the expectantly managed group. And these features help to ensure that the comparison groups were similar to each other and results would not be attributable to an unmeasured confounder. What is not clear, however, is that the sample of women who participated are actually representative of the overall study population, and whether these associations between treatment and outcomes are likely to be similar for those who are eligible but not in the study. So this is speaking more to the internal and also the external validity of the study. So here are a few concerns. The low participation rate. The trial had a very low participation rate of just around 27%. So majority of those who were eligible actually chose to not participate in the study. So this may suggest that 63% of women were not comfortable with the possibility of induction and are therefore inherently not comparable to the study population. Of course, it's impossible to definitively say what the reasons for non-participation were, since that data was not collected. However, many of us are aware that women's beliefs about birth, prior birth experiences, and perceptions about induction can influence uptake. I'm sure we've all had the experience where we've advised patients on induction of labor, and I said, boy, you know, my cousin tell me say it hurt more, or my friend do it, and this happened. Well, we've all had those experiences. The cesarean section rate. Now, the cesarean birth rate in both groups within the study were lower than in many US settings, which suggests that there may be something about this particular cohort that is different from the general population. 20% of participants in the study had cesarean birth, which is lower than the 2017 US rate of 26% among nulliparous term singleton vertex presentations. That is also something which is quite notable. The demographic variation of the study population. The participants were considerably more likely to be African American than the general US population who gave birth at 23%, versus 15% in the United States. They were also younger, with 4% being 35 years and older in the ARRIVE trial, compared to the United States nationally, in which 18% of childbearing women are 35 years or older. What about the incidence of hypertension, which I found particularly interesting? The incidence of hypertension in the ARRIVE trial may be higher than expected, particularly for low-risk women during a brief at-risk duration. Specifically, the median gestational age at randomization was 38 weeks and 3 days, and at that point, women did not have hypertensive disorders. Yet, 8% of the induction of labor group and 14% of the expectantly managed group had hypertensive disorders by the time they gave birth, which simply means when individuals are randomized at 38 weeks and 3 days, not having any hypertension, those that were induced at 39 weeks developed hypertension within 4 days. Those that were expectantly managed developed hypertension by around 40 weeks and 5 days. The expectantly managed group were actually reclassified as the induction group once they reached around 40 weeks and 5 days. So it was quite interesting to see the abrupt onset of these hypertensive disorders in this relatively short duration of time. Now, this is particularly noteworthy since in 2018, only about 5 to 10% of all pregnant women in the US, that is both high and low risk women combined, would be expected to develop hypertensive disorders during their entire pregnancy. Now, of course, in 2024, that value is slightly higher. It's closer to around 15 to 80%, and that's multifactorial, as was mentioned in the previous presentation by Dr. Campbell-Mitchell. Age, in terms of maternal age, has been gradually increasing. So we have a greater proportion of women 35 years and older who are having first pregnancies. And again, that's for a number of reasons. So we've seen that there's certainly been an increase in hypertensive disorders in pregnancy throughout the years. However, at this time that the trial was conducted, as I said, it was only around 5 to 10%. Now, considering the overall incidence of hypertensive disorders during pregnancy, it would be reasonable for one to expect the incidence of hypertension at term to be less than the 8% per week in the IOL group, or the 14% during the 2-week period of expectant management, especially among low-risk women. Given the potentially high incidence of hypertension among study participants, it would be useful to determine whether the higher risk of cesarean birth and neonatal complications is also true among women who did not develop hypertension, that is, women who are definitely low risk. The practice setting. Another concern was about the generalizability as it relates to the practice setting. An omission in the ARRIVE trial data is a thorough description of the models of care across 41 sites. Now, it may be unlikely that the MFU-affiliated hospitals where the ARRIVE trial took place are representative of most clinical settings where women give birth. Only 6% of the participants in the trial were attended by midwives, and there is no information about care practices or protocols, continuity of care, use of epidural anesthesia in or throughout all of those sites. There's also no description of whether or not continuous fetal heart rate monitoring was used, which is associated with an increased cesarean rate among low-risk women. So therefore, the intrapartum management possibly varied considerably across hospitals and probably varied considerably within one institution. In the US, there is a wide range of cesarean birth rates for low-risk women, lowest 7%, but all the way up to 70%. And this is in vast contrast to the cesarean rate among the ARRIVE cohort at 18.6%. So it's therefore possible that the ARRIVE study results may not have been applicable to hospitals that have twice this cesarean birth rate. So even though the findings or the outcomes suggest that there may be changes in practice, it's always important to analyze the data that they provide a little bit closer before we make broad sweeping recommendations. But what has been going on since the post-ARRIVE trial era? Now, a recent study that used the US natality database examined obstetrical practices and pregnancy outcomes since the 2018 release of the ARRIVE trial. And they compared birth outcomes in the time before publication of the ARRIVE trial, so approximately 1.9 million births, and birth outcomes after the ARRIVE trial, so around 600,000 births. Now, after adjusting for age, race, BMI, marital status, those giving birth after the ARRIVE trial publication had a higher induction rate, so 36% versus 30%, so slight change in practices. And there is also a small but statistically significant lower cesarean section rate, so 27.3% versus 27.9%. People might be saying that's just 0.6%. How could that possibly be statistically significant? Well, we have to also take into account the number of patients that they were looking at, 1.9 million and 600,000. So they were also more likely, though, to receive blood transfusions and be admitted to the medical ICU. Neonates born after the publication of the ARRIVE trial needing more assisted ventilation at birth. However, neonatal or NICU admissions, seizures, and surfactant use did not differ between the two groups. Now, overall, this study in the post-ARRIVE trial era reveals an increase in induction rates in the years after the release of the ARRIVE trial findings, and a small but significant differences in C-section rates and some adverse maternal and neonatal outcomes. These outcomes, however, should be further studied in an attempt to find correlations where correlations exist. So what's the answer? I feel as though this presentation probably provided a little bit more confusion than clarity. Is 39 the new 40? Should we be inducing low-risk, pregnant, nulliparous patients at 39 weeks versus expectantly managing them? And the answer is far simpler. The reality of the situation is that the decision to induce labor versus managing expectantly is and should largely be influenced by a multitude of factors. Patient wishes, practice setting, and the influence of demographic variations on perinatal outcomes. The decision-making process, therefore, should be a shared decision-making process and reflect the values and desires of the patient, as well as the context in which labor and birth occurs. It was a very short presentation, I know, but I hope it was informative. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Walker, for your insightful presentation. Now we'll jump into our question and answer segment for this part of the conference.
All right. Any questions in the room? I do have one online while we wait on persons to raise their hands. What then is the ideal time for IOL and C-section? Who takes that one? And for those persons online, please remember to type your questions in the Q&A.
Right, so the question was, what is the ideal time for induction of labor and C-section? Well, remember the first point is this trial was particularly looking at low-risk, nulliparous patients at term, not necessarily all pregnant patients. So that's the first point to be made, meaning patients in whom there is no clear or previously clear obstetrical indication for induction, whether or not induction of labor versus expectant management was more beneficial over the other. And the answer, I think, which was part of the last slide, was it's largely multifactorial because it should be a shared decision-making process between the patient and the obstetrician, taking into account a number of factors: the practice setting, meaning the location of the hospital in which you practice or the patient is being delivered, but also certain demographic factors which may have an influence on the need for induction. Now, if my memory serves me correct, there's actually local data in terms of ethnic or racial disparities with respect to the onset of post-maturity syndrome. So it is true, based on local data, that our population of patients do experience post-maturity signs at least on average 1 week earlier than non-Afro-Caribbean counterparts. So that also has to be taken into consideration when advising the patient. So it could be an informed decision that the patient is making, and that decision is not solely on a feeling. I hope that addresses the question. I see a next question here saying, great presentation, thank you. How do we apply this shared decision-making process in the Jamaican clinic context? Well, I think it's important not to look at it as just the Jamaican clinic context. I think we should offer the same sort of care to all patients, irrespective of where we're seeing them, whether or not it's in the private office versus in the clinic setting. Now, mark you, obviously, probably, especially if it's a very large clinic, the amount of time or the depth of conversation that can be achieved in the clinic setting might be significantly limited. However, it is important to advise patients both risk and benefits with respect to induction of labor versus expectant management, so that that decision process from the patient's point of view can be informed, as well as we dispel any myths that the patient may have with respect to induction of labor. It may become a little bit difficult, especially when patients may have certain concerns, particularly with the reuse of epidural anesthesia. This is something where we may, particularly in the private setting, lean towards a timed or a scheduled induction, because it's very difficult to achieve or to provide epidural anesthesia for patients who present in spontaneous labor. So that may be one of those practice settings where we may favor induction versus expectant management patients who warrant or request epidural anesthesia. Should I read this other point here, or just leave that out? Okay. All right.
I have a question for Dr. Campbell Mitchell.
Yes, Dr. Betty.
Interesting presentation.
Thank you so
All right,
much.
so you made a disclaimer at the start saying a lot of these things are guidelines, yes? And a lot of things have been adjusted for different reasons. Okay, what do you call manual rotation?
What do I call it? What is it? All right, manual rotation refers to the correction of the fetal head from an occipito posterior to an occipital anterior position. So as I mentioned in the talk, this is now the next best step recommended when the second stage of labor is prolonged and it is determined that its likely cause is malposition.
Okay. And how is it performed?
I mean, do you have a doll and a pelvis that I
No,
could?
man, you can
I'm
still
kidding. I'm
talk through
kidding.
it.
Yes, kind of difficult to describe. That would have required like a video, which I considered. But essentially, it is baby's head, maybe baby's head.
What I want you to
Dr. Betty. Yes.
ascertain basically is that it's a digital
Yes.
procedure, use of hands.
Right. Baby's
Okay,
head.
that's actually what I wanted you to say, not to necessarily go through the entire thing.
Right.
But
Okay.
it's use of the employment of your hands, correct?
Correct, yes.
In a very tight
Yes.
pelvis.
Yes.
With a head wedged down.
Yes.
No, this is what we're now being recommended to do.
Yes.
Hold on. I would like to know from the room how many persons have attempted this and your success rate.
Right. Do note that I said that this is what is recommended. I
know. I just wondering if anybody was
if anybody's
adventurous enough
practicing it.
to try this thing, because even getting in
Yes.
to do a forceps delivery,
Yes.
or so to get your hand in,
Yes.
takes quite a bit of that, much less to.
Yes.
Right. So I was just wondering, okay, how about the presentation that you did? Did they have a success rate on actual manual rotation?
No. So these guidelines, as I mentioned, are months old. And so obviously in a forum like this, I would present the most recent guideline. But all of this, the guidelines are from the perspective of the reduction of reducing the primary cesarean rate. That's where all of this is coming from. But as I mentioned, one, these are just guidelines. Two, we have to be mindful of our setting, particularly considering that more manipulation usually equals more hemorrhage, and blood is always short. And I had a third point and it slipped me. So this is a brand new recommendation. I can't give you, and I don't think there exists any real statistics as to its success rate.
Okay. I hope you don't think I'm just putting you on the spot there.
No, not at
I'm
all.
I'm just trying to ascertain these things. Okay, did they mention that you would need to do like a episiotomy to facilitate this so-called rotation?
As needed. An episiotomy is given as needed.
All right. Now, another interesting thing that you pointed out is a lot of the operative vaginal procedures that are practiced. It's a dying art. So, but not a lot of persons actually get the chance to perform these, so they might not be so proficient in them, right? So that's in and of itself is a problem. So I guess one of the issues that we would face if we're going to employ this type of technique that is being suggested, recommended, etc., is have sessions where we're teaching people how to do this thing, because I can imagine that it will be quite a challenge and we might end up doing more harm than good.
Yeah.
So, I mean, while there are guidelines, which I agree and whatnot, it might have some application, but I can imagine it's not going to be a very easy thing to achieve.
Correct.
So
No, correct. And that is why also I mentioned that generally speaking, when guidelines change, they take a while before they're really implemented. And even before one can implement guidelines in our local setting, we always still have to consider our local setting. I think that has been a common theme throughout our talk. In fact, this is something I stress all the time with my residents. I just have to just say this, because there are some residents who can reel off every guideline in the book, but with no local or practical application, and that's pointless. Any other questions for me? No? Yes, Chantel? Your mic is off, Chantel.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell Mitchell. So I do have a question concerning the need or the benefits of emotional support during the labor process or the second stage of labor. Now, we are exposed to the use of doulas or birth assistance in the United States particularly, and now becoming mainstream in other parts of the world. We understand the limitations in Jamaica in terms of our public institutions. However, with the evidence and it becoming, with its uptake increasing, what do you think about the possibility for the training of doulas as well as integration into the intrapartum care of women across Jamaica, even from a private into a public setting?
That's a good question, thank you. Well, let me start by saying, although I look young and fresh, you reminded me that it's been the better part of 2 decades that I've been practicing. And so obstetric practice especially, is ever evolving. And the evidence, as you said, does support the benefit of having support, emotional support. Really, I don't want to say that's all that a doula does, right? But it's a big part of what a doula does. And so, of course, there's definitely a role for it to become mainstream then. I know certainly in private practice, I meet more and more women who want to have their water births with their doulas and things that, you know, in my office, which office is it? I have a sticker that says home deliveries are for pizza. So, you know, just to say that that was then, but now things are ever evolving and we just have to keep up. The whole, I think to summate everything though, is the importance of emotional support cannot be overstated. Whichever way you're going to get that emotional support. So just real quickly, for example, on the labor ward previously at UA, can only speak about UA, only the mother of the mommy who's in labor or the spouse previously was allowed in the room. But now we've just had to make a move to change that because we have an increasing number of same-sex couples. Maybe going down a rabbit hole here, but the point is emotional support at the time of labor cannot be overstated. Its benefits and there's evidence for it. So hence there's a role for a doula.
Okay, thank you. And my final question concerning how our local institutions or hospitals are retrofitted for delivery. What are your thoughts on the permissibility or conversion for women to utilize their preferred birthing position? For example, the World Health Organization is now encouraging women to deliver in their preferred position, whether it's a knee to chest or on all fours, and which can also provide women some autonomy. But considering our local context and how these labor rooms are retrofitted and how our midwives also are trained, what is your perspective on that and how we can basically make changes in the future that could benefit our patients?
Thanks again, Dr. Clark, for that new age question. Again, obstetrics, the practice of medicine and by extension obstetrics is ever evolving. And the move is from there's a term for it, but where the doctor is seen as the authority, that's no longer so really, it's really a partnership. And the evidence shows that the partnership works better or best. It's a partnership between patient and doctor. So of course there is a role for it, but again, in our practical setting, where our resources are limited and things as simple as bed rails sometimes don't work. For example, I'm just speaking honestly. So, to put a laboring woman in her knee to chest position when there's no bed rail, the infrastructure has to support this. So there's a role, we're not closed-minded, we're ever evolving, but we are certainly limited, I would say. And just to note, in specific relation to the topic of prolonged second stage, birthing position is irrelevant. There is no one birthing position that will necessarily improve or shorten the duration. Just making that point. That's it from me. Thanks. Any more?
I'm not sure.
No?
I have a few questions here online.
Oh, a few.
I'll give you a break and ask Dr. Walker, how do we apply this shared decision-making process in the Jamaican clinic context?
Right, I think I addressed that question previously. As mentioned, I mean, it's always an open conversation with the patient, addressing the patient's concerns, and guiding the patient through the decision-making process, essentially.
Thank you very much. Is C-section better than vaginal delivery?
I mean, it's a very vague question, because C-section in and of itself has its own obstetrical indications. So whereas it may be, quote unquote, better in certain clinical scenarios, it certainly may not be better in others. If we're talking with respect to the risk of perinatal asphyxia, for example, perinatal asphyxia is less than 1% with a cesarean section versus a vaginal birth is around 1 to 2%. But that in and of itself doesn't necessarily satisfy the question of whether or not it is better. Each approach or each decision that we make will certainly be based on some obstetric or medical indication. As I said previously, for one patient, it may be the preferred route of delivery, whereas for others, vaginal delivery may be better.
Thank you very much. Please give both presenters a round of applause.
Thank you both, Dr. Walker and Dr. Campbell Mitchell. And we'd like to thank our sponsors, who without them this would not be possible. And our next sponsor presentation would be done by Indus Life Sciences. So you can come forward. Thank you.
Doctor, this one is front and up. Which one is to move forward and backward? Thanks. Yeah. Good afternoon, doctors. Wagwan. Thank you very much for giving an opportunity for Indus Life Sciences to be on this ACOG. And we have a couple of our brands which I'd like to refresh you all. So those who do not know what is Indus, which basically means I and us, that is Indus. We together serve the community, that is Indus. So we have these products. I'm pretty sure all of you must be familiar with this product. This is 2014, but still stands relevant. It says 3 out of 10 vaginitis is found to be mixed infection. That means both bacterial as well as yeast infection is found to be, and it's on the rise. So for that, we have this wonderful Resvi, and those who have not collected sample, you can pick it up from our booth. And this is the first vaginal gel that has been introduced in Jamaica of the combination as a gel formulation. Before that, it was available as pessaries and tablets. The gel has some unique benefit. The first benefit is that the onset of action of a gel is much faster than a tablet or a pessaries. And the course is also short, is only for 5 nights, not for 7 or 10 nights. That's another major benefit. And being a gel, you can apply it outside when there's itching or irritation. The gel can be applied outside. And specifically in Resvi gel, we have this technology called as CPM technology, that is carbomer polymeric gel technology. The benefit of the technology is that it ensures the gel is spread and covers a bigger surface area uniformly. And also it helps to retain the gel. The CPM technology helps to retain the gel for longer time. So that means it effectively eradicates the infection. So that's our Dresvi. And you know, it is for 5 nights, it comes with 5 applicators, and we are the first company has introduced this combination, I mean, metronidazole with miconazole with 5 applicators that ensures hygiene. And it's available in almost 28 countries. And thank you very much. Among this combination of metronidazole, miconazole, Resvi is most prescribed vaginal gel among the combination. And we have the other one, which is our, for vaginal thrush, we have this clotrimazole, which is plain clotrimazole, is also available. It's 100 milligram pessaries, and it has 6 applicators on it. And you all know the big juice, amino pep, I believe so. Everybody knows this product. And because I was in May in Cayman while working, I met a lot of Jamaican doctors worked down there. And one of the Jamaican doctors, the moment she saw me, she asked, where is this Jamaican tonic? I said, Jamaican tonic? Ah, that's your amino pep, man. She says, because a lot of her relatives back in States, whenever she goes down there, they ask her, do you brought the Jamaican tonic? So we have the Jamaican tonic. And that's our amino pep. This is the first supplement, doctor. You all know that pretty well. When you talk about supplement, it doesn't stop with vitamins. It is beyond. And this is the first supplement which has amino acids for protein plus vitamins and minerals also. So it's good for everybody. During pregnancy, it improves, you know, it is strengthen the fetus also. Plus it has all vitamins, and zinc is also there. And indication is quite wide, and it is normally 10 ml for adults and 5 ml for children is sufficient. 2 years and above is the right age for amino pep. During pregnancy, during lactation phase, elderly people, of course, kids about 2 years can be recommended amino pep because it gives a pep to the step. That's why amino pep. So, and the last product which I like to remind you all is an antacid. But actually, the brand that I'm going to discuss is not an antacid, it's beyond an antacid. Because this is the first antacid, not only attends heartburn or acidity or gas problem, this is the first antacid can stop acid reflux. That's the uniqueness of this antacid because of the unique indication, the drug, the medication on it, which is the alginic acid. Because most other antacid, you know, is meant for acidity and gas. This is good for GERD, acid reflux, because of this drug, which is alginic acid. How does it stop GERD is that it forms a raft when this antacid is taken new gel. The alginic acid forms a foam called as alginate raft, which prevent the stomach content move from stomach into the esophagus. Imagine a situation, you had a nice feast and you're lying down, it throws up, and this burning sensation is there, and its intensity is high, we confuse it for heart attack. But if you have new gel, you are ensured there is no burning sensation, you can have a good night's sleep and sweet dreams too. So, and to understand how does it works, you can see the small clip. So you could see the person, I don't know, the video got stuck. Mr. Sam, the video can be run. And actually a nice clip it is basically. In this it explains how the alginic acid runs. I don't know, some technical problem. It's okay. So this alginic acid basically forms the foam as I mentioned, and it prevents the movement of stomach content into the esophagus, thereby it stops acid reflux and heartburn. And This is the actual composition. It has regular antacid medication, magnesium hydroxide, aluminum hydroxide, magnesium trisilicate. The dimethicone, we know it relieves gas. And good news for gynecologists is that safety in pregnancy. This is very safe in any trimester. First, second, and third trimester, it can be recommended. We know the first and second trimester are very challenging. A lot of throwing up will be there. If something you want to recommend, an antacid, this could be a better antacid. And new gel, by the way, doctor, the brand name itself is coined just to communicate. This is the first new generation antacid gel, new gel. This is a new generation. So it's safe in pregnancy, safe in children less than 10 years, safe in diabetes patient also. And first time, doctor, we introduced new gel in whole Caribbean. The most, again, this is a game changer antacid in the form of on-the-go sachets. This has got 10 ml liquid inside, not a powder, is a liquid inside. You can just tare it and squeeze it in your mouth. You don't need water to mix it and all, just tare it and squeeze it in your mouth. And this costs less than $100 per dose of 10 ml. Is available in all the pharmacies as an over-the-counter brand. So new gel, regular 200 ml bottle is available, 100 ml bottle is there, and we have on-the-go sachets, especially those who visit restaurants often or travel, Miami for shopping on weekends. So you can just take up these sachets instead of going with the big bottle with you. Immigration will not stop you because it's 10 ml, just 10 ml sachets, very affordable, doctor. So we are the first company to launch it also. So thank you very much. If you want to get the samples, please pick it up from our booth. Thank you very much, doctor, today.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Mr. D.
Beer.
Okay, so at this time, we're going to hear from another one of our sponsors, Bayer Consumer Health. We're going to ask you to come at this time.
Oh, yeah, one more first. This one. So that press it for it to come up? Oh. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ashley Wong, and with me is my colleague Tanisha Gabidon, and we are both medical reps with Bayer Consumer. And we do very, very, very important products for you guys. We do Natel, we do Canistin. So I'm gonna just briefly tell you guys about Natel and Canistin. I know you guys are very, very familiar with it already. So, and many of you would have known that we've also added to our Natel line. So for Natel, the first thing I want to point out is that Natel, when we think of Natel, we think of using it during pregnancy, but remember, it is a multivitamin that can be used for all stages of the reproductive age. So we're talking about preconception, of course, during pregnancy, and as well as postpartum, right? Especially for the mummies who are breastfeeding. So this is our original Natel that we all know and love, and how we are positioning our original Natel is for preconception and first trimester. So yes, we know this is a Natel that typically we would use throughout the entire pregnancy, but now we are positioning it for preconception and first trimester. I'm going to get into a bit about more why we're doing this positioning. So ideally, everybody would be having a very balanced, well-balanced diet, but we know that's not the reality, right? And so this is why Natel is so, so important. For persons who have a diet deficient in iron, they can get anemia. The folic acid we know is very, very important to prevent neural tube defects. And so this is why our Natel is so very important. Oops. So back to the positioning. We now have Natel stage 2. Is everybody excited about Natel stage 2? Everybody's aware of Natel stage 2? Has anybody prescribed it as yet? Wonderful. I want to see more hands though. Awesome, awesome. All right, so Natal stage 2. It has, who can tell me, what's the difference? It has DHA, right? So our original Natal, does not have DHA. And we know that DHA is very important for brain development, among many other things, right? So that is the main difference with the natal stage 2. So we recommend natal stage 2 in the second and third trimester as well as postpartum. So I've gotten the question, we've been using the original natal all along throughout the entire pregnancy, so why now we have a natal stage 2? Well, Bayer is committed to women's health, and we're ever evolving and we're ever improving, and so that's why we have our natal stage 2. As I mentioned, it has 200 milligrams of DHA, which is omega-3. So again, just to highlight the differences, there's a difference in folic acid as well. So the original Natal has 600 micrograms, whereas the stage 2 has a little less, 360. And so that's why it's very important that our pregnant women take the stage 1, preconception and first trimester, because we know the folic acid is very, very important in preconception and first trimester. When we look at the iron, there's a little slight difference as well. So for the original Natal, it has 30 milligrams. For stage 2, it has 20 milligrams. And of course, the DHA is the big thing that is in our stage 2, which is not in the original Natal. So there you have it. That's the difference between our original Natal and our Natal stage 2. Right? So love at each step. Your patients are getting everything in one single capsule. They're getting their folic acid, they're getting their iron, they're getting minerals and vitamins all in one single capsule. And now my colleague Tanisha will talk to you guys a little bit about our canistin.
So, not to stay long because it's just 2 slides. I just want our doctors to let me know if they are aware that we do have canistin one night, who are aware that we do have canistin one night. That's the 500 milligram. Not a lot, because we notice when we're detailing, most of our doctors aren't aware of the one night. So the one night is the 500 milligrams. The 3 nights is the 200 milligrams, and the 6 nights is the 100 milligrams. So please, you can prescribe your one night 500 milligram. It is as good as the long term. Most doctors say that they prefer the long term, but you can choose either or depending on how severe the is. All right, so this is what our canistins look like. It's an insert, so you guys can prescribe. Who do prescribe our canistin? V? All of us? Who? Nice. Just to add that we are launching our Natal Stage 2 coming this month on the 28th of August. It's a nice dinner at the, which hotel again? AC. So we're inviting all of you who can attend at this launch for our canistin stage 2. You will get more updates, or Natal stage 2, I'm sorry, you will get more updates. So you can mark it a date, August 28th. We don't have the time as yet, but it is a date where you will love. So we're inviting all to be there. Okay, have a wonderful rest of the afternoon.
Munatel Stage 2 with enriched formula with DHA satisfies the increased nutritional needs during pregnancy for your second and third trimester. Natel, love at each step.
Okay. Thank you very much, Bayer Consumer Health. At this time, we are going to segue into lunch session. Thanks to all the presenters, as well as our sponsors for being here and making today possible. We will take lunch for approximately 30 minutes and then reconvene for the second section. To our online patrons, you can take a break and come back at that time. Thank you very much, everyone.
Sorry to be interrupting lunch. For those who are eating, you can continue to eat as we move into our finals section of the program. I have been given the distinct pleasure of introducing our next speaker, Dr. Givana Witter. Dr. Givana Witter is a proud Wolmerian whose passion for women's health, coupled with her stellar academic achievements, created the path to her achieving her Doctor of Medicine in Obstetrics and Gynecology. As an obstetrician and gynecologist, she provides high quality, holistic, and patient-centered care to women of diverse backgrounds and needs. She's known to be a pleasant, and I can definitely certify that, passionate, caring, dedicated, efficient, and trustworthy physician with excellent interpersonal and leadership skills. With over 4 years of experience in obstetrics and gynecology, she has an interest in high-risk pregnancy care and would like to pursue a fellowship in maternal fetal medicine. Dr. Witter is currently an obstetrician and gynecologist at the University Hospital of the West Indies, where she carries out her clinical duties on the labor ward and high dependency unit, the obstetrics ward, the postnatal ward, and obstetric clinics. In addition to her clinical duties, she also teaches and supervises residents in training and medical students. Dr. Witter enjoys teaching and is committed to advancing women's healthcare through research, advocacy, and mentorship. She has contributed to several research projects and publications and has received multiple awards for her academic excellence, leadership, and clinical performance. Some of Dr. Witter's notable achievements include receiving the National Honor of the Governor General's Achievement Award for the Parish of Kingston in 2023, obtaining her fellow certification from the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, and being recognized as a top performer in the Caribbean from her graduating class in the Bachelor of Medicine, Bachelor of Surgery, MBBS, in obstetrics and gynecological examinations. Dr. Witter has held numerous leadership roles, the most recent of which being the chief resident for the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology at the University Hospital of the West Indies. And she has also served the Caribbean as the junior fellow co-chair and subsequent chair of the West Indies section of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, where she coordinated continued education sessions, women's health outreach, and physician wellness projects. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Witter to speak to us.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Afternoon, and thank you for having me today. It's a pleasure to be here with you guys and to present. Today, the topic that I will be presenting on is prophylactic management of postpartum hemorrhage with uterotonic agents. So we'll get right into it. So the outline for today's presentation will include a brief introduction to postpartum hemorrhage, and we'll look at some of the statistics and relevance of postpartum hemorrhage and its impact on our society. We'll also take a look at uterotonics in terms of what their function are, their importance, and the different agents that are available to us for the management of PPH prophylaxis. All right, so we start off with our basics, which is our definitions. So our traditional definition of postpartum hemorrhage is blood loss from the genital tract that is greater than 500 mils after a vaginal delivery, or greater than 1,000 mils after a cesarean section, or any blood loss that results in hemodynamic instability of our patient, which could present as them being symptomatic of hypovolemia, hypoperfusion, and or anemia. Now, postpartum hemorrhage can be further classified as primary, which occurs within 24 hours after birth, or secondary, which usually occurs after 24 hours and up to the end of the puerperium. The incidence of PPH is about 1 to 10%. However, severe PPH is about 1 to 3%. Now, recently, Acog, the Revitalize program, have actually reviewed and came up with a newer definition of postpartum hemorrhage, which some of us may be aware of. Locally, however, we still use the WHO classification, which is the traditional one that we spoke about. However, Acog has now referred to postpartum hemorrhage as blood loss greater than or equal to 1,000 mils or blood loss accompanied by signs or symptoms of hypovolemia, regardless of the route of delivery. Now, with this definition, their aim is to get a more standardized diagnosis of what we consider postpartum hemorrhage. And as you can see, with increasing the threshold, the incidence would seemingly decrease. However, this does not mean that if a patient has a blood loss of greater than 500 mils, that we will be relaxed. We need to investigate and act promptly to prevent any further loss. Now, categories of blood loss. So we have minor and major postpartum hemorrhage. Minor is typical between 500 to 1,000 mils, while major is anywhere greater than 1,000. Major is usually broken down into moderate, which is 1 to 2 liters, and that's about 20 to 40% of a blood volume, and severe over 2,000 mils, which is greater than 40% of the patient's blood volume. And as we know, there's been debate as to how do we classify the amount of hemorrhage during delivery. One of the most common ways we use, because we won't always be able to measure the actual blood, is pictorial representation. Right, whether using pads or ink pad, how much of the bed is soaked, or if it overflows and spills on the floor. Okay, so every woman undergoing childbirth is expected to have some degree of blood loss. We're all aware. However, if this blood loss is excessive, it can cause significant morbidity and mortality for a patient. Now, the occurrence of postpartum hemorrhage is often unpredictable, and I can't stress this enough. Even with risk factors, right, it's not the most accurate tool to determine if a patient will have postpartum hemorrhage. So we have to be vigilant for every mother that's in labor. So effective prophylaxis of postpartum hemorrhage is advocated for all women during childbirth because of the unpredictable nature of postpartum hemorrhage. Now, as physicians, it is important that we are able to accurately identify patients at risk of postpartum hemorrhage so that we can implement preventative measures, ensure early detection of postpartum hemorrhage, and therefore early management of patients with postpartum hemorrhage. This will in turn give us the result of overall reduction in the maternal morbidity and mortality that comes from postpartum hemorrhage. All right, so now postpartum hemorrhage impact. So let's look at that a little closer. Obstetric hemorrhage is one of the most common causes of maternal deaths worldwide, particularly in the developing world, and is also a major cause of maternal morbidity. In particular, globally, postpartum hemorrhage is a leading cause of maternal mortality, accounting for up to 25% of maternal deaths. Locally in Jamaica, it accounted for 18% of maternal deaths. Now, despite being preventable and treatable, postpartum hemorrhage results in around 70,000 maternal deaths per year. As we can see, it's a significant burden and a significant risk to our mothers. Now, what is the impact of PPH? So let's look at some statistics. May not be our favorite subject, but statistics help us to know the impact of diseases and how best we can work together as a team to fight against and prevent certain diseases or outcomes from happening to improve patient care. So let's look back at what maternal mortality ratio is. So this is a key performance indicator for the efforts to improve the health and safety of mothers before, during, and after childbirth per country worldwide. Maternal mortality ratio is the number of women who die during pregnancy and childbirth per 100,000 live births. Now, in 2022, Jamaica's maternal mortality ratio was 156 per 1,000 live births. And this has been the case in terms of the MMR being over 100 per 1,000 live births for over 8 years. And we have not been able to get it back down to the 70 mark. So if we can remember the Sustainable Developmental Goals, the target 3.1 is to reduce the global maternal mortality to 70 per 100,000 live births by 2030. And as you can see, as a country, we are nowhere close to that. The last time we were that close was in 2016, where we had a 72 per 100,000 live births. But since then, it has been persistently over 100. So again, all women are at risk of dying from postpartum hemorrhage, even if they have no risk factors present. So, what's the importance of PPH? Now, the Jamaica Ministry of Health and Wellness in 2022 reported that the top 3 causes of maternal death in Jamaica include hypertensive disease in pregnancy, obstetric hemorrhage, and obstetric embolism. Locally, postpartum hemorrhage has been in the second leading cause of maternal mortality for over 20 years. So we have been struggling with this phenomenon for a while. Majority of cases of PPH can be avoided with appropriate measures in place. It is therefore our duty as women healthcare providers to adhere to best practices to achieve a reduction in the incidence of PPH and related deaths. So let's look at some of the risk factors for postpartum hemorrhage. Now, we can look at risk factors, divide them into antepartum risk factors and intrapartum risk factors. So antenatally, you would assess your patient to find out if she has any prior history of postpartum hemorrhage, which increases her current risk. Any history of antepartum hemorrhage in the current pregnancy also increases the patient's risk. If the patient has anemia, she's at increased risk of postpartum hemorrhage, and so would want to optimize same for delivery. Any evidence or pathology that would cause uterine overdistension, such as twin gestation, polyhydramnios, or fetal macrosomia, increases the patient's risk. Primigravids are more at risk as well. Grand multiparous, particularly because of the increased risk of uterine atony. Intrauterine fetal demise, particularly in the presence of placental abruption, and that is usually due to the sequelae of DIC, disseminated intravascular coagulation, that can occur in these patients. Also, if the patient has any history of chorioamnionitis, and if the patient is on therapeutic anticoagulation for various causes, such as example, pulmonary embolism, which is also increased in pregnancy. Intrapartum risk factors include the presence of preterm birth, non-use of oxytocic agents for PPH prophylaxis, induction of labor, general anesthesia typically increases your risk of atony, C-section delivery, uterine fatigue, whether it be due to precipitous labor or prolonged labor, and we spoke about this before, operative vaginal delivery, and that's mainly because of the risk of perineal injury and therefore increase the risk of postpartum hemorrhage. Now, it's important to note that 20% of patients who develop PPH have no risk factors at all. And thus, as providers, we must be able to identify and treat postpartum hemorrhage at every delivery. Now, there are different risk assessment tools during my reading for this presentation that I've seen, but there's no standardized tool, right? So there's no standardized tool that can be used globally or generalizable, and so that's definitely an area that we can improve on. We are aware that using risk factors is becoming less helpful because, as we know, you don't have to have any risk factors, but it would be good to have a tool that can be used in a standardized manner, especially in our institutions. But this is just an example from the Association of Women's Health Obstetrics and Neonatal Nurses with their risk assessment tool that they use to assess their patients. So the factors that increase the risk of hemorrhage at admission is assessed, and the patients are thus divided into 3 groups, either low risk, moderate risk, or high risk. And if you have more than two or more moderate risk, you're automatically bumped up into the high risk group. Now, what are the causes of PPH? So we all remember the 4 T's. I'm sure that is not unfamiliar to any of us here today. So tone is the most common cause of PPH, and that is atony, lack of tone, I should say. Right? So an atonic uterus accounts for 70% of the causes of postpartum hemorrhage. This is followed by the presence of trauma. This can be due to lacerations, hematomas, uterine rupture, or inversion. And this is then followed by the presence of retained tissue, right, or a morbidly adherent placenta, which accounts for 10% of our PPH cases. Thrombin, that's the last T, and that's typically in reference to coagulopathies, whether it be iatrogenic or inherited, or due to a pathological cause, and that's about 1% of cases of postpartum hemorrhage. And this is just, again, reiterating the 4 T's and how we would treat. Basically, you treat the underlying cause. Now, this presentation is not focusing on the treatment of PPH. We want to be ahead of the game, so we're focusing on the prevention. And so let's just keep that in mind throughout the presentation. Now, Acog also categorized postpartum hemorrhage into primary and secondary. And as we discussed earlier, the primary is usually within 24 hours and secondary after 24 hours to the puerperium. And common causes for secondary would include subinvolution of the placental site, retained products of conception, infection, and inherited coagulopathies. Sorry. So what is the impact of PPH? So PPH have several impacts, but we'll focus on the 4 main groups here, first of which is a significant increase in hospital stay for the patient. Now, these patients are usually either maternal near miss most often, and so they usually have an extended recovery period in hospital. So you have to think about the financial burden, not just on the patient, but on the institution in terms of procurement of resources. We think about as well not just physical resources, but human resources. And so, as we can see, there is a burden on institutions due to prolonged hospital stay that's associated with patients with increased morbidity from PPH. Now, postpartum hemorrhage also increases basically the morbidity and mortality for the patient herself. Right? Some of the morbidity include anemia, the need for transfusion, and therefore, even with massive transfusions, you can get transfusion-related injuries. The risk of disseminated intravascular coagulation, the risk of death, which we've spoken about before, and the risk of venous thromboembolisms. Now, there's a major impact as well on the lives of the patient's families. So just remember that the mother is not alone. She usually, hopefully, has other support systems around her. A lot of mothers as well have children at home, a lot of small kids that, as we know in our setting locally, in hospitals, children aren't allowed on the ward. So when a mother is admitted on the ward for a prolonged time, even with a toddler or a newborn or a child at home, there become concerns as to who stays with the child missing the mother, psychological burden for both the child and the mother, as well as the psychological and emotional burden for the patient's loved ones in terms of fear for her life, her recovery, etc. And lastly, we'll speak about the physical and psychological impact on affected women. And this impact can be short or long-term. So post-traumatic stress disorder, especially from a difficult delivery. And a lot of times with postpartum hemorrhage, definitely we know it's an obstetric emergency and a lot is happening all at once. It can be very fast, quick, where we don't get to explain in detail to the patients what's happening, and they're confused sometimes, and that's why debriefing is important after these emergencies, so that we can ensure that the patient and physician are on the same page and they understand all that has happened and understand what their care is going forward. Depression, again, related to difficult delivery period and complications related to delivery. And If we can recall Sheehan's syndrome, that is the anterior pituitary becoming necrotic due to the massive blood loss, and this can cause failure in lactation, and we all know the benefits of lactation for mothers. It helps with bonding, it helps also give nutrients to the baby, and so when a mother cannot breastfeed, that can have significant delay in her bonding with her child, and we have to ensure that the patient don't feel inadequate because she's unable to do so. And then in long term, remember the pituitary also controls, our HPO axis and fertility. And so in the future, there can be fertility effects as well from postpartum hemorrhage. So we can see that it is a significant effect that postpartum hemorrhage have on the patient, not just immediate, but for long term. And it affects her and the persons around her, including her loved ones. So the goal is to save mothers, always, right? And one of the main things we can do, as we can see, because of the major burden that postpartum hemorrhage have on our society today, is to stop PPH. So we spoke about risk stratification, so we can be more vigilant in these patients, but vigilance is for all patients in labor, right? But let's talk a little more on prevention and what can we actually do to prevent postpartum hemorrhage. So today's presentation, now down to the meat of the matter, is prevention, mainly focusing on the use of uterotonics, so pharmacological therapy. So we know in the antenatal period, we can risk stratify, we can identify patients at risk such as anemia, treat, etc. But today's presentation is mainly focusing on intrapartum prevention of postpartum hemorrhage with uterotonics. So let's just review a little anatomy before getting into it. So if we can recall, the uterus, it grows exponentially during pregnancy, and so does its blood supply increases. And that's in an effort to, basically provide nutrients for the growing fetus. Now, with that being said, the main supply of the uterus is the uterine arteries, and these come from the internal iliacs. The uterine arteries then sends off arcuate branches, then radial branches, and at the level of the endometrium, that's now when you have the basal and spiral arteries. So it's a very vascular organ, and it gets contributaries from ovarian arteries as well, and so it's a very vascular organ, right? Can't stress that enough. In actuality, the blood flow at term in an uterus is 700 mils per minute, right? And that's about 10% of the patient's cardiac output. So we can see the significance of if the patient starts bleeding, how quickly she can lose her blood volume. Now, how do we stop bleeding? Naturally, cessation of bleeding after delivery is caused by clotting in the intrauterine blood vessels brought about by uterine contractions. And what the contractions do, they clamp down on the blood vessels, right, by the effect that oxytocin works on the smooth muscle contraction, and that causes basically the clotting process to be optimized. So if the contraction is not present or suboptimal, this will lead to uterine bleeding. 700 mils per minute. That's our blood flow going through that uterus, all right? So how do we combat uterine atony? This has to be our main focus. It accounts for 70% of the causes of postpartum hemorrhage. And so we have to know how we prevent our patients from developing this complication. So there are two steps really. Risk management, right? It's always important. The training of staff, having regular drills, ensuring that we have checks done regularly to ensure we have the correct amount of medication, the right medications on hand, and just proper management of infrastructure and resources, which we all know we struggle with in a third world country. A lot of the life-saving drugs sometimes we don't have on hand, and this can be very detrimental to our patients. Today, we'll be focusing on the second step, which is active management of the third stage of labor. Now, there have been some new developments. So we've been talking about developments of medicine over the years with research and different recommendations that are now present. Now, I know we all remember the third stage of labor. We have four components: the use of uterotonics, early cord clamping, controlled cord traction, and uterine massage. However, let's talk about what's new. So we'll get into uterotonics, but for early cord clamping, that is actually no longer recommended unless there are concerns for baby's well-being or the integrity of the cord, and you have to disconnect the baby immediately for resuscitative measures, etc. Right? So instead, we should delay cord clamping for 1 to 3 minutes. Improved outcomes for the neonates in terms of their HB and also their decreased incidence of low birth weight have been reported. As it relates to controlled cord traction, which I'm sure most of us do at deliveries, right? This is actually optional and should only be done in the presence of a skilled attendant, right? Now, typically, studies have shown that controlled cord traction in the presence of oxytocin on board does not give much benefit, right? It does reduce the third stage of labor by about 6 minutes and blood loss by 11 mils. I was actually shocked by that number, right? So basically, controlled cord traction is not necessarily routine, especially if it is that you have given oxytocin. Now, uterine massage. So routinely, with massage uterus, express it. WHO recommends that sustained uterine massage is not recommended if the patient received oxytocin. However, regular uterine assessment must be done for all women because this helps us to identify atony early and therefore early treatment of possible postpartum hemorrhage. So just looking again at WHO recommendations for the management of third stage of labor. So as we can see over the years, it's now down to the main component being the use of uterotonics, because the other three are, give or take, should not be done or is not routine. So with a skilled birth attendant, we should give uterotonics for all patients, whether there's a skilled birth attendant or not, right? But early cord clamping is no longer routinely recommended. Controlled cord traction, it's conditional, as we spoke about before, and continuous uterine massage should not be done, right? So you can initially massage and express the uterus, but continuous massage has not been proven to improve the patient's blood loss and the risk of PPH. Now, So we've spoken a lot about vaginal delivery and the importance of the components of the third stage of labor. What about at C-section? So WHO recommends that to decrease the risk of PPH at C-section, oxytocin, so the use of uterotonics, whether IV or IM, is recommended for the prevention at cesarean section. Controlled cord traction is actually recommended over manual removal of the placenta during cesarean section, and this decreases the risk of PPH. So let's get into the use of uterotonics. So uterotonic is a type of medication used to induce contraction or increase the tonicity of the uterus. Uterotonics are used both to induce labor and to reduce postpartum hemorrhage, and we'll be focusing on the latter. Now, the routine use of uterotonics is the main component of the active management, as we discussed before, and it's very effective. It decreases 2/3 of cases of postpartum hemorrhage, and it's therefore a key aspect in the labor plan for all patients. Now, the timing of administration is typically at the end of the second stage of labor. We need to ensure that after delivery of the baby, there's not a second baby in the womb, right, before administration. And prophylactic use, we use it to prevent PPH, and we also use it in the active phase of the third stage of labor. Therapeutic use, which is not in this presentation today, is definitely the first line in the management of postpartum hemorrhage. So let's look at the different uterotonics that we have available. So oxytocin. Oxytocin is one of our favorites. It's widely available. It is affordable. However, there are some limitations, and we speak about further studies that have been developed in terms of comparing its efficacy to other uterotonics. So it's a peptide hormone that is inactive orally. It's excreted by the liver and kidneys. And how it works is that it binds to oxytocin receptors. At low doses, it produces rhythmic myometrial smooth muscle contraction, similar to that that you get in spontaneous labor. So it's similar to the frequency, force, and duration of the contractions you get when you're actually in labor. At higher doses, however, it produces sustained tetanic contractions. The dose for prophylaxis is 10 international units. You can give it by a slow IV or intramuscular administration after vaginal delivery, or 5 or 10 international units IV during your C-section after delivery of the baby. Now, higher doses of oxytocin, so the 20s and the 40s that we typically use for management of PPH, is not recommended for prophylaxis because it's not proven to actually be more efficacious in preventing the PPH. Definitely efficacious in treatment, but not higher doses don't make a big difference with the prevention. So 5 to 10 units is sufficient. Now, it should be administered, as we say, after delivery of the baby and before the cord is clamped and cut. Sorry. Now, the half-life is short. It's about 3 to 5 minutes, and the duration of action is 20 to 30 minutes. So not very long, right? The route, now, we already said it's given IV and IM. However, it is unstable at room temperature and has to be refrigerated, so typically between 2 to 8 degrees Celsius. Now, in the IV route, it acts almost immediately, so that's an advantage, and the peak concentration is at 30 minutes. In the IM route, it has a latent phase of about 2 to 5 minutes, and it has a longer lasting clinical effect of up to 1 hour. Now, favorable side effect profile is associated with oxytocin in comparison to numerous other uterine tonics, right? And it can be used in all patients, right? Now, caution, however, have to be taken with IV administration because of the risk that can come with too generous of administration of oxytocin. So we don't give it in large boluses, right, because it can cause severe hypertension. And remember, it's coming from the posterior pituitary. That's where the hormone originates, and therefore it has similar actions to the antidiuretic hormone. And so it can have the side effect of water intoxication if you have prolonged infusion. And so monitoring our patients on IV oxytocin is of importance. Now, cost effective, it's relatively cheap, right, and it's readily available. Now, our other uterine tonic is ergometrin or methyl ergometrin. It's an ergot alkaloid. It works through calcium channel mechanism and actin-myosin interaction to increase the uterine tone by causing continuous tetanic uterine contractions. It also, however, causes vasoconstriction and therefore increases the risk of hypertension in the postpartum period. The dose is typically 0.2 milligrams IM after delivery. Onset is 2 to 5 minutes, and the half-life is 30 to 120 minutes. It is unstable in heat, and again, have to be refrigerated, protected from light, and it cannot be given orally. So limitations with this medication. Side effects, nausea, vomiting, hypertension, and arteriolar constriction. So important to note, patients where it's contraindicated to give ergot alkaloid are patients who have existing hypertensive disease, persons who have heart disease, and the hypertensive disease can be in the form of preeclampsia, eclampsia, the caveat, right? Now, our prostaglandin analogs, most common of which we use is misoprostol for prevention of postpartum hemorrhage, and it's an E1 analog, and it's licensed for the prevention and treatment of gastric ulcers, but we OBGYNs, we use it widely, off-label, as a uterotonic. Right? It's water soluble, it's heat stable, and it's easy to administer, many routes to choose from. Right? The dose is usually 600 micrograms for prevention of PPH, and it is used in the settings where oxytocin is unavailable, so it is not a first-line agent for prevention. Right? And this is recommended by WHO. Now, the oral and sublingual routes offers rapid onset of action, while vaginal and rectal offers greater prolonged activity and greater bioavailability. The onset is about 9 to 15 minutes after administration, and the half-life is 20 to 40 minutes. Side effects, nausea, vomiting, fever, shivering, abdominal pain, and GI upset such as diarrhea. And so these are particularly experienced more by the patients with higher doses of misoprostol. So we stick to the 600 micrograms for prophylaxis. Now let's talk about carbetocin, durotocin, and they're in the house today. So now carbetocin, famously known as durotocin, is a newer long-acting synthetic analog of oxytocin with agonist properties. The main advantage is that it has a 4-fold longer activity than oxytocin, and therefore continuous infusion is not necessary, and therefore monitoring that is needed with IV administration is not necessary. All right? So the dose is 100 micrograms IV given over 1 minute, and the route can give it IV or IM. IV causes tetanic contractions within 2 minutes, lasting for 6 minutes, and this is then followed by rhythmic contractions for an hour. The IM is a little slower but has a longer sustained contraction. So rhythmic contractions are sustained for 2 hours, almost like double the time of oxytocin. It is heat stable, a big plus for carbetocin, right? It can be maintained over a period of 36 months at 30 degrees and 75% relative humidity. We live in the Caribbean. It is hot, right? And it is humid. And there are also other countries worldwide who experience warm weather throughout and may not have the resources to have medications that require refrigeration. So carbetocin is a very promising drug, and many studies have investigated its usefulness, which we will discuss in a few. Now, the side effect profile is similar to oxytocin, and a major drawback with carbetocin is really just the expensive nature of it, the cost, right? So it is definitely more expensive than oxytocin, and so the cost burden is one of the big topics when it comes to which should be first line, which do we use? Now, a meta-analysis of 140 randomized trials with data from 88,947 women that were more than 37 weeks and that were having vaginal delivery was done. And it compared the effectiveness of uterotonics against PPH of 500 mils and 1,000 mils. The 3 most effective drugs for prevention of PPH over 500 mils were ergometrin plus oxytocin combination, right? And that was found to be 7.2% of patients would experience PPH greater than 500 mils. Then this was followed by carbetocin with 7.6% of patients experiencing PPH. And thirdly, misoprostol plus oxytocin combination with 7.7% of patients experiencing PPH. All right? Now, compared to oxytocin only group, we had 10.5% of patients experiencing PPH. But let's recall, there are limitations with the combination drugs, right? So even though they were effective in preventing PPH greater than 500 mils, the side effect profile is a major limiting factor with the combination uterotonics. Now, the role of the carbetocin, one of the landmark studies, is the CHAMPION trial, right? So the World Health Organization did not include a recommendation for carbetocin in its 2012 guideline regarding postpartum hemorrhage. Although there have been trials of carbetocin, most of the trials involved women undergoing C-sections, which we know it's well known for its benefits for prophylaxis during C-section. And a lot of the studies that existed were small and varied in quality, and the use of IV route of administration, right? So this led the WHO to form a group, and they decided to perform the CHAMPION trial, which aims to demonstrate the presence of the non-inferiority of heat-stable carbetocin, right, before a change in guidelines and practice could be recommended or considered. So what were these results? The randomized double-blind non-inferiority trial comparing IM injection of heat-stable carbetocin at 100 micrograms with oxytocin at 10 international units administered immediately after vaginal birth. A total of 29,000 women underwent randomization, And carbitocin was found non-inferior to oxytocin for the prevention of blood loss of at least 500 mils or the use of additional uterotonic agents. So it was 14.5 versus 14.4, so not a significant difference. However, the non-inferiority was not shown with major PPH. So with blood loss over 1,000 mils or severe PPH, they could not prove the non-inferiority complex for carbitocin, meaning they could not recommend it to be equal. And they postulated that this may have been due to the result of low event rates. So they didn't have a lot of patients who had PPH over 1,000 mils. It was 1.51% for the carbitocin group and 1.45% for oxytocin group with severe PPH. However, because of the small amount of patients, the power of the study was not efficient. Now, carbitocin is licensed in the UK specifically for the indication of prevention of PPH in the context of C-section, as we know. A Cochrane review of randomized trials compared carbitocin with other uterotonics versus placebo versus no treatment for the prevention of PPH. And there were no statistically significant differences between carbitocin and oxytocin in terms of risk of incidence of PPH. However, carbitocin resulted in statistical significant reduction in the need for therapeutic uterotonics compared to oxytocin for those undergoing a C-section. And that's why it's very beneficial for our C-section patients and is recommended. This effect, however, was not found for vaginal delivery. Carbitocin was also found to be associated with less blood loss, a smaller fall in hemoglobin, and less adverse effects when compared with symptometrin in prevention of PPH for women who have vaginal deliveries. So the question is, carbitocin versus oxytocin, when we're thinking about what is first line, what should we really use? WHO still recommends oxytocin for first line management of postpartum hemorrhage. But carbitocin is promising, and it does have its benefits, and it has shown to be non-inferior to oxytocin for PPH greater than 500 mils, maybe not severe PPH, but then definitely for those patients who have PPH greater than 500 mils. So the use we already know has been proven, and without a doubt is effective for C-sections. However, in vaginal delivery, carbitocin can be considered as an alternative to oxytocin in PPH prevention due to its non-inferiority to oxytocin. The limitation with carbitocin is cost and availability, and thus may not be the most cost-effective choice in low to middle income countries, but definitely in high income countries, they may be able to afford it and benefit from the routine use. Now, just a little cost factor. So in my research, the oxytocin costs about US 0.18 per vial, less than $1, while duratocin, 18 US dollar per vial. All right, locally, it's a similar disparity where oxytocin is less than 500, thereabout, for one vial, and duratocin is about 3,000 to 4,000 for one vial. So again, cost effectiveness is definitely something that would have to be discussed on an institutional level with the routine use of carbitocin over oxytocin. So combination of uterotonic agents. So we kind of touched on this, but we have the oxytocin ergometrin combination, that's the symptometrin, and that's 5 units oxytocin with 500 micrograms ergometrin. And we have the oxytocin misoprostol. Typically, these are options, but only if it is that we don't have oxytocin available. And this is because of the increased side effect profile with these medications. So we spoke about the side effects with the ergometrin and also with the misoprostol. A systemic review of 6 randomized trials comparing prophylactic ergometrin oxytocin versus oxytocin for third stage of labor showed that there was a small but statistical significant reduction in the risk of PPH, 500 to 1,000 mils, when compared to oxytocin. However, no statistical difference was observed between the groups for blood loss of greater than 1,000 mils. And there was no statistical difference. There was statistical significant difference in the adverse reaction profile or side effect profile. So the combination group had more side effects than the oxytocin group. So Despite the small but statistically significant difference in PPH with combination uterotonics, there is no difference when it comes to severe PPH prevention, right? And so this is what led the WHO to recommend oxytocin over combination alternatives. And we're winding down. So we are sticking on uterotonics, but we can't not mention some adjuncts, right? So one of the biggest adjunct to prophylaxis, so remember we're not talking about treatment today. So prophylaxis, an adjunct that can be used with our uterotonics is tranexamic acid. Now, tranexamic acid is a competitive inhibitor of plasminogen activation and can reduce bleeding by inhibiting the breakdown of fibrinogen and fibrin clots. The dose is 1 gram IV in 10 mL over 10 minutes, so it's not a rapid push or infusion. It's effective in the prevention of PPH greater than 500 mL in women at low risk of PPH when compared with uterotonics for vaginal and cesarean delivery. It's effective in decreasing blood loss of greater than 1,000 mL in women undergoing C-section, right? But that was not found for vaginal delivery. So it is best used when bleeding continues despite oxytocin and when prostaglandin have become necessary for the management of the patient. So this is just a summary of the main uterotonics that we discussed, right? Their half-lives, mechanism of action, and their side effect profile. Just to recap, remember oxytocin and carbitocin have similar side effect profiles, and they have the least side effects in comparison to our ergometrin and misoprostol or prostaglandins. So in summary, postpartum hemorrhage is the leading cause of maternal mortality worldwide, and it accounts for 25% of maternal deaths. Accurate risk assessment may allow providers to anticipate and prevent serious hemorrhage-related adverse effects. However, all women are at risk of postpartum hemorrhage, even in the absence of well-known risk factors. So we have to remain vigilant. Every year, 14 million women experience postpartum hemorrhage, resulting in 70,000 maternal deaths globally. And this is sad because we just saw where 2/3 of postpartum hemorrhage can actually be prevented with the use of our uterotonics, right? The majority of postpartum hemorrhage related deaths could be avoided by the use of prophylactic uterotonics, right, during the 3rd stage of labor, and timely and appropriate management of PPH. And so we can't stress this enough, right? Now, WHO and Acog recommends that all women giving birth should be offered uterotonics during labor and in the 3rd stage of labor, that is, for the prevention of PPH, right? And it is now, as we see, the main component of what we formerly called active management of the 3rd stage of labor, because most of the other components are not necessarily routine. Prophylactic oxytocin, given IM or IV at a dose of 10 international units, is a uterotonic drug of choice and has the fewest adverse effects. Prophylactic carbitocin or duratocin is beneficial in PPH prevention during C-section and should be considered for these patients. Carbitocin is non-inferior to oxytocin in reducing PPH greater than 500 mL, right? However, there's no difference with severe PPH greater than 1,000 mL caused by uterine atonia at vaginal delivery. Prophylactic carbitocin could represent an interesting alternative to oxytocin in routine practice because it is heat stable and immediate postpartum surveillance is simplified, which results in decreased resources and in some cases, decreased need for additional uterotonics, right? However, the only limitation is a significant cost that has to be weighed against the benefits. Other injectable uterotonics and misoprostol are recommended as alternatives for prevention of postpartum hemorrhage in the setting where oxytocin is not available. With appropriate risk stratification and availability of resources, we need to ensure utilization of prophylactic uterotonics in all women after delivery because significant improvement has been proven, right, in the incidence of PPH. Now, if we can achieve this globally, right? Not just locally, but globally. We can see where we can actually decrease the incidence of postpartum hemorrhage and reach closer to our 2030 goal for decreasing maternal mortality ratio of 70 per 100,000 live births. Currently, we're at 154. So thank you for your time. And these are my references, right?
Thank you very much, Dr. Whittle. That was very, very informative. A brief change to the schedule. We have two brief presentations from our sponsors, Total Health, followed by East Health.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Miss Shadeen Cameron with Total Health Medical Supplies. So Total Health Medical Supplies is the home of a wide range multiple rapid tests, and our aim is to provide items that are not readily available in Jamaica and other items that are typically available on the market. Our emphasis is in areas like obstetrics, gynecologists, pediatrics, and family medicine. So we have a multiple of rapid tests. We have the rapid trichomonias test, we have the chlamydia and gonorrhea test, and these tests are easy to perform. The results are within 20 minutes and the overall accuracy is 98 to 99%. So for the trichomonias, it can only be done in females, while we have the chlamydia and the gonorrhea test that can be done in both males and females. And these tests greatly increase the accuracy of diagnosis of these STIs. We also have the rapid HPV 16 and 18 antigen tests. And as mentioned earlier in the previous presentations, these account for at least 70% of cervical cancers. And it is recommended that women 30 years and older to add HPV testing. So in adjunct to our pap smears, we can add this test to facilitate early detection of precancerous cells rather, and this can allow for immediate management. This test is about 87% accurate, and it takes less than 5 minutes to perform, and the result is in 15 to 20 minutes. We also have the rapid premature rupture of membrane test, also easy to perform, and what this test does, it tests for the insulin-like growth factor binding protein that is usually present in the amniotic fluid. You know, sometimes, if you have a major leak, then we know that the rupture is obvious. But what this test does is that it is excellent to determine if there's a minor leak. So what this test does, it determines if there's a minor leak, and then you can go ahead and commence your steroids, your bed rest, your antibiotics, because we know that small tears have the potential to heal on its own. So this is about 97.5% accurate, and it takes less than 5 minutes to perform. We also have the rapid fetal fibronectin test, and this test can be done between 22 and 34 weeks and 6 days gestation. And what this test does, it determines if there's a low risk or a high risk of preterm birth within the next 7 days. It has a sensitivity of 97.9% and a specificity of 98.7% with a confidence interval of 95%. Results in 5 minutes, easy to perform. We also have the rapid strep group A antigen test, which will be greatly beneficial to our pediatricians and our general practitioners, because what this test does, it deciphers if this is a viral infection or a streptococcus infection, and this basically eliminates the use of inappropriate antibiotics. So you'll basically be able to have an idea of the causative agent. This has an accuracy of 98.3%, and the test takes 5 minutes or less to perform, with the results in 15 to 20 minutes. We also have a wide variety of vaginal pessaries. We have the gel horn pessary, which is used for moderate to severe uterovaginal prolapse. We have the pessary with knob, also used for prolapse with stress incontinence. We have the dish pessaries, which is used for moderate to severe UV prolapse and stress incontinence. We have the vaginal ring pessaries, which is used for mild to severe uterovaginal prolapse. And we have other items such as the ward catheter for marsupialization of Bartholin cyst or abscess, suction aspiration kits for DNCs and hysteroscopy, cyto brushes and cervical scrapers for pap smears, microscope slide boxes to safely transport our pap smears, loops and roller balls for colposcopy and electrosurgical pencils. We have sterile gauze as well, disposable nitrile gloves, and tape measurements. We also have blood pressure cuffs, all ages from newborns to large adults, and thigh cuffs, blood pressure machines. And last but not least, we have intrauterine balloon that is used to control postpartum hemorrhages. We have a wide variety of products that can be viewed at our website at totalhealthja.com. If you have not yet visited our booth, you can also do so to see those that are on displays. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for staying with us for the entire day. Just two more. So our next presenter, well, this one will be online. She is an overseas presenter. So this is Dr. Carolyn DeLucia. She's a certified OBGYN, and she has been a fellow of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists since 1995. She's a luminary in the field of sexual health and non-invasive sexual wellness treatments. She has expanded her practice into aesthetics and specializes in rejuvenation and anti-aging non-invasive procedures. Very important as we're all trying to look younger, right? She also has an extensive experience in full body and facial rejuvenation treatments. Her training for her undergraduate studies, Dr. DeLucia attended Rutgers College in New Jersey, where she graduated with honors and Phi Beta Kappa status. She then graduated from the medical school at the New York Medical College. She finished her internship and residency at Long Island Jewish Medical Center in New York. Dr. DeLucia has lectured all over the United States and globally, including Spain, India, Monaco, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, and now we're adding Jamaica. So without further ado, I'd like to have Dr. DeLucia's presentation.
Hello, everybody. I'm so excited to be able to share with you today. I'm Dr. Carolyn DeLucia. I will share my screen and we can get started. So my topic today is non-traditional approaches to GSM. A little bit about myself. I'm a board certified OBGYN for over 30 years. I'm a key opinion leader for several device companies. I'm faculty for a lot of CME medical groups in Europe, Middle East, Dubai, Asia, and USA. I'm an author of 2 Amazon best-selling books. I've written several chapters in textbooks. I did contribute to Tony Robbins' book, Life Force, and my latest scientific publication was in 2023 on high-fem technology for intimate health. So what we're going to talk about is GSM, genitourinary syndrome of menopause. And as you see in this cartoon, it is a problem for all women, especially after giving birth and with simple maturity. What I want to point out is that intimate wellness is growing exponentially. And if you haven't jumped into this space, I highly recommend that you do. As you see here, surgical cosmetic surgery for women is still increasing, but the non-invasive procedures are growing even faster. So jump in and see how you can help your patients. What is GSM? Well, it's a bunch of symptoms that happen as women enter menopause. Decreased lubrication, painful sex, vaginal itching, vaginal discharges, urinary incontinence, loss of elasticity causing painful sexual penetration. And genitourinary syndrome of menopause is a term that was vulvovaginal atrophy, atrophic vaginitis, or urogenital atrophy. 84% of postmenopausal women are affected, and it can also be present in 15% of premenopausal women due to hypoestrogenic states, and it really impacts quality of life. So we're talking about decreased collagen, elasticity, and blood flow. I am going to really emphasize the importance of blood flow when it comes to genitalia, and that goes for men and women. Loss of labial and vulvar skin tightness, decreased cell glucogen, which then increases and causes problems with vaginal pH and the microbiome, increasing just acute vaginitis in these patients. We see them every day. I'm not just making this up. We all live this every day. So decreased pelvic floor strength and control, dry and thin epithelium, and vaginal hypersensitivity with decreased sensation. But everything is about blood flow. And why? Our estrogen supports the blood flow to our genitalia. As we lose that estrogen, the blood flow decreases to the vulvar and vaginal tissues, and with that, the tissue begins to change. The collagen is no longer supported, innervation is not supported, and everything changes. So what is the blood flow in female experience? Well, even with sexual arousal, the labia minora fill with blood, and the vestibule will have increased blood flow and then secretions that improve sexual lubrication. The clitoris itself is analogous to the penis and requires increased blood flow for sexual pleasure. Women lose sensation in their clitoris in menopause, and achieving orgasm becomes very difficult, and in some women, impossible. And if it hurts to have penetration from vaginal dryness and there's no pleasure involved, why would a woman want to be intimate? Can we fix these things? Yes, we can. But for the men listening, I want you to be aware that having intimacy in menopause for women is a lot like having intimacy with this cactus. Please be sympathetic and understand that women are really uncomfortable. So we need to be able to address these issues. What have we been doing so far? What is the standard of care? Well, of course, we're offering women go buy over-the-counter lubricants for during the act. Try some of the over-the-counter moisturizers as a way of maintaining some moisture in the vaginal tissues, things like Reverie or all kinds. There's another different brands on the market that are made just to hold moisture in the tissues. And of course, when it comes to prescriptions, we are prescribing local estradiol in the form of creams or small pellets or suppositories, or even estrogen rings that slowly secrete estrogen into the vaginal tissues. There's also local DHEA, and there's oral prescriptions of selective estrogen receptor modulators that also can be used, but they have side effects. And in my opinion, why use something systemic if you're treating a local problem? So do we have options? Yes, we do. And this is what I'm here to introduce. And I really appreciate you giving me this opportunity. Out there right now, there are laser therapies using CO2 or erbium. There's radio frequency devices. There's low intensity extracorporeal shockwave therapy. And last but not least is the regenerative procedures, PRP and exosomes. And I'm going to touch upon all of these. Starting with laser therapy, what are the indications? Well, lasers can be used to improve the vaginal wall thickness, remission of painful intercourse, because it's going to increase the blood flow to the tissue, and in doing so, make intimacy possible and comfortable. It will cause anti-inflammatory response, and By increasing that glucogen in the tissue, we're going to be able to improve the pH, and there will be less vaginal infections, urinary incontinence improvement, and when used on the external tissue, it can improve whitening, wrinkle reduction, and increased elasticity of the vulvar and labial tissue. Is it all in your head? Only 25% of women seek help for their vaginal health issues. And the truth of the matter is that it's us. We, as the physician, have to make them feel comfortable to come to us and discuss these issues. Over 54 million women are aged 35 to 64 in the United States, and over 40 million are not talking to their doctors about their issues. So I ask each one of my patients how they are doing with intimacy. I don't care if they're 20 or 70. I will ask. And as a gynecologist sitting in the office on our little stool where we sit all day looking up at our patients, we know who has atrophy and who does not. So when we see that pallor, that lack of blood flow, that dryness in the tissue, ask, how is it going with sex? Is it comfortable? Can it be tolerated? And if they say no, help them out. Urinary incontinence is an extremely serious aspect of women as we age. And thus far, the treatments are as below. I love this slide because it's going to tell us the invasiveness of the procedure and its effectiveness. I want you to make mental note. When we tell patients to Kegel, nobody does it enough, nobody does it right, and it just won't work very well. Is it extremely non-invasive? Yes, but does it work? Not so much. So we can use bulking agents, we can use radio frequency, we can use laser, or you could do surgical repair. Obviously, there's a place for everything. There's a place for our surgical procedures, but if before it gets to that point, if we are treating them with some of these non-invasive treatments, yet getting great efficacy, it's worth a try. So for urinary incontinence, this is a nice slide that kind of puts it all in perspective as far as cost, number of visits, and the treatment options and efficacy. What I also want to talk about is laxity, the change in the tissue. This is a bit of a busy slide, but the reason I put it up is to point out that in 1999, we thought only 2% of patients had their tissue presenting at the introitus. But as of 2004, with the Women's Health Initiative, we were seeing that stage 2 pelvic organ prolapse is at a consistency of 65.5% of patients are walking around with a stage 2 or greater pelvic organ prolapse. These tissues are weakened and can be supported with some of these methods. And of course, that pelvic organ prolapse can lead to urge and stress incontinence. So, just as a quick summary, urinary incontinence is divided into urge and stress. Urge is when you're ready to go and you just can't hold it. Stress is when you lose or leak with a jump, a sneeze, or a cough. Mixed is when you got both, and that happens quite a bit. So I have a sign in my office that kind of breaks the ice, and it says, I laughed so hard, tears ran down my legs. We as women all know it's not tears. And unfortunately, most of us have experienced this situation. And the issue is so prevalent that in 2020 and since, there have been more adult diapers sold in the United States than baby diapers. Take that in for a moment and realize we got to do something about this. Sexual dysfunction prevalence. Well, the rates of sexual dysfunction in premenopausal women exceeds 30%. Postmenopausal women, it exceeds 50%. And we know, as we sit on our stools, who is able to have intercourse and who is not. If we can't put that speculum in, nor can they tolerate penetrating intercourse. So bring up the topic. Rates of sexual dysfunction in women who have breast cancer is 60 to 70%. They already feel less feminine from their cancer surgeries that are needed. Why should they be suffering with an inability to be intimate with their partners? So who's a candidate for laser vaginal rejuvenation? Women with known or suspected history of cancer of the breast, women not interested in using estrogen therapy, women who have a history of blood clots or pulmonary embolism. And unfortunately, with COVID, we've seen a whole lot more women who have experienced pulmonary emboli and are no longer a candidate for estrogen therapy. Women with a history of estrogen-dependent cancers or just a hypersensitivity. We have to be aware that the issues with childbirth pursue and continue throughout our lives, causing the weakness of the urinary bladder as well as bulging of the rectum into the vaginal vault. What is a laser? It's light electromagnetic radiation. It's nature's way of transferring energy through space, and light is often mistaken as only what you can see, but lasers are not all visible and are electromagnetic range. So what we're actually looking at in the lasers used for the vagina, they are attracted to water. So laser stands for light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation. And the laser properties that are important to know is that a laser is monochromatic. It's only going to be attracted to one light range. It'll only be attracted to one single coherent fashion, and it's collimated. If you were to use something called a pulsed light device, that is polychromatic, and it needs to go through a glass crystal, much like a prism, and it's only going to then emit the light that you so desire. And it's incoherent and divergent. So lasers vary by being attracted to a particular chromophore. And the ones we are talking about in this lecture are attracted to water and are all the way out here in the non-visible spectrum of light. The lasers can be ablative or non-ablative, fractional or full beam. So ablative means it actually destroys or eliminates the tissue. Non-ablative means it's simply heating the tissue and causing damage by heating it alone. Fractional or full beam means it's either going to be fractionated into little columns or full beam all in one spot. The dermis, if you remember, has all of the important cells needed to recreate new dermis. So it will contain fibroblasts, macrophage, nerve fibers, lymphocytes, collagen fibers, all the components that we need to regenerate new tissue. The treatment effects usually induce a ablative and a coagulative injury when you're dealing with CO2. This is an interesting slide in showing you quite how high the temperature must get in order to cause the changes that are seen. So a laser that's ablative is going to be heating the tissue to 80 to 100 degrees Celsius. If it's simply coagulating, it's going to be between the range of 50 to 80. And if it's only heating and stimulating neocollagenesis, it's going to be 40 to 50. The importance here is that 40 to 50 is where we get the tissue when we're using radio frequency versus laser. So what's happening? When you have collagen denaturation from the laser heat or even with the radio frequency, what you're going to have is a healing response and a just cascade of reactions where the stress proteins intracellular signal transduction cascade is triggered and new collagenesis occurs. That thermal stress causes that healing response, growth factors, inflammatory cytokines, and induction of stress proteins, intracellular signal transduction cascades, and collagen remodeling. The aspects of a laser that you would need to understand would be wavelength, pulse width, spot size, and fluence. And you would learn all of these aspects when you start to use these devices. What you want to know here is that for skin rejuvenation, it's the immediate collagen shrinkage and denaturation, which leads to the transient tightening, destruction of the collagen fibers that are removed by the phagocytes, and production of new collagen and fibroblasts in its state. So this takes a little while to see its efficacy. So what we are looking for as a chromophore in these devices is water. And the method of action is for the CO2 to cause a microablation in the vaginal mucosa. And you can literally see these tiny little injuries on the wall following your treatment. This is magnified. The actual injury is 9 by 9 millimeters. And this particular device will create 80 pixels. Some other devices would only create one injury at a shot. But the most important thing to understand in the difference between CO2 and erbium lasers is the impact of the affinity for water. Erbium is highly attracted to the water in our tissue. It will be absorbed very superficially, and the CO2 does not have quite the same affinity, therefore it can penetrate deeper. So CO2 will cause these micro injuries of ablation, but erbium is more superficial. Is that a better thing? We really don't know. Both lasers work. And the only hesitance I have about erbium is that you need to numb the patient for 20 minutes, and CO2 requires no numbing. Both of them require 3 visits. and once a month. The efficacy of erbium was up to 95%. Here is a very nice article by Dr. Adrian Gaspar, one of the most leading authorities on lasers and most lately erbium laser. When it comes to vaginal tissue and for treatments, it's very nice to have individual hygienic probes. I don't care what device you're using, but it's important to have something that's used once and discarded and only used for one patient. The response in the CO2 laser, this is a great article. I love the fact that it was in a cancer therapy magazine, and that journal is specifically for cancer treatments. And this was in women who were suffering with changes, vulvovaginal atrophy, from breast cancers, and their results were wonderful. And we love histology. What's happening to the tissue? Well, you can clearly see that the changes in the tissue post laser therapy are pretty impressive. You see the basement membrane here getting much more active and the layer of basal cells increasing, which we know is a sign of young tissue. This is an excellent review of all of these lasers. Once again, Adrian Gaspar is one of the authors here. But the beauty of this article, just released last summer, is about the quality of all of these treatments. Contraindications: if someone has a third-degree prolapse, they are not going to get that fixed with a laser. It will improve the tissue. If they've already had a mesh, do not use laser. And if they have an active vaginal infection, any active HPV or herpes simplex, make them come back. HPV must be dormant before you treat them with the laser. And if they have any uncontrolled diabetes or a malignancy, don't use the laser at that time. Pregnancy and breastfeeding is always a contraindication because we just don't want to be blamed for anything. And the patients have to have realistic expectations. The beauty is that these procedures are quick in the office, painless, and they go home. Lots of clinical studies have been done to prove their efficacy. Low-intensity extracorporeal shockwave therapy is the next. Let's get a little clitoris here. Let's learn a little bit about the clitoris. There's a lot more to the clitoris than what we see. That little pink tip, which is the glans, is just the beginning. There is so much more of the clitoris behind the scenes. And it's completely analogous to the penis. And as we see here, there's a glans, we have shaft, we have bulbs and crura, all the same as a penis. And I will mention that the glans of a clitoris has 8 to 10,000 nerve endings, and the penis has around 4,000. You heard me correctly, about half. And what we want to remember is that there's erectile tissue up to 12 centimeters inside the body. And when a woman is sexually aroused, this area will engorge with blood. So the indications for treatment are diminished sexual arousal or difficulty with orgasm, diminished vaginal lubrication, chronic pelvic pain. It's treating chronic pelvic pain. This is an incredible device. Sexual dysfunction in diabetic women, vestibulitis, and urinary incontinence. There are several sites we can treat. The treatments are 2 a week for 3 weeks, so a total of 3 treatments. They take around 12 minutes, completely painless. I was the first person in the world to use this device for sexual function. We do our assessment of the patient before we begin, within the 3rd week, and at 6 weeks. The reason for 6 weeks is that this device is creating new blood flow. It actually causes angiogenesis, and it takes around 6 weeks to see angiogenesis. So this is the locations that I chose for placing the device to increase the blood flow to the clitoris and the full vaginal vault. And we do 500 pulses at each of these sites. If you want to treat chronic pelvic pain, you will increase those sites to 6 and concentrate them on the external vulva. For perineal pain, such as vestibulitis or vulvodynia, these are the locations used. This was the only paper written on this device when it was introduced to me. This was the only usage of it in women, which was for vestibulodynia, not for sexual response. And they had wonderful results. They had 32 women. It's a small amount, but it was sham controlled and double blinded. And the patients saw great response. They found a new effective treatment for alleviating some of the most bothersome signs of pelvic vestibulodynia. Sexual dysfunction in diabetic patients was used in 4 locations to improve the blood flow. And for urinary incontinence, you want to put the 3rd location a little bit above the pubic symphysis in order to hit the bladder a little bit more directly. And these 2 studies came out from China subsequently, showing the efficacy of this treatment for stress urinary incontinence as well as overactive bladder. So what do we do to assess? We use the Female Sexual Function Index, and we have them fill that out at the beginning, again at the 3rd week, and again 6 weeks after. I created this new orgasmic scale, which we also are using for the assessment and seeing improvement, and patients simply circle the number where they believe they are when we begin and where they are after treatment. And what we've discovered is that the most successful patients are those that have mild to moderate cases of sexual dysfunction versus those with severe or never ever having had an orgasm. Next is radio frequency. It works by emitting focused electromagnetic waves that hit the tissue impedance and produce heat. Like I mentioned, we're going to want to see these devices get the tissue up to around 40 degrees Celsius. They come in monopolar and bipolar, and where these devices hit is actually at the depth of the lamina propria, about 1 centimeter into the vaginal vault, and they're going to be able to create collagen, elastin, and we have efficacy up to them creating some new nerve. So there are several devices on the market, and these are some of them and how they vary. But all of the devices are going to be causing thermal neurogenesis as well as increase in blood flow. And then with that blood flow, improved lubrication, collagen, elastin sensitivity, and reduced inflammation. We're going to see glycogen improvement once again, improving that vaginal pH. So this is huge, and these are some biopsy studies showing that efficacy. And once again, you see the improvement in the soft tissue, the collagen and elastin. And these are small nerve fiber densities increasing in patients with radiofrequency. It is painless, quick, and a very easy treatment for maintenance of the patient's normal flora. And this was one of the first studies using the Viviv treatment, and it actually was not overwhelmingly impressive. And this device is not my favorite of all of them. The newest and quickest device is this device. It's MFM 360. It releases the energy in a 360-degree delivery system, which allows you to be treating the full vaginal vault very quickly. So it's only 8 minutes. And live, you're able to see the duration of the heat of the tissue and see it rise live to the temperature that you are desiring in order to get the best results. The clinical trial that was done has preliminary analysis, and the radio frequency improved in a very quick time frame. These 3 visits were only about a week to 2 weeks apart for 3 visits, and the patients saw significant improvement. So our conclusion was that the treatment of sexual dysfunction after vaginal delivery by improving patients' vaginal laxity conditions with the novel RF device was found to be effective and safe approach. RF is expanding, it's getting improved. You can see monopolar, bipolar, unipolar, and multipolar devices, and it's improving sexual satisfaction by improving the tone and texture of the vaginal tissues, by increasing collagen and elastin and blood flow to the area to improve lubrication. Regenerative procedures, I'm going to very quickly introduce you to the cutting edge of regenerative procedures, and that is exosomes. These are bioavailable extracellular vesicles that carry information from cell to cell. And they are believed to be mediators of cell-to-cell communication for inflammation and cell growth. They are extremely tiny. They do not carry a nucleus. They simply have a membrane and carry microRNA with greater than 300 other bioactive contents. Each exosome can be identified by cellular membrane markers. These are the markers that every exosome carries: CD9, CD63, and CD81. When you are looking at an extracellular vesicle to see if it is an exosome, you must find these markers on the membrane. And the membrane will be holding a message from cell to cell, carrying microRNA and messenger RNA. And all of these components will cause cell migration, matrix synthesis, and anti-apoptosis and immunomodulation, decreasing inflammation and increasing collagen formation. We can deliver these in many different ways: systemic, IV, joints, tendons, local injections for sexual health, which is how I'm using them, micro needling and dripping them on top, topical, just putting it right on top of an open wound, or by inhaling them. The origins of the exosomes in the United States right now are either fetal origin from the Wharton's jelly amniotic fluid or from the placenta, or they can be platelet derived. These can be pooled or autologous, the patient's own. I have 2 methods that I use in my office to derive my own patient's own exosomes and give them back. They can be plant-derived, they can be adipose tissue-derived, and in the United States, all of these mentioned above are available as cosmeceutical and topical use only. They can be used in medical aesthetics and dermatology for wound healing and for anti-inflammatory, hyperpigmentation, hair regrowth, and anti-aging. This happens to be my head before and after exosomes. And that's my middle part. This is one temple before and after, and my other temple before and after. I had lost some hair from hormone use in addition to simple aging and COVID. So that was a wonderful change. So with all of these devices, we can make our patients just like new. Take an overstretched rubber band, bring it to a nice new rubber band. I appreciate your attention today. Thank you. And I wish I could be there with you. Enjoy your day.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lulucia. I made an error when I said it was 2 presentations left. At that time, it was 3. So now we still have 2 presentations left. I'm sorry, Dr. Clark, you still remain very close to my heart. At this moment, we'll take a pre-prepared presentation by our Menimpex. No? Glenmark, sorry. And then I will be introducing Dr. Sharifa Frederick. It's not pre-prepared? Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ken Roy, sangster representing Glenmark. I really enjoyed the presentation, especially that last one. So I want to remind you about some of Glenmark products that you are prescribing. Let's see if I can remember how to use this thing. All right, awesome. So I want to remind you of our Canditrol. You know that Canditrol is our itraconazole molecule. The unique thing about Canditrol is that it is bioequivalent to the innovator brand, where both as a unique pellet technology. It is in 2 different layers. The first layer is the UGT 100, which increased the solution by more than 70-fold. It also prevents or protects from gastric irritation. So unlikely a patient get taking Canditrol for the vulvovaginal candidiasis, I know the dose is 200 milligram BD or 200 milligram OD, they will unlikely get a GI irritation using Canditrol. Also, the other layer is the ipromelose. The benefit of the ipromelose is really to prevent recrystallization of the molecule. It also ensures that 100% of the drug is delivered at the site of absorption. So it's this ideal itraconazole for cutaneous mycosis. It has the edge over your fluconazole in treating the vulvovaginal candidiasis, where the cure rate shown in the blue for Canditrol is much higher than your fluconazole. Although there are similar improvements, you find that the failure rate for fluconazole is pretty high comparing to your Canditrol. Also, the relapse rate for Canditrol for fluconazole is much higher than your Canditrol. And so you know that fluconazole is not so aggressive against non-albicans. Canditrol cover both albicans and non-albicans. So different symptoms that your patient present when treating the vulvovaginal candidiasis, the vaginal discharge. In this case, the Canditrol is in the light blue, and fluconazole is in your red. You find that there is less vaginal discharge after the patient taking the 200 milligram BD for 1 day. You find that the itching is far less than your fluconazole, burning, and the different symptoms that associated with vulvovaginal candidiasis. So it is really the best oral antifungal agent in micropellet capsule. You find that the minimum inhibitor concentration using the canditrol over your fluconazole, you see with the canditrol, it's only 1 in all fungus. Fluconazole is 128. In all moles, you find that the fluconazole is 256, where canditrol is 4, and all yeast, fluconazole is 18, and your canditrol is 1. So you find that it have a better mycological and clinical cure rate than your fluconazole. My other reminder is really our ESUS. ESUS is our esomeprazole molecule. You know, ESUS has better acid control. It is more superior to all PPI. You know, in our context, Jamaican context, we only have 4 PPIs that we can go towards: omeprazole, lansoprazole, pantoprazole, and esomeprazole. Out of all, esomeprazole has proven to be much of the better acid control in that it have an intergastric pH level of 4.6, comparing to the closest rival, which is a pantoprazole, that have an intergastric pH level of 4.1. You find that esomeprazole, it goes for 17 hours without any fluctuation, comparing to your fluconazole that after 9 hours to 13 hours, you find that the patient will have to take a second dose. Not the case with your esomeprazole. So I want to remind you that ESUS come as 40 milligrams, 20 milligrams, and it's also in IV format as a 40 milligrams. Relso, definitely it is the antacid of choice. You know that Relso, one thing that I want to point out with the Relso is the inclusion of the DGL, which is the D-glycosinated licorice. Now, the importance of the licorice is really to stimulate or accelerate mucosal formation and secretion. It also rebuilds stomach or intestine protective lining by release of the endocytic citrine. It inhibits the growth of potential harmful bacteria like H. pylori. Now, licorice extract is in the deglycinated form to avoid the different side effects. You know, also have much more simethicone in it, which give you that anti-gas, anti-bubbling effect. And so to just remind you of our Candid line, you know, we have our Candid V6. You know, we have our Candid powder. It is the only clotrimazole powder on the market, and it is also in a micronized form, so it won't form any caking after the patient sweat when you apply it, especially underneath the breast or the intertriginous areas. We also have our Candid V gel that is pure clotrimazole at 2%. Candid V3, which is 200 milligram of the clotrimazole, and you know, Candid V6 is 100 milligram of the clotrimazole. So just as a reminder, remember us, you know, we have our Altacef, which is our cefuroxime molecule, come as 250 and 500, and also our Telmo, which is 100% covered on NHF cards, so your patient should not be paying for Telmo 40 milligrams or 80 milligrams. We also have the Telmo in combination with hydrochlorothiazide, and hydrochlorothiazide is at a standard 12.5 milligrams. So that's 80 12.5 and 40 12.5. So I want to thank you so much for allowing us to partner with you while you give your patient the best and suitable treatment option. Thank you.
I'm adjusting there. Um, Medimpex, you have a presentation? Oh, it went already. Medical products. Who is that? Oh, okay. You have a presentation for medical products?
Pleasant greetings to all. My name is April Marshall, Senior Medical Representative at Medical Products Limited, a sponsor for today's conference. Before I begin, I would like to express gratitude for allowing us to be a part of SAME. In today's presentation, I will highlight two key products, both of which can be found in local public and private sectors island-wide. I begin my presentation with Nifecard Oros, a once-daily nifedipine suitable for the management of hypertension in pregnancy. Nifecard presents as 30 milligrams and 60 milligrams. Nifecard relies on an osmotic control release mechanism, which allows for the extended release of nifedipine for a 24-hour period. This therefore guarantees that your patients will have a steady concentration of nifedipine in their bloodstream for the 24 hours. Unlike nifedipine retards, your typical 10 or 20 milligrams, which are of course the more commonly prescribed presentation, Nifecard has an improved side effect profile, such as less headaches, as well as dizziness, which we know are typical complaints amongst NIFED users. Nifecard also has better tolerability, as the possibility of patients experiencing a reflex tachycardia is also reduced. In being a once-daily nifedipine, patient compliance is improved. For persons who are taking 20 milligrams twice daily, a patient can now be prescribed Nifecard 30 once daily and will achieve the same therapeutic effect. If one has patients taking as high as 40 milligrams twice daily, Nifecard 60 milligrams once daily will cover that patient for the 24-hour period. Nifecard can also be used in patients who are suffering from preeclampsia. Now, anemia, as we know, is a common problem associated with pregnancy. Postpartum hemorrhage complications are still a leading cause for maternal mortality, especially in some developing countries. And having low iron stores can also be further depleted during delivery. Now, there are many methods in the management of iron deficiency anemia, such as oral, your intramuscular, and intravenous preparations. Of course, this is depending on the status of and the need of the patient. But the efficacy of oral therapy tends to be limited in some patients for reasons such as possible non-compliance, poor diet, poor absorption, amongst other variables such as taking longer time to therefore correct low hemoglobin and iron stores. Now, intravenous iron sucrose, we are the distributors of a brand called Flovin. Flovin presents as 20 milligrams per ml, therefore being a 5 ml ampule, thus possessing 100 milligrams per ampule of iron sucrose. It can be purchased at Medical Products Limited, being that we have a pharmacist, therefore persons who possess a prescription may come and have their prescriptions filled directly from us. However, Flovin is also available in the public hospitals island-wide as well as in the private hospitals island-wide. Flovin is obviously more economically priced than the brand. However, it is guaranteed to have the same bioequivalence in efficacy as compared to the brand. Nifecard Oros, as I have previously mentioned, Nifecard can be found in your private pharmacies and is NHF subsidized. Nifecard is also found in your public sector pharmacies such as the DrugServe and is also free for patients who will be visiting in your public clinics as well as public hospitals. If there are any further questions on Nifecard Oros or Flovin, I may be contacted at 535-1378. And thank you so much for listening. Enjoy the rest of today's activities.
All right. So, to our next speaker, It is indeed my great honor and privilege to introduce Dr. Sharifa Frederick, one of our foremost experts on fertility issues and its management. Dr. Frederick is a graduate of the University of the West Indies at the undergraduate and postgraduate levels, attaining her Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery and Doctorate of Medicine in Obstetrics and Gynecology. She further subspecialized in assisted reproductive technologies at the Hugh Winton Fertility Management Unit and is certified in minimally invasive gynecological surgery by the International Society of Gynecological Endoscopists. She's a fellow of the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists and the American Society of Reproductive Medicine and the American Association of Gynecological Laparoscopists and the Caribbean Association of Gynecological Endoscopists, CAGES. She's the author of many articles in many peer-reviewed journals, including Fertility and Sterility and the International Journal of Obstetrics and Gynecology. She's also a wife, mother, sister, and daughter. Ladies and gentlemen, help me in welcoming Dr. Sharifa Frederick.
Thank you for that, Dr. Hardy. And thank you, ACOG, for once again inviting me to present a topic very near and dear to my heart. I've been charged with the responsibility of trying to keep everyone awake, having eaten the rain, and also probably trying to keep myself awake. All right, so today I'm going to speak about infertility management. Okay. Infertility management in the primary care setting, meaning infertility management for the GP and the general gynecologist. So I'm going to go through a little bit about what infertility is, speak a bit about the vulnerable groups, review of the causes, prevention of infertility, go through the diagnosis, medical management, surgical management, and when to refer for ART. Okay, so infertility is actually a disease. Many people may not want to recognize this, including our insurance companies, but it is a disease of the male and female reproductive system. It's failure to achieve a pregnancy after 12 months or more of having regular unprotected sexual intercourse, and regular means at least 3 to 4 times per week. It may be male factor, which accounts for about 30%, female factor, another 30%, both, which is another 30%, which is a combination of both, or unexplained, which is about 10%. The prevalence of infertility, The prevalence of infertility is rising due to, as we well know, a delay in childbearing age, both in men and women. And there has been a significant rise in the rates of male infertility. I wouldn't really get into the reason for this rise. I think we got ourselves in a bit of hot water the last time we tried to speak about some of the reasons why the males were becoming more and more infertile. But it's because of the increased age at which men are trying to conceive nowadays and several environmental factors. Since 1990, a study done between 1990 and 2019 found a 19% increase in the infertility rates in men. Now, who are the vulnerable groups? So this vulnerable group has to be identified in order to identify persons who are not going to wait for the 12 months for them to establish that they can't get pregnant. Maybe too late if we wait for this 12-month period, or it just doesn't make any sense. So older women, a woman of 35 years and older, if she has not conceived within 6 months, we usually recommend that she seek some fertility assessment. Definitely women over the age of 40, if they're trying to conceive, I would recommend that once they start trying, they seek medical attention, because in the 40 and over age group, when they have exhausted all treatment options and they need to do ART or IVF, a difference of 41 and 42 makes an extreme difference in the success rates, even with IVF, because IVF cannot control ovarian reserve.
all right? We can't counteract that. An aging egg is an aging egg, and it will perform as an aging egg. Tubal disease, if somebody has had a previous ectopic pregnancy and they've had a salpingectomy, or even if they've had medical management, once you've established that you have tubal disease, whether it's unilateral or bilateral, you should be in a caution group, and we should start to do some investigations for you if you have tubal disease. Persons who are oligomenorrheic or amenorrheic, they would need immediate evaluation. Someone who has had a unilateral or bilateral oophorectomy needs urgent evaluation and some ovarian reserve testing. Certainly, persons who have had a hysterectomy and still want to attain a family, most commonly, patients who present to us are patients who have probably had postpartum hemorrhage and they've lost their uterus. Hopefully, ovarian conservation has taken place in this patient, and this patient needs urgent evaluation of her ovarian reserve, because once you do a hysterectomy, you help to destroy the blood supply to the ovary, and her ovarian reserve will drop precipitously in a couple of months. So this is not somebody who should sit around for a year mourning the loss of her uterus, wondering what she should do next. She should be urgently referred for ovarian reserve testing and some form of assisted reproductive care. Of course, this type of person would need a surrogate to carry the child, but she indeed can have a biological child. Persons with severe endometriosis, even the young clients who are not desirous of children at that stage, if they have severe endometriosis, they need continuous fertility surveillance. So they need AMH levels to be done, they need to be monitored closely, and probably even recommended to do social freezing of their eggs, because endometriosis is a devastating disease which destroys the ovary. And I have many 32-year-old patients who have come, they have an AMH of 0.2. They're unable to have a biological child. So even the patients in their 20s with severe endometriosis, they need to be assessed urgently, and there need to be some form of caution in terms of how we manage them regarding fertility. Patients who require treatment for cancer, they should be referred. They are in the vulnerable group in terms of having a family later down in life, and they should be evaluated before treatment as well as after treatment. Okay, what are some of the causes of infertility? All right, so we'll look at the female factor. We'll look at the ovary, and there are ovulatory causes of infertility, secondary to diseases of the thyroid, pituitary gland, as well as the well-known PCOS. Persons who are obese are also at risk of ovulatory dysfunction, even of PCOS. Ovarian reserve, older age persons are at risk of infertility, as well as premature ovarian insufficiency. And what this is a fairly young person who now has no ovarian reserve for reasons such as genetic causes, autoimmune diseases, and environmental influences. Of course, chemotherapy and radiation therapy can help to destroy your ovarian reserve. Luteal phase defect. This is a condition in which you have luteal phase deficiency. The luteal phase is the period between ovulation and the menses. And in some persons, the endometrium has a resistance to progesterone, or in the older patients, they don't produce enough progesterone to support and cause decidualization of the endometrium and make it receptive to implantation. And such, if they're deficient in this, they will not become pregnant because the embryo cannot implant, or they may have an early pregnancy loss. Tubal factors, which may be secondary to PID for whatever pelvic inflammatory disease, usually secondary to a sexually transmitted infection. It may be due to endometriosis as well. We commonly see endometriosis affecting the the tubes. Peritoneal diseases, again, secondary to endometriosis, as well as uterine abnormalities, the fibroids, adenomyosis, polyps, and synechia, which is adhesions involved in the endometrial cavity. Some common male factors. All right, so spermiogenesis begins in the testes. It travels to the epididymis, through the vas deferens, and out through the urethra. Now, if you have obstruction along the way, it may be due to infection, cystic fibrosis, congenital absence of the vas deferens, as well as retrograde ejaculation, which commonly occurs in diabetic men. And this is due to a nerve problem affecting the sphincter, the bladder sphincter, and it not being able to close off during the time of ejaculation can lead to retrograde ejaculation. There are non-obstructive causes, commonly endocrine and genetic causes. Things like hyperprolactinemia can cause non-obstructive male factor infertility. At the level of the testes, trauma, torsion, believe it or not, inguinal hernia surgeries, we see a lot of men presenting with oligospermia who have had inguinal surgeries, inguinal hernia surgery. Chemotherapy, of course, chromosomal abnormalities such as Klinefelters and Y microdeletions, varicoceles, mumps, orchitis can lead to testicular problems. Medications such as antineoplastic agents, heart failure medication, antidepressants, all can lead to abnormal semen analyses. Environmental causes include exposure to heavy metals such as lead, mercury, pesticides, overheating due to wearing tight clothing, using the laptop on your laps, overexposure to hot tubs, all can lead to male factor infertility. Okay, so prevention of infertility starts before the desire to conceive. And we should all be, as gynecologists, nurses, GPs, should be cognizant of patients when they see us and be looking out for signs of risks for infertility in the future. So reducing STI risk is a very important way of preventing tubal disease. I believe that STI screening should take place, I believe that STI screening should take place in the general setting, just like a pap smear. An STI screen should be done for patients who are just coming for general wellness checkups. Patients who have endometriosis, is important to identify endometriosis and not just, say that this is somebody just having painful periods, a young girl. We should actively investigate these people for endometriosis and treat them, suppress them, and also do AMH, anti-Müllerian hormone monitoring for these young girls who have endometriosis. Synechia or intracavitarial adhesion prevention is also important by reducing intracavitarial manipulation. So, I believe that we should try more to use medical managements for evacuation of the uterus compared to your DNCs and your suction curetages. We should monitor AMH levels in all young women. A patient or somebody who hasn't had children and desires children shouldn't reach age 40 without having at least one AMH level done. This can identify an at-risk population. I remember we were doing a study at the fertility unit, and we had some students on the ward, and we did an AMH on several of them, and we had one of them, 25 years old, with an AMH of 1 nanogram per mil. This is very low for a 25-year-old. And we're able to say to her, well, you know what? Social freezing should be done because in the next 10 years, it will be less than 0.5. Okay, so the clinical assessment. A lot of times, the couple, the woman may be the problem. She may have amenorrhea, she may have some form of tubal issue, and we just assume it's the woman who has the problem. It is preferable that the couple comes together for a visit to investigate for infertility, because remember, 30% of the time, it's a combination of factors leading to infertility. So we need to also ask about her parity. How many children does she have? Of course, if she's had children already, it's now going to not be primary infertility, but secondary infertility. We need to ascertain a menstrual history to ascertain if the woman is ovulating or not. If the cycle is less than 21 days or over 35 days, more than likely ovulation is not taking place. We want to ascertain whether she has premenstrual symptoms as well to confirm ovulatory cycles. A BMI of 27 is pretty significant, and in these patients, a lot of times they're having anovulatory cycles, even in the absence of other symptoms of PCOS. We need to make sure that these patients don't have any symptoms of thyroid disease or hyperprolactinemia, and if they do, we should investigate them. Pelvic pain is another big one we need to look out for, because we need to be able to identify the patients who have dysmenorrhea secondary to endometriosis, adenomyosis, and uterine fibroids. And of course, dysmenorrhea, dysesthesia, and dysuria is characteristic of pelvic pain due to endometriosis. We need to ascertain if they have menorrhagia. This is a big one because 70% of the population will have uterine fibroids, but it's the submucosal fibroids that will commonly cause menorrhagia and will commonly contribute to infertility. Adenomyosis also contributes, as well as intracavitary. If the patient presents with no hypomenorrhea, meaning the blood loss is reducing in quantity as well as days, we should be suspicious of uterine synechia. Intermenstrual bleeding is also significant. The patient complains about bleeding after ovulation, or that will indicate luteal phase deficiency. If the patient complains of bleeding, continuous spotting after her period ends, this can sometimes indicate that she has a polyp. History of pelvic inflammatory disease or a sexually transmitted disease, ruptured viscous, intra-abdominal infection can clue one into whether the patient has tubal disease or not. A previous pelvic surgery can give the patient intra-abdominal adhesions, which can distort the whole anatomy and can predispose the patient to tubal disease. We have to ask also about the history of DNC, of course, and possible antibiotic therapy after the DNC to clue us into whether the patient may be at risk for intrauterine adhesions. We need to also delve into the sexual history, find out about the frequency of intercourse, look at the drug history and the social history. In the male, we'll ask the patient if he's ever fathered a child. What is significant is a 50-year-old who hasn't been in many relationships and has no children or never gotten anyone pregnant. That can be a big red flag. Men who have erectile dysfunction or ejaculatory dysfunctions needs to be asked about. A previous history, as I mentioned before, about a hernia repair, abdominal surgery, a history of undescended testes, vasectomy or vasectomy reversal. We should ask about a history of mumps, orchitis, TB, STIs, leprosy, a history of prostate cancer, testicular cancer, or its treatment. And of course, a chronic medical history needs to be asked about in terms of deciphering if the patient may have retrograde ejaculation. And of course, a drug and social history for the male counterpart as well. All right, so what are some of the investigations that are useful in investigating the infertile patient? So I had mentioned before the anti-Mullerian hormone level. This is the gold standard now in investigating females for ovarian reserve. Usually a value of less than 1 nanogram per mil is associated with a poor prognosis. And the AMH can be done at any time in the cycle, unlike ovarian reserve tests such as FSH and LH and E2, which have to be done on day 3 of the cycle. And these are not as sensitive as AMH, and we hardly use them anymore. The FSH, if it's greater than 10 milli-international units per liter, that is indicative of a low ovarian reserve. But if the E2 level is high, it can abnormally push down the FSH to make it look normal. So we have to be cognizant of that. We have to do TSH levels and prolactin levels, and even mild abnormalities need to be treated in the infertile patient. I sometimes do, especially in the endometriosis patients, I do a CA125, which can tell me the extent to which the ovaries are affected by endometriosis. And I use it as a marker to monitor treatment. An ultrasound is a very important tool investigating patients. We look at the antral count. So we look at the antral follicles within both ovaries. If I get an antral count of less than 3 in each ovary, I know this patient has a poor ovarian reserve. If I get an antral count greater than 12, I figure that she may have polycystic ovarian syndrome. We try to rule out cysts. Some persons may have a functional cyst, which may be producing estrogen and making the patient amenorrheic. I also look for endometriomas. We also have to make sure the patient, or look for, if we don't look for it, we're not going to find it, adenomyosis. We also focus on the endometrial stripe, looking for irregularities, such as fibroids, which may be affecting implantation, as well as polyps. The transvaginal ultrasound can be complemented by the 3D ultrasound, vaginal ultrasound, or a saline infusion sonogram if we find issues within the endometrial stripe. Another tool that can help to investigate the cavity is a diagnostic hysteroscopy. Hysterosalpingograms are used to look for tubal function. We also have an ultrasound tool, which is HIFO-C, where they use XM foam gel to inject into the uterine cavity, and you can observe it on the ultrasound to look for tubal patency and spill of the gel into the peritoneal cavity. Sometimes the patient may need to do a diagnostic laparoscopy and chromotubation if the HSG and the HIFO-C is unclear. As I mentioned before, the STI screen is an important tool in investigating the infertile couple. All right, the male, a semen analysis is the cornerstone of investigating the male for infertility. It should be performed by a qualified embryologist. So many times we've gotten semen analysis from labs, and they are totally out of keeping with a semen analysis which is done by an embryologist. Sometimes it's a total waste of time because when we compare the two, sometimes a man is told that he's severely oligospermic, and when it's repeated by the embryologist, he's normospermic. So we can see that this can cause a lot of mental distress unnecessarily. If a semen analysis is abnormal, it should be repeated in 3 months' time. The sample is best produced on site, but if it cannot be, he should bring it within the hour of his appointment. Yes. Sorry. All right, so this is what a semen analysis looks like. I'm sure many of you have seen one before and probably had to call an embryologist to clarify. All right, so the concentration should be greater than 15 million per mil. If it's less than this, it's oligospermic. If it's less than 5 million per mil, it's severely oligospermic. And if they don't see any sperm, it's azoospermic. The motility should be greater than 40%, morphology greater than 4%, and there should be less than 1 million white blood cell count. If there is more, then we suspect an infection and should treat the patient and probably bring him back if the count was abnormal. Okay, right. So if we get an abnormal semen analysis, what should we do? If the count comes back oligospermic, we should further investigate the male. We should do a blood test and look at the hypothalamic pituitary axis, because we should look at the FSH levels, the LH levels, his serum testosterone levels. We should look at the TSH and the prolactin levels to clue us into exactly where the problem lies. Is the problem due to an endocrine problem? Is it due to an obstruction? Or is it due to a problem at the level of sperm production? And this is very important because it can determine whether or not we can say to this man if having a biological child is possible, especially if the result comes back azoospermic. Remember, when a result comes back azoospermic, we usually recommend that he has surgical sperm aspiration, looking for sperm directly at the source. If we can say to him that this problem is due to a testicular destruction or we're not producing any sperm, then we would avoid putting him through the trauma of this procedure. DNA fragmentation is another tool that can be used to investigate the sperm sample. Sometimes patients may have infertility. They may have a borderline normal sperm count, and we can do a DNA fragmentation to further decipher whether this man has abnormal sperm or not. And this is basically just taking the sperm, we fix it, we add an acid to it and look for the uptake of the acid. And those sperms the sperm with abnormal DNA fragmentation will take up the acid and become very dense in color. And we can make a diagnosis. If there is greater than 15% fragmentation, we can say that no, this man is definitely needs ART or ICSI. He definitely needs further management. All right. If we do get an abnormal semen analysis, we should, especially if it's severely oligospermic or azoospermic, we should send this man on for further genetic screening, doing karyotyping, and sometimes PCR looking for microdeletions. It's found that within the azoospermic population, 16% of men have Y chromosome microdeletions. All right, so an ultrasound, rectal ultrasound and transurethral ultrasound can be done, looking for epididymal cysts, looking for testicular volume, things that can contribute to an abnormal semen analysis. And again, an STI screen for the men. All right, so this is just an interpretation of the FSH, LH, and testosterone and prolactin tests that we can do to decipher what exactly is happening with this man. Oops. We have a pointer? No, man, it's okay. Okay. Where is it? Top. Where? Oh, okay. All right, so if we look at the FSH level in patients who have hypogonadotropic hypogonadism, meaning that there is a problem at the level of the hypothalamus, the FSH should be low, LH low, testosterone low, prolactin normal. If it's a problem with the production of the sperm, the FSH sometimes is elevated, but most of the other tests are normal. If it's a problem at the level of the testicle, meaning there is no sperm production, then what will happen is, because of negative feedback, the hypothalamic pituitary axis will be trying to compensate, and you'll get an highly elevated FSH, LH. Sometimes the testosterone may be low as well, And in this case, this patient, once you have a high FSH, a high LH, and a low testosterone, this patient is not amenable to surgical sperm aspiration because more than likely there's a problem in terms of the production of the sperm. So this is just a little interpretation or a little synopsis of how we can decipher whether we move on to surgical sperm aspiration or not, how we can counsel this man regarding his prognosis and the need for possible donor sperm. Okay. All right, so just a little note that the infertile population, they need ongoing communication. It's a very challenging experience for these clients. Sometimes they've been in it for many, many years. They wallow between, they can't bother, they come back, they want to try again, they can't bother. So they need to be fully supported and they need to be understood. They also need to be referred in a timely manner to a fertility specialist. It's not fair to the patient for them to reach age 42, 43, and at that point, they're now referred for IVF, because guess what? IVF may not work. You need to be able to identify the couples who need additional psychological support. They have their own problems as couples, and then it's confounded by the additional problems of not being able to conceive, the blame games, the frustration, etc. So psychological support is always recommended for these couples. All right, what can we do for these patients? All right, so if we have an obese patient, even if she doesn't have polycystic ovarian syndrome, we recognize she may be anovulatory. Studies have found that a weight loss of about 15% or more can prompt resolution of her anovulatory cycles. We should try to decrease the toxins, alcohol, smoking. A lot of the male factor in terms of DNA fragmentation is due to exposure to environmental toxins, free radicals that cause the DNA to fragment. So if we reduce this exposure, we can help these patients in the long run. Fertility supplements are extremely important. I believe, oops. No, I'm gonna make her change for me. Right, fertility supplements are extremely important. DHEA, we use this a lot. Coenzyme Q is an antioxidant, which is very useful. I always put my fertility patients on vitamin D3, 4,000 international units, omega-3, 2,000 milligrams. And in some men, tamoxifen is useful if they have poor motility. It's been shown to be very useful. Counseling is also very useful to reduce anxiety and stress related to having intercourse in order to try to conceive. All right, so the medical management of infertility in the female population. Of course, if we find a problem, we have to treat it. And there is a very low threshold for thyroid disease and hyperprolactinemia. So even very small deviations from the norm, we need to treat them in order to promote ovulatory cycles. Low AMH, these patients can be offered ovulation-inducing agents, which I'll speak about a little bit later. And I can't stress enough the STI screen. This is an example of an STI screen that we did for a client. It's a patient who she came to do IVF. She had donor eggs as well as donor sperm, very good quality eggs, very good quality sperm. We had an excellent embryo, a beautiful blast, which was hatching. We transferred the blast, and she had a biochemical pregnancy. It didn't work. So we decided to screen her for an STI, and this is what we got. We treated her and the partner, even though we were using donor sperm just in case they would be sexually active. And we did another transfer subsequent to that, so think about 6 weeks later, and she's now very much pregnant with twins. So we have been looking at uroplasma urolyticum, which some say is a commensal, but I believe it causes a lot of infertility problems. It colonizes the endometrium, makes it not receptible to implantation. Even if there is implantation, there's a risk of miscarriage, premature rupture of membranes, and even intrauterine death. I had one just recently who tested positive for uroplasma urolyticum. 3 weeks later, no fetal movements, baby was dead, 29 weeks pregnant. So uroplasma urolyticum is something to pay very close attention to. It's very common in the population, and we should be screening all patients for this. The treatment for this culture positive result was doxycycline 100 milligrams BD and flagyl 500 TID for 10 days. Once that dose is not going to work. All right, so moving on. Luteal phase defect can be easily treated with progesterone supplements vaginally, 100 to 200 milligrams daily, 1 day after ovulation. Next. All right, so for our PCOS patients, many of them don't like it, but metformin, at least a dose of 500 milligrams a day should be used for patients who have an elevated AMH of greater than 3 nanograms per mil. The normal AMH should range between 1 to 3 nanograms per mil. Inositol in a dose of 2 grams BD has been shown to be very useful in your PCOS patients. They usually have an abnormal ratio of D-chiroinositol to myoinositol, so we can supplement them and reverse this abnormal ratio by giving them 40 to 1 myoinositol to D-chiroinositol. And this has been shown to be superior to metformin in terms of improving ovulation and improving pregnancy rates. There was a recent study which was done that showed that the ovulation and pregnancy rates was 46.7% in the patients who were given 40 to 1 inositol compared to those who weren't given any. So inositol is very much a part of my PCOS management in patients trying to conceive. Ovulation induction, just briefly, and this is not something that has to be done by a fertility specialist. Ovulation induction can be done by gynecologists, and usually, well, especially if you have access to the medication and an ultrasound machine. Usually on day 1 of the bleed, we check with an ultrasound to make sure that the uterus is quiet. We count the antrals, make sure that can help us to predict the outcome. On day 2 of the bleed, we either give them an oral agent, which is letrozole. Letrozole is an aromatase inhibitor, 5 milligrams a day for 5 days, or we can give them the old school, clomiphene, at a dose of 50 to 150 milligrams per day. I don't really use clomiphene anymore. It works with some people, but I tend to shy away from it because it does cause atrophy of the endometrium and can make it not accessible to or not receptive to implantation. We can also give them FSH injections in the form of HMG, example Menopur, or recombinant FSH at a dose of 75 to 150 milligrams subcutaneously or intramuscularly for 5 to 10 days. Of course, these patients will need monitoring with ultrasounds. I usually bring them back on day 9 to 10, looking for a follicle size 18 millimeters or over. And I would trigger them with HCG at this point, and 36 hours later, ask them to do intercourse or offer them an intrauterine insemination. The surgical management, myomectomy. I usually reserve myomectomies for the clients who have fibroids that are impinging on the cavity, or if it's extremely large and causing intramural distortion. Any other type of fibroid, I leave them alone. The best type of myomectomy for a submucosal fibroid is, of course, a hysterectomy. And if it's a very large fibroid or one that is causing distortion of your reproductive organs, then I would offer them a laparoscopic or open myomectomy. Paying special attention to making sure that my endometrium blood supply is not damaged at the time. Ensuring that the sutures don't traverse the endometrium, they don't touch the endometrium at all when I'm trying to, if I have to open the cavity, then I put back the cavity and I suture only the myometrium. I don't touch the endometrium at all. So you have to be cognizant of fertility sparing surgery when you're doing a myomectomy. It's not about just pulling out the fibroids, preventing blood loss. It's about making sure that this patient at the end of the day can carry a pregnancy. All right, minimizing incisions as well, and the potential for adhesions, and minimizing damage to your tubal osteo. Of course, if the patient has adenomyosis, you do something similar, called an adenomyomectomy, doing a wedge resection or debulking of the tissue, because you may not be able to remove all of the tissue in order to reapproximate the defect. All right, so in terms of the tube, proximal occlusion, I'm not really for it, but tubal recanalization has been reported to be 70 to 100% effective. And this just means that when they do an HSG or whatever form of tubal investigation after, 70 to 100% of the time, the tube is recanulated. But the pregnancy rate averages out about 30%. Distal occlusion, tuboplasty for distal occlusion, the success rate is a little bit higher, 95%, but the pregnancy rate still averages out at about 30%. So when we compare these pregnancy rates to the pregnancy rates of ART, meaning we just bypass the tubes, in persons with tubal disease, we can see that the pregnancy rates for ART are far superior, averaging out at about 79 to 90%. So sometimes it's worth just going straight to ART. Of course, surgery to remove peritubal adhesions is recommended as well. All right. Surgical management for endometriosis, the gold standard, as we know, is operative laparoscopy in an effort to restore normal pelvic anatomy. This works. It also helps to reduce the burden of disease. Removal of endometriomas are recommended if they're greater than 3 centimeters, and this has been reported to improve egg quality. Endometriosis, even if it doesn't appear to involve the ovaries, we see in the lab that when we remove eggs, they do have granular tissue in them, which is evidence of endometriosis affecting the eggs and the oocyte quality. So reducing the burden of disease is very important in these patients. Okay, for the men, how can we manage these men medically who have abnormal semen analyses? Those who we have identified, and if you remember the chart that I showed you, those who have hypogonadotropic hypogonadism, that's just very low levels across the board, they can benefit from agents such as clomiphene, FSH, which is HMG, and HCG injections as well. If he's found to have hyperprolactinemia, then your agents such as your bromocriptine and carbergoline are useful in these men. If they're found to have a low motility, tamoxifen at a dose of 20 milligrams a day has been found to be useful. Those who are found to have high DNA fragmentation rates, an antioxidant diet is very useful. Coenzyme Q, vitamin C, vitamin D, very useful in these patients. The surgical management of men with low sperm count, if you find that they have obstruction, microsurgical reconstruction of the vas deferens has been reported to work. If he has had a vasectomy reversal can be done. If he's found to have varicoceles, varicocelectomy has been found over the years to improve the sperm count. Of course, if the man is found to have azoospermia and it's not that the testicular injury has taken place and we still suspect that he's producing sperm, we can offer him a percutaneous sperm aspiration, epididymal aspiration, or testicular aspiration, or a testicular biopsy. And that's just removing seminal vesicles and looking for sperm in these vesicles. All right. When do we refer for IUI? Now, this referral for IUI is basically a referral maybe from a GP to a gynecologist, because general gynecologists can do IUIs. What is an IUI? It's an intrauterine insemination. It involves the deposition of processed semen sample or processed sperm into the upper uterine cavity. What is the indication? It's usually done in patients who have a low sperm count. So if they have less than 15 million per mil, but greater than 10 million per mil, they qualify for an IUI. If it's lower than this, it's less likely to work. It's recommended for patients who have visiting relationships. What we usually recommend is that if the partner, especially the male partner, is overseas, we have him come, we do his viral testing, and we recommend freezing the sperm so that she can have use for it when he's not here. And usually, if he has a good count, it's useful for we can get about 3 vials and 3 attempts at an IUI from this one deposition. It's usually recommended also for serodiscordant couples. If they are serodiscordant for hepatitis, HIV, any virus that can be sexually transmitted, an IUI is recommended, especially if it's a male partner, because once we wash the sample, it is usually devoid of any viral particles. If the partner is going to be using donor sperm, then an IUI is useful. It's usually the first step in a couple with unexplained infertility, or in a low prognosis patient where IVF is not recommended, we can recommend doing IUIs. And just very quickly, how do we get a sample? The patient will masturbate on site or do a home collection. We also have male factor packs. If he's unable to produce a sample by masturbation, he can use a special condom where he puts the sample in this condom and brings it to the lab within an hour. And of course, we can use a frozen sample as well for an IUI. Very simply, there are 2 forms in which we can get the sperm sample washed. One is by the conventional centrifugation, where we put in 2 gradient medias, we centrifuge it, and then the sperm pellet will sink to the bottom, and that's where we'll get the normal motile sperm. We use a catheter, pull it up, and we use that for the sample. There's also what we use now in our clinic to get a very clean sample is a chamber called a zymote, which reduces the sperm sample that has DNA fragmentation and reactive oxygen species. They usually have an increased sperm motility, even more so compared to when we do the gradient and the centrifugation. We usually get increased fertility rates with a zymote, and this is a very useful tool. It's very easy to use and can be done in your office. Very simply, insemination is done. You partially fill the bladder. The patient is placed in the lithotomy position. You clean off the cervix, and you try not to use a tenaculum, which can cause uterine contractions. You place the catheter far up into the cavity, let it touch the fundus, pull it back by 1 centimeter, and release the sample. The patient rests for 10 minutes, and they go home. That's an IUI. Now, when do you refer for ART? Usually when the patient has had at least 3 failed IUI treatments in unexplained fertility, or if the infertility patient is resistant to any other forms of treatment, if the patient has tubal disease, if the male has male factor infertility, severe DNA fragmentation, if he has severe oligospermia, if he has azoospermia and needs surgical sperm retrieval, or if you need third-party reproduction, meaning that you have a very low ovarian reserve and you need donor eggs. It is also used for our hysterectomized patients who have had ovarian conservation. They do IVF and then they commission a gestational surrogate. So, what's the take-home message? Both the male and female partner require full investigations. In our practice, we should always try to identify the vulnerable groups and investigate them and treat them early. The STI screen is very important. even if you have identified another etiology for infertility. Always treat the underlying cause. IUIs can be done by just about anyone, and you should refer without delay patients who are not getting pregnant, who are getting older, for advanced fertility care without delay. Thank you.
For those of you still with us, thank you. It's been a very productive day. So Dr. Clark will be carrying us home. So from humble beginnings, Dr. Chantal Clark has risen above the odds and continually strives to excel at all she does. Throughout her formative years at the Queen's School in Kingston, she could envision her future and pursued her dreams of becoming a physician. She's a proud graduate of the University of the West Indies, Mona, and a recipient of the IGL Razai Azard Scholarship for Medicine for 2012 to 2017. Dr. Clark is a passionate women's health advocate. She showcases her ambition through her role as a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist with over half-decade experience. She's the former junior fellow vice chair and now the current junior fellow chair for the Acog West Indies section, which represents the interests of residents working and training in OBGYN programs across the Caribbean, which engages the communities through advocacy and outreach events. Beyond the academics and leadership, Dr. Clark leisurely loves singing, visual and graphic art designing, and blogging on her channel, herobgyncare.com, and engages in volunteerism within her community. Please help me to welcome Dr. Clark.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, so we are wrapping up. This one should be very short but sweet. It would represent what we would have initiated as the Stump the Professor segment of the conference. At this time, I'm going to present to you on the mystery of the adnexal. This case was a gynecologic conundrum. I hope that you will enjoy it. Okay, so I had a patient, 25-year-old. She's nulliparous. She had a menstrual cycle earlier on this year, though she does have a history of irregular cycles and a consideration for possible polycystic ovarian syndrome. She was a married young woman that works in the banking and finance sector. She presented to us with a one-day history of worsening lower abdominal pain. On a background, she had a 3-month history of intermittent abdominal cramping pains. She began investigations with her private physician, eventually doing a pelvic ultrasound that revealed a complex right adnexal mass with a size of 7.9 by 5.4 by 4.5 centimeters. Obviously, tumor markers were sent off and an MRI pelvis was organized. The patient was given anticipatory guidance to represent if she did have any acute changes in her pain. Eventually she did. She reported that her pain worsened from what she would have had at a 3 to 5 severity that would relieve with Panadol or Advil to 8 to 10 out of 10 in severity. And the pain began to radiate to the back. She had no episodes of vomiting or nausea, no PV losses, discharge. She didn't have a prior history of postcoital bleeding or intermenstrual bleeding, no history of dyspareunia. However, she did report that she had subjective fevers and chills. Tried to measure it, didn't account to a fever though. She denied constitutional symptoms, actually reported that she gained over 20 pounds of weight over a 6-month period. She noted that she did, though, have early satiety and some degree of bloating, but no increase in the abdominal girth or a mass being present. On her gynecological history, she has never had a pap smear, had coitarchy at 24 years old, and no prior sexually transmitted infections. The rest of her history only came significant for a paternal uncle having a history of quote-unquote bone cancer. She denied a history of smoking or alcohol use. So, of course, she has a history of an of an adnexal mass. So we went straight into the clinical exam. She had no evidence of distress at the time that we had seen her. And I should qualify that this is a patient that was seen in a hospital setting. She was evaluated initially by an A&E officer who also thought that she may have been in a little mild distress. She was medicated at the time of presentation with opioids, and she was referred to gynecology about 4 to 6 hours later. So by the time we saw her, these were her presenting vitals: blood pressure 132/84, pulse 97, respiratory rate 20, temperature 95.6. When her pulse was rechecked, it was 100, and manual done revealed 86. The remarkable findings, though, was that the abdomen was, well, what I would say is that in the event of her having a symptomatic ovarian mass, it was kind of confounding where the abdomen was obese, soft, and non-tender at the time of evaluation, with no masses or organomegaly felt. However, on speculum exam, she did have a normal findings. Digitally, though, there was a right adnexal mass that was felt, 8 centimeters, and non-tender at the time. We reviewed the investigations that were done on presentation, showed that she had a normal hemoglobin, normal platelet, laboratory investigations mainly normal, except an LDH that was 422, which is 2 times the upper limit of normal for this lab. She had a negative beta HCG test. Now, her ultrasound that was done, it was done about a month prior to her presentation. This presentation, she had a repeat ultrasound to identify any acute ovarian accidents. So the ultrasound confirmed a large mass in the adnexa. However, it was described as being very vascular with a lobulated focus, and the right ovary was not seen. The final impression was a right adnexal mass with complex features with no sonographic evidence of torsion or leaking, and no evidence of fluid in the abdomen or collections. So the working diagnosis by the team was a large right complex adnexal mass with no clinical signs of peritonism nor acute abdomen. Query if this could have been a case of a torsion-detorsion phenomenon. And also, could this be a dermoid cyst or a borderline/overt ovarian malignancy, considering its complex description and hypervascularity. Thus, the initial management by the team, we wanted to admit this patient, but to take on a more conservative role with observation in the event that she needs surgical management. So she was kept nil per oral with IV fluid supplementation, serial abdominal examinations, and additional labs done, including a CRP. She was counseled considering the risk of surgery, VTE prophylaxis initiated, and a discussion was held briefly with the gynae oncologist, and the plans made to follow up those tumor markers. And acting on the recommendation to have an early MRI pelvis done. So her initial course in hospital, it was about 2 days, admitted under the gynae oncology firm, thankfully, and her pain resolved during admission, minimal complications, and we had done additional labs, including a UNE LFTs, just in case this mass was more significant than just a regular adnexal mass. So, and she was discharged from the ward with anticipatory guidance. MRI was to be done within 72 hours with a CT chest and abdomen organized for a week later due to some resource constraints at the time. So this is where the conundrum began, right? So the patient was sent home, and she did return with a recurrence of pain. Of course, initial plan, could this have been an ovarian accident, ovarian cyst accident again? So we admitted her, re-examined, still not an acute abdomen. However, we wanted to observe her at this time and to have her investigations done once she remained stable. Now, importantly, throughout the discussion, I should say that we did entertain the possibility of doing a diagnostic laparoscopy for the patient. It was discussed, however, among the consultants at the time, and the plan was that we could allow a more conservative approach, continue workup until we're able to administer definitive care. So when she came back at that time, we opted to do an ultrasound again. At this time now, it said that the features were more in keeping with our right hydrosalpinx. So we were a bit confused. We're like, so we're moving from a complex mass to a full-on hydrosalpinx. Where is this coming from? And a CT scan was recommended in the acute setting. However, patient remains stable, so we're like, okay, let's do the MRI pelvis. We can have that result in less than 24 hours. Right. So evolving now, she had her MRI done and she resolved. The patient made a decision. She wanted to be discharged, and that was fine with the team. She then came back a few days later complaining that she had a sudden onset of shortness of breath with what sounded like pleuritic chest pain. However, she did have at that time, she did report that she does have a history of anxiety, and the presentation was almost similar to that, but we still wanted to identify if there were any acute or organic causes for this pain. She had normal vital signs at the time, a normal ECG. She did have her MRI done previously, so we followed up that result and admitted her to the ward for pain control and for additional workup. At this time, we got back her tumor markers. All of them were essentially within normal parameters. And then we got the MRI report. So this is where things really changed path. So the MRI reported that the ovaries were normal and she had multiple peripheral follicles, but they were not enlarged. What they did see was that she had multiple enlarged bilateral pelvic lymph nodes. And looking at the size, it is likely that what was seen on ultrasound those different times was indeed enlargement of the iliac nodes and periaortic, possible extension or prolapse of a periaortic node that was enlarged. She had no inguinal lymphadenopathy at the time, and there was a very minimal pelvic free fluid, but not a collection. So the impression by the radiologist was that she had extensive pelvic lymphadenopathy, and a lymphoma is a primary consideration. Normal ovaries are seen. So that was the conundrum. Pelvic lymphadenopathy in the absence of an obvious ovarian or uterine abnormality, though not included on the side, the uterus remained normal throughout this time. So her diagnosis was essentially a non-gynecological adnexal mass with likely possibility of a lymphoma. Multidisciplinary team approach was continued, now involving the hem-oncologist, general surgery, and the radiologist. The plan was to complete imaging evaluation with MRI pelvis and CT chest, of course, which also revealed multi-regional lymphadenopathy. And also it allowed the guidance for biopsy evaluation of a supraclavicular node and pelvic lymph nodes. And during this time, of course, we would have done our HIV evaluation, VDRL, HTLV1, and all of those were negative. Now, in terms of this, the histopathologic diagnosis was that this patient had a pelvic mass with a diffuse B cell, which was a diffuse B cell of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Actually, the patient is stage 3, which is advanced disease. In terms of her management, in light of the situation, the patient opted for care overseas, and she is now going to begin chemoimmunotherapy tomorrow. She remains well at this time, and we actually wish her all the best. So what do I want to say about the mystery of the adnexal? I'm sure we're all aware that the possibility for the differential diagnosis of the adnexal mass varies. It can be gynecological from an ovarian origin, where it could be a malignancy, benign tumor, functional cyst, endometrioma. Then from a fallopian tube, it could be pyor hydrosalpinx, or even a primary malignancy, though rare, and uterine, sometimes pedunculated fibroids. Non-gynecological considerations that should be had is a bowel. There could be a colonic mass, colonic abscess, appendix, appendix can present with inflammation, an abscess, or a malignancy. And of course, lymph nodes, as we see in this case. Peritoneal inclusion cysts can be found or should be included in your differential diagnosis on the possibility of metastatic tumors, whether from the breast or the colon, small bowel. So important highlights from this case. So there are several considerations to maintain for any woman that would present with an adnexal mass. If she does have any acute changes in the nature and the severity of her pain, then you should rule out an ovarian cyst accident, especially adnexal torsion. And that should always remain your top diagnosis, since it is time sensitive and has bearings and implications for the woman and her care and fertility. In terms of the history and examination, that is paramount to identifying the acute peritonism and also taking the necessary steps of surgical management. However, pelvic ultrasonography acts as a good adjunct to your diagnostic accuracy to identify the ovarian cyst accident and rule out the other adnexal pathologies that can occur as explained. The complex adnexal mass can pose a diagnostic challenge. For our case, the challenge was, is this an ovarian cyst accident? Should I go with surgery or should I wait and see? And in this case, waiting and seeing, in her case, thankfully she was stable, allowed us to identify a malignancy rather than going in and not having a so-called negative lap or a lap for a non-gynecological malignancy and having to call multiple, or having to call general surgery or even a gynecologist in the emergency time to do a resection like this or even a biopsy. And it posed some challenges as well. So in these cases, always do the RMI, always do clinical and radiological evaluation, and also involve a multidisciplinary team approach if you find that there are challenges or things are just sticking out. And for us, what really helped us was this lady's LDH. I was quite surprised why her LDH was so elevated in the initial stages. And so we contacted, though we discussed with the consultant, we went ahead and contacted the gynecologist to have a discussion and see what they would have wanted at the time. So important takeaway is to just always evaluate and to understand that if pelvic lymphadenopathy is present, it could be infectious, which could be from like tuberculosis, or it could be a neoplastic, like this lady's lymphoma, which is actually very rare. And the thing is that there can be lymphomas that are formed inside the uterus and the ovaries, and they're primary pelvic lymphomas. And the majority of them will end up being non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. And unfortunately, they can be the aggressive high-grade type, such as this patient, which has a diffuse large B-cell lymphoma, which has a very guarded prognosis, and usually require chemo, immunotherapy, plus or minus radiotherapy. For our patient, we're still awaiting confirmation whether or not there will be benefit for her to get radiation therapy. And this is just a reference to an article that is in the Green Journal, hosted by the Acog, which is, though it's dated, it was quite comprehensive in evaluating primary pelvic non-Hodgkin's lymphoma in women that present. So thank you very much for your attention, and we're going to have the Q&A section.
Thank you, Dr. Clark, for a very interesting case. I don't think I've ever seen or heard of that. Boy, this has been a long day. We have one question in the room that we will take for those who have online questions. We're going to try and see if we can ask the presenters if they will graciously answer via email. But we'll take the one question in the room since you sat here all day. Yes?
Hello. Oh, hi everyone. So my question is for Dr. Frederick, with the inositol supplementation, do you continue it in patients with PCOS throughout the pregnancy, or you stop once a patient becomes pregnant? Okay. And
Sorry, what was the answer?
Usually stop them after the first trimester.
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh.
There's a quick question online. Are doxycycline and metronidazole?
Metronidazole.
Yeah, thank you. For 10 days standard for all ART clients, owing to that new bacteria detected?
Is it standard for all what?
For all ART clients.
No. So we usually investigate them. So only if they come back, showing that they're positive for uroplasma or Gardnerella do we treat. However, prior to investigating all patients, patients who had a history of tubal disease, we would just assume that they also have endometritis, and we used to just routinely treat those patients with that combination of antibiotics.
Thank you.
All right.
One last question in the room.
In the room.
Are you going to allow me to ask my question?
All right, Dr. Betty.
Thank you. I think everybody will benefit from this. I hope. All right. You had a very, very, very interesting, robust, wealth of knowledge presentation, Dr. Fredericks. I am blown away. All right, you said that one of the things you looked for in patients with infertility issues in female is CA125 because of the endometriosis. How does that help you?
It helps us to determine how, if the endometriosis is actually affecting the ovary.
By what values?
Well, any abnormal value. The value is over the norm, which is about what, 35 or so? Yeah. So if the value is elevated in you have a 25-year-old who has an elevated CA125, it tells you that it is actually affecting the ovary. And this patient probably needs to be screened more carefully, doing her AMH and monitoring fertility surveillance for her.
Okay. You also said that you use letrozole over clomiphene because of some issues with it.
Mhm.
With the letrozole, you said it was 5 milligrams for 5 days. Do you repeat that, and at what point do you do so?
Do you repeat?
If it doesn't work.
Okay, so you mean you do a cycle,
Yeah.
and she does not produce a follicle and okay, so if you use letrozole and her follicles don't respond, then I go straight to FSH and use something like Menopur or Gonal F for this client, which happens in about 15% of your PCOS patients. They don't respond to medications such as letrozole or clomiphene.
Okay. You also said that there is a difference between the embryologist and the lab with the semen analysis.
Mhm.
Do you actually see a difference in pregnancy rate, though? Have you looked into that? Because if the embryologist tells the gentleman that it's normal, I'm assuming that he'll just go home and try again without any intervention because it's considered normal.
No, not necessarily, because remember, this couple has presented because they cannot get pregnant. What you have done now is you've done a semen analysis and found that it's normal, but it doesn't mean that there may be another cause for the infertility, but you've ruled out the fact that he has an abnormal semen analysis.
Can you prove that by pregnancy outcomes, though? You don't understand what I'm saying?
No.
All right, the lab says it's abnormal. The embryologist says it's normal. Do you have anything to say that the difference is such a significance that you can really say what the embryologist is saying is so good?
No, but you don't need to do that, because remember, you are looking at sperm. Okay, so if you're comparing sperm done at a lab and they're saying that they're only seeing 5 million per mil, you actually see the sperm, as compared to when an embryologist does it and she's saying, no, I'm seeing 30 million per mil. That's the only thing that I'm saying there's a difference in. I can't compare pregnancy because pregnancy rates there are other variable factors which are contributing to pregnancy rates. So we've never looked at that.
Okay, last question. You said that general gynecologists can do IUI.
Mhm.
You can freeze the sperm and then.
Oh, no. I didn't say it's free sperm. I said just do IUI. So that's processing the fresh sperm. Well, and if you can be shown how to use a zyme. Well, and if you're going to use a centrifuge, an embryologist is going to have to come to your location and spin down the sample, etc., and use certain gradient media, etc. It's only if you're going to use a zymote now, you can be taught how to use a zymote chamber and selectively produce good sperm.
Honestly, I only asked that question because I've spent a lot of time on the smaller islands,
Mhm.
and a lot of times persons are not able to access your type of care. And they suffer a lot for it because not everybody can travel overseas. So I was really hoping that there was a way that I could have done this in that setting to assist those
But you
persons.
can. So you
How?
just have to buy the Zymote chambers. Somebody has to just show you how to place the sperms, the semen sample in the chamber, and it selectively, the good sperm will come up to the top of the chamber. You use a catheter and you pull out the sperm from that top of the chamber. So you can just buy the Zymote. It's about $500 for one pack, and I think 10 come in a pack. 500 USD.
Yeah, I figure. Can I have your presentation, please?
Thank you, Dr. Betty, for so many vibrant questions. I'd like to thank everybody who attended in person and online. We really appreciate this.
What about fertility sparing preservation? Was there any consideration for this patient who
That is an excellent question. And yes, in the outpatient setting, when she returned, it was discussed with her prior to her decision to go overseas. Concerning the details of what they're going to do for her management, I can't say if the new team of doctors have already done that for her. But it's almost a little bit emotional to talk to her about it, but physically she's well. But that was a consideration when we spoke to her because she's 25-year-old and newly married.
Yes. So before the people throw us out, because we have gone well over time, as I was saying, I'm appreciative for everybody who came, everybody came online, our sponsors. Thank you for hanging in there with us. Hurricane Beryl posed many challenges on a national scale. Part of the reason why we had to reschedule, many of the people who would have attended online or in person didn't have lights, they didn't have water, so them couldn't bathe and come. No, it's serious. So we had to reschedule Spanish Court Hotel for being so accommodating. They saved that date for us. So I am really appreciative to Sam. Oh gosh, I don't know what I do. Our tech support, he's the best, by the way. If you have a conference, Allgate, nobody gonna know it else. Hyacinth, thank you for being our rock. Dr. Darrell Daly, our immediate past chair, he wasn't feeling well, but he was online. We look forward to having another conference again. Please feel free to reach out, and I hope this led to lots of productive conversation and will influence practice. Drive home safely.